If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to Mindshock True Crime. This is your host, Bruce McGuire, and you are listening to the Johnny Gosch series, the most extensive and comprehensive true crime podcast on the Johnny Gosch case, one of the most high-profile disappearances in history, one that has possibly been responsible for bringing to light, however late, the vast government corruption going on in upper political circles, trickling down through police departments, etc. I mean, this case truly is the precursor to all of the Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell insanity that's under the microscope now. But this back in the 80s, a lot of people were hardcore coincidence theorists back then and could never imagine that police were incompetent, let alone completely corrupt and complicit in active cover-ups. This is episode 6, The Attempted Abductions. A lot of people don't know that Johnny Gosch was not the only one that criminals went after. There was a slew of attempted abductions in the Des Moines area around this time. And then, of course, we do have the other two abductions, one of which was Eugene Martin, another paperboy. So what is going on in this area here? And why has all of this been suppressed? Nobody's talking about these other attempted abductions and what it means for the case as a whole. I mean, this is truly, truly mind-shocking stuff. As always, if you want to help support the Mindshock podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure to subscribe to the channel. Hit that bell for notifications. Make sure you allow those notifications to come through. If you're still not getting them, just like and comment on a lot more videos. That seems to be the way the YouTube algorithm works. You could also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube for access to exclusive streams and chats. Like and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind. Leave them in the comment section. So let's start this off with a very, very interesting post on the Unresolved Mysteries subreddit by West Kendall Jenner 6 years ago. A second look at Johnny Gosch and the mysterious failed abductions. So this is an update to this post about a string of failed abduction attempts that occurred in the Des Moines area between July 86 and September 89. And their potential to be connected to the disappearances of Johnny Gosch and Eugene Martin. Please read that one first if you haven't already, as this post is updating and building on info in the first one and won't make sense otherwise. So let's go to the first one here. Quite extensive stuff. Johnny Gosch and Eugene Martin cases possibly linked to a string of unsolved attempted abductions of newspaper carriers in 1980s Des Moines. Buckle up, this is going to be a long post. I'm working on a project about the presumed kidnapping of paperboys Johnny Gosch and Eugene Martin from Des Moines, Iowa in the early 80s, not giving much more details beyond that just yet. Going through newspaper archives, I uncovered some information that seemed to hint at a serial child predator stalking the Des Moines area, and that he may have been responsible for both abductions. I have never seen any of this info brought up on any discussion boards, documentaries, etc. I only found it under a virtual ton of newspaper articles. This surprised me because according to one article, police at the time suspected a connection between the two disappearances and some of the attempted kidnappings. I'm really curious to know what you guys think. And obviously not 100% of police officers in 100% of departments are going to be corrupt and or complicit in all of these cover-ups. There are good officers out there. So every now and then things slip through the cracks. So when you're looking at cases, you have to keep that in mind. Note, this post is approaching the case from an angle completely separate from the Franklin scandal, although it might not necessarily be separate on the surface. Who knows what lies beneath in this tangled web that is the Johnny Gosch case that stretches all the way to Washington, D.C. on one side and Bohemian Grove on the other. If you haven't checked out the previous episodes in the series, make sure to check those out. Brief background. 12-year-old Johnny Gosch went missing in the early morning hours, September 5th, 1982, while delivering newspapers in his neighborhood in West Des Moines, Iowa. His parents didn't know he was missing until 7 a.m. when customers began calling to ask where their newspapers were. Johnny's wagon full of undelivered papers was later found abandoned at the corner of 42nd Street and Marcourt Lane, about 320 meters from his home. On August 12th, 84, less than 2 years after Johnny disappeared, 13-year-old newspaper carrier Eugene Martin vanished while preparing for his delivery route sometime between 5:30 a.m. and 6 a.m. At about 7 a.m., a woman called his route manager saying she hadn't received her newspaper and asking if it was okay if she picked one up from the pile on the corner of 14th and Highview Street. The route manager alerted Gene's father 15 minutes later, and when the boy still hadn't returned home by 8:40, his father called the police. Police have never been able to conclusively link the two disappearances, but they believe that both boys were abducted. This was a very short summary, but I'm assuming most posters here are familiar with the case. For a more detailed refresher, you can read Johnny and Eugene's Charlie Project pages. Connected question mark. I believe that Johnny and Eugene were abducted by the same predator. Although there are discrepancies in the car and suspect descriptions, the circumstances seem to match almost perfectly. Here's a list of similarities I've identified. 1. They were about a year apart in age at the time of the disappearances. 2. They were both paper boys for the Des Moines Register. 3. They vanished on an early Sunday morning. 4. They went missing around the same time of year, August, September. In fact, Gene vanished only 3 weeks shy of the 2-year anniversary of Johnny's disappearance. 5. The abductions took place roughly 8 miles apart. 6. They occurred in quiet suburban low-crime neighborhoods. 7. Johnny's wagon and Gene's bag, both filled with undelivered papers, were found abandoned on street corners. 8. There were no signs of a struggle at either scene. 9. Their disappearances went unnoticed until around 7 a.m. when customers began calling to ask where their newspaper was. 10. There is nothing to indicate that either boy ran away from home. Gene was going to turn 14 in less than a week and had plans to pick out a new bicycle with his dad. Johnny was described as a happy, responsible, well-adjusted boy who took his newspaper route very seriously. It is very unusual for a runaway, especially one that young, to run away and successfully stay hidden for such a long period of time. There have been no verified signs of life since the day they vanished, although that is highly disputed. Again, check out the previous episodes. No activity on their social security numbers, no indication that they ever tried to get a job or buy a car, nothing. 11. Neither boy has been found. The attacks. Johnny and Eugene were not the only paper boys who were attacked back then. In fact, there was a string of attempted abductions of newspaper carriers in the Des Moines area in the 80s, which investigators at the time suspected were connected to Gosch and Martin. I've plotted all 7 events, the 2 disappearances, and 5 attempted abductions on a map. You can check it out here. There's also been some comments, again, I don't know if this is verified in any way, but there have been some commentators on YouTube videos and podcasts that also claim they were either attempted to be abducted or that they just saw a strange guy in a car following them and looking at them strangely and then just ran. Not that necessarily that an exact abduction was attempted, but all very, very suspicious, so the number of times that occurred could be a lot higher. But yes, on this map here, you can see that, yeah, they are all relatively within a small area. Very, very weird. So mostly Des Moines, West Des Moines, and in between, and also in Indianola? Huh. I must stress that none of these were officially tied to the 2 missing boys. It is also not known if the 5 attempted kidnappings were committed by the same person. Incident 1, July 10th, 86. 15-year-old Jim Pak, a carrier for the Des Moines Register, was out delivering papers on the morning of July 10th, 86, when he was grabbed by a man in a camouflage poncho. Jim managed to wrestle away from his assailant and then ran home and called the police. This occurred in the 500 block of 45th Street, only half a mile from where Johnny's wagon was found abandoned 3.5 years earlier. Jim told police he had been chased 6 weeks prior in a separate incident, but it is unknown if it was the same man who chased him on July 10th. So, this is all really weird. Again, if you haven't checked out the previous episodes, make sure you check them out. There was clearly some funny business regarding the Des Moines Register. There were actual individuals arrested for crimes with underage children, and it seems that it's a very real possibility that there were one or more individuals at the Des Moines Register who was specifically targeting paperboys. And in the case of Johnny, if you've looked at, if you're familiar with the case, if you checked out the previous episodes, Paul Bonacci also claims that he helped abduct Johnny, but also claimed that photographs were taken of Johnny and shown around to potential buyers, so these were targets. So this guy, Jim Polak, is saying, this kid, this 15-year-old, 15-year-old's not quite a young kid. There's some big 15-year-olds. Unfortunately, these guys aren't trying to abduct some Mike Tyson-type 15-year-olds. They would have gotten what they deserved in that situation. But, yeah, so if he was targeted, so there were 2 attempts on him, possibly by the same guy, possibly not. This is freaky stuff here. This is just so mind-shocking, though, because is this happening in other cities? This is the Des Moines area. Des Moines, West Des Moines. Are other cities and other states, are there paperboys being targeted for abductions? What is this? Incident 2, September 88. I do not have an approximate address for this particular event. The location on the map is not accurate. I have very limited information about this one. From what I've gathered, a boy between the ages of 10 and 13 was chased by a man while delivering papers in Indianola, less than 20 miles from Des Moines. The perpetrator in this case was driving a white van. This occurred 6 weeks prior to Incident 3, which would put the date as sometime in mid to late September. So these are all occurring around the fall. This is crazy. Incident 3, November 1st, 1988. At around 5 a.m., November 1st, 88, 10-year-old Mike Fackler was delivering newspapers for the Des Moines Register when a heavy-set man wearing a white jogging suit jumped out of his car and began to chase him. Mike ditched his bag and ran screaming to a neighbor's home where the owner pulled Mike inside the house and called the police. Police arrived at the home at 5:15 a.m. According to Des Moines Register, the man who tried to kidnap Mike matched the same physical description as the man in Incident 2. In both cases, the abductor drove a white vehicle, although it's called a car in Mike's case, and a van in the Indianola case, which doesn't seem like a significant discrepancy considering this came from a 10-year-old boy who had just had a traumatic experience. You'd think that'd be clarified, however. Mike lived, he could be, the 10-year-old boy could be shown photos of a white van and a white car and kind of explain what he saw, but I guess there's no follow-up here. The police weren't interested in any kind of solving any of these. Mike lived roughly 2 miles from Johnny's home and less than 8 miles from Gene's. For what it's worth, Noreen Gosch believed the attempted abduction was connected to her son's disappearance, but Fackler's father doubted it. What's weird, though, on what credence is he doubting it? I could understand not knowing either way, but specifically doubting? Doubting would mean you're leaning in the direction of not related. How would he know? Incident 4, July 15th, 1989. Note, I am unable to find an approximate address for this event. The location plotted on the map is not accurate. On July 15th, 1989, yet another carrier for the Des Moines Register was almost abducted while delivering the morning paper. At 5:15 a.m., an unnamed 11-year-old noticed a white vehicle following him going the wrong way on a one-way street. The man got out of the car and began chasing him, screaming profanities and threatening to stab him if he didn't get in the car. He caught up to the boy and grabbed him by his sweatshirt, but the boy managed to wriggle out of the shirt and flee to a neighbor's home. The carrier told police his would-be kidnapper was in his 40s, about 6'2", had salt and pepper hair. He described the vehicle as a large white car with a red vinyl top. Now that's a terrifying account. And it's an 11-year-old too. Obviously not quite the same thing as a 13, 14, or 15-year-old, but Yeah, the 11-year-old luckily was able to get away. Man, these are terrifying accounts if you really think about them, whether they're related to other accounts or not. I mean, it's just terrifying. Incident 5, September 14th, 89. 11-year-old Melissa Gale was another carrier for the Des Moines Register. While delivering newspapers at about 6:20 a.m. on September 14th, 89, yeah, these are all occurring around the fall, an unknown man in a blue car pulled up to her and ordered her to get in the car. Melissa turned around and ran to her father, who was helping deliver papers only a short distance away. And how lucky that is. Melissa said the man was white, late 20s, early 30s, large eyes and a large nose. He had a mole underneath his right eye. He drove a small, dark blue car, possibly a Chevrolet Chevette, with a beige-colored blanket in the back seat. The site of the attempted abduction is the 3500 block of Fleur Drive, less than 2 miles from Jean's home. I mean, that's also scary. And again, we do have this anomaly that this was the first time Johnny Gosch was going to deliver papers alone without his father. Now, obviously, Leonard Gosch, some people believe he had something to do with Johnny Gosch's disappearance, possibly that he sold him. I mean, there's all this strange information about him being taken to some kind of Air Force base in the weeks prior. And the strange phone calls Norman Gosch describes overnight. And then, of course, that was supposedly the first time he was to go without his father, and he is kidnapped that time. Wow. Yeah, this is just completely terrifying that some scumbags here, they're just going after specifically mail carriers. I mean, Mark Allen, I believe, is the only one in the area that's possibly connected to all this who was not a mail carrier, although maybe they thought he was. It's possible they thought he was. Or possibly if they're all targeted and there's photographs, maybe he was mistaken for another one who was, and they were targeting him and he looked close to him. A serial child predator. The possibility of a serial predator targeting children in the Des Moines area is not a new theory. The Des Moines Register reported on July 17th, 1989, that the Iowa Division of Criminal Investigation, the DCI, suspected a connection between the recent Indianola cases and both Johnny and Eugene's disappearances. Wow. So this was officially referenced that they're all connected. The DCI, which normally wouldn't get involved in a seemingly routine local crime, was so suspicious of a link that they began investigating the July 15th, 1989 attack themselves. And who knows what other information they have, particularly about some kind of corruption within the Des Moines Register and police departments. Mike Fackler and the 2 Indianola paperboys encounters all took place within a 10-month period, between September 88 and July 89. In all 3, the perpetrator drove a large white vehicle. Mike's attacker reportedly matched the physical description of the perpetrator in the September 1988 event. And what are the chances that Indianola, a city with less than 11,000 residents in the 80s, would suddenly have 2 cases of a man with a white car chasing paperboys within the space of a year? The only difference between Mike's case and the other 2 has to do with the date. Mike's occurred on a weekday in November as opposed to a weekend in the summer or early fall. Unfortunately, because the physical description isn't publicly available in these 2 incidents, I am unable to say if it's consistent with the description provided in the July 89 attack, that being a 6'2" man in his 40s with graying hair. But even if the connection isn't as clear, it's not a far reach to suggest that whoever chased the paperboy in Indianola in September 88 is probably the same one who struck in July 89. The circumstances, timing, similar car, and the fact that they both occurred in the same small city all point to that. Let's look at this Indianola predator. How similar are his crimes to the abductions of Johnny and Eugene? 1. All incidents involved boys between the ages of 10 and 13. 2. 4 delivered papers for the Des Moines Register. It is unclear who the 5th, the boy chased in the September 88 attack, worked for. Is it possible he also did and they just didn't state that? Or a paperboy for somebody else? 3, with the exception of Mike Fackler, all were attacked in the summer months. 4, with the exception of Mike Fackler, all occurred on weekends. 5, I mean, isn't that... yeah, I mean, yeah. 5, all occurred in the early morning hours. 6, the suspects in the Gosch and Martin cases were in their mid-30s to early 40s. This would be consistent with the Indianola predator described as 40 to 45 in 88-89. This leads us to a disturbing realization. If the 2 disappearances and the Indianola incidents are not related, this means that there was not 1, but 2 serial child predators in Des Moines back then, or simply a big ring. So it was the same ring with multiple people involved. That could also be a possibility. And that, I think, is even more terrifying than the idea of 1 single predator. Yes, it is. As for Jim and Melissa, I'm really not sure what to make of their encounters. Jim was the oldest victim at 15 and is the only case where the suspect tried to conceal their identity and apparently didn't have a car. What? However, the fact that Jim was accosted only half a mile from Johnny's home is a coincidence I find really hard to ignore. I really wish I had more details on this one. I am inclined to think Melissa's case is separate from the others. She's the only female victim, and the perpetrator appeared significantly younger. Late 20s or early 30s as opposed to 40 to 45. I included her in the list primarily because of how close she was to the site of Eugene's abduction. And again, if this is a ring and then they're selling people, I mean, obviously they could be selling girls as well as boys, so yeah, it's weird. I was unable to find any articles about the cluster of attacks after the final one in September 89. Police have more or less stuck to the theory that Johnny and Eugene were abducted by a lone predator. They investigated a multitude of child predators, including serial murderers Bob Berdella and John Joubert, but eventually ruled them out. And I will be doing a Bob Berdella podcast that was requested. That's coming up as well. So yeah, what do you guys think? I worry that I'm finding connections where there aren't any and would love some outside perspectives. Colonel Dredd posted this in response. The idea of 2 men working in tandem for the abduction of underage victims is far from fiction. In Halifax, Nova Scotia, a few years back, there was a case where 2 men abducted a boy off the streets, took him out to a cabin outside of town, forcefully confined him, and were assaulting him for weeks. The boy later escaped and alerted the authorities. It was discovered in the following legal proceedings. The pair were on the run and were found in a northern part of Ontario hiding out. One of them had passed away because of health complications. That a third man had been contacted after the child had been abducted. That man traveled down to the cabin and met with the other 2 for the evening, the details of which weren't disclosed, but fairly easy to surmise. It's far from outrageous to assume that there could have been 2 offenders operating in the area at the same time of these disappearances. Foxfire posted this. Also consider a Kenneth Parnell, Irvin Murphy type situation where the pedophile enlists an accomplice to help with the abduction but who is not involved in anything after that point. Another post here, which is really interesting. Both the Des Moines Register and law enforcement checked employees who quit shortly before or after Johnny disappeared. The employees would have been the first people police checked besides the family because they would have been familiar with the routes and how they worked. Johnny's mother, Noreen, actually had a specific Des Moines Register employee in mind, saying he resembled the composite sketch of a suspect in Johnny's case, and that he suddenly quit without picking up his paycheck. However, one of the Des Moines Register's lawyers said that the man actually left the newspaper about 1.5 months before Johnny disappeared, and that the FBI interviewed him and eventually cleared him. Noreen conceded that the man had an alibi from his wife or girlfriend, but said she was not satisfied that this man had nothing to do with it. I'm assuming she doesn't think that anymore, though. So a few weird things here. So if there is some cover-up, obviously the Des Moines Register's lawyers would say that, or spin it, or alter paperwork, or whatever, if they were paid handsomely to do so, if there is some kind of complicity or corruption here. And also, a lot of goofs out there, even so-called true crime aficionados, hallucinate that just because someone was cleared or stated that they were cleared, a lot of times law enforcement, be it FBI or otherwise, they'll say someone is cleared to either get them to relax or see what they're going to do after the fact. So, yeah, there's a lot of different tactics involved there. So the goofs that hallucinate that just because someone was supposedly officially cleared, that means they had nothing to do with it. I mean, that's weird, especially when so many cases are unsolved. So, yeah, that's a weird one. A follow-up here, very astute by user since deleted. Unfortunately, women give their husbands false alibis all too often. Seems to be murderers and rapists sometimes have dysfunctional marriages in which the female is completely under their control, so sometimes alibis by partners are not that great. I actually cringe when I hear some of these alibis. Quote, he hadn't moved to that state yet, end quote. So, people can travel. He was working. So, people get lunch breaks and plenty of other reasons to leave work for a while. He was with his wife. So, partners are the most likely to lie. A very, very astute post there. A lot of goofs out there. They can't fathom that, not all alibis are equal. M. Galinsky responded with this: our film, Who Took Johnny, definitely comes from the Franklin angle, but it does include information about Eugene Martin and Mark Allen. In the list above of similarities, one thing that you left out was that both of the fathers were in the military. That's actually curious because not only that, but Leonard Gosch took Johnny Gosch to an Air Force base, supposedly. In weeks before. I mean, it's kind of weird. In the film, when we interviewed the police, they stated that the crimes were not connected and that the only connection was their gender. It took a while for us to find distribution for it, but it is now on iTunes and Amazon. The film is largely structured from the point of view of Noreen Gosch. We understand that many people are skeptical. The film is not meant to be an argument about what happened, but instead to present a lot of what did, not all by any means, and what was discussed in a narrative format with Noreen as the main character. One of the things that has often been described as debunked is the idea that the pictures that Noreen received were declared to be a different set of boys from Florida. We spoke with Detective Zalvis, and he only knew one of the photos. It's one that doesn't look like the others, and he had not seen any of the others. There was a recent article on Medium that took issue with the inclusion of this information, stating that Zalva recalled it as innocent child's play. However, in the film, which the article was based on, Zalva states very clearly that as soon as he saw the pictures, he knew it was a pedophile, but that none of the kids would admit that anything had happened. More info about the film at whotookjohnny.com. And we also actually went into that, and supposedly Zalva did apologize for all of this. And so, yeah, because a lot of goofs hallucinate that was all debunked. I mean, that's like the favorite word of coincidence theorists, debunked, when obviously it was not. So, Experience posted this: you have done a truly remarkable job in researching these incidences. However, by ruling out any connections to the Franklin scandal in nearby Omaha, you are ignoring a few important points. Although it's been some time since I studied Franklin and the Johnny Gosch abduction, I'll try to go by what I remember. 1. Paul Bonacci, a key figure in Franklin, was actually in the car driven by the abductors of Johnny Gosch. Paul was only a little boy at the time, but remembered enough details about Gosch's appearance when he was abducted, details that had never been released to the public, that his story made believers of Gosch's parents when Paul first spoke with them years later. 2. As I remember, the abductors of Gosch were much more organized than the perp in the later attempted abductions you cite. The way that Bonacci described Gosch's abduction, there was no way that he could have escaped, as did the later ones. Bonacci said that the abductors lured Gosch so close to their vehicle that they literally snatched him into the car. They were too calculating to get into a situation where they would need to chase after or struggle with the victim, as you described happened in later attempted abductions. 3. The fact that the first 2 incidents were successful abductions while all the later ones were failed attempts suggests that there was at least 2 abductors at work here. Criminals, like everyone else, generally get better at their job over time, not worse. That the first 2 incidents occurred successfully and without a hitch means that in these 2 cases the perp knew what he was doing, possibly from past experience. The perp in the later attempts was clearly disorganized. This clearly shows a regression in criminal ability over time. The criminal world or otherwise, doesn't generally work that way. Well, unless, of course, if there is a ring and they have multiple people working for them, they might have outsourced some of these because it's getting too risky, or they're becoming elevated because if they committed these earlier abductions, they got big payouts, so now they're hiring underneath them other people to do abductions for them where they don't care if they failed, because if those abductors get caught, oh well. But if they succeed and deliver the children, they can sell them and share the profit. So that's a possibility. Also, if some of these were drug users, again, depending on how high they were, that could also influence success. 4. Therefore, there seems to be at least 2 perps at work here. Doesn't rule out that all of these incidents were connected. According to the Franklin scheme, both perps could have been working for the same gang of child abductors. Yes, good point there. 5, you neglect to consider that the series of assaults on news carriers in Des Moines ended almost exactly at the same time that the Franklin Credit Union was exposed in nearby Omaha, Nebraska. Coincidence? I doubt it. That's an interesting point. The timeline with Franklin blowing wide open. That is curious. All of a sudden, no more abductions, or attempts. That's interesting. So let's circle back to the original post here. There's been some progress in the rabbit hole since the first post in June, which is the one we just went over, which I wanted to share with you guys. Newspapers.com recently posted 2 new articles from Iowa City Press Citizen, which provide more details on some of the attempted abductions. And the interactive map of the case, which I highly recommend using, has been updated. Sources and footnotes are here. Most of this post is updates on previous information or things I didn't catch the first time around, but there's one clue in particular that really jumped out and which I believe deserves more attention. The fact that a second newspaper carrier was attacked on the same street Johnny Gosch was abducted from 4 years earlier. September 5th, 82, 12-year-old Johnny Gosch disappeared while preparing for his delivery route in the early morning hours of September 5th, 82. Accompanied by his dachshund puppy, Gretchen, he left his home just after 5:45 a.m., cut through the neighbor's yard, and walked the 2 blocks east to pick up his newspapers at the corner of 42nd and Ashworth. When he got to the corner, he was stopped by a man wearing a baseball cap and sitting in a late model blue car next to the newspaper drop who wanted to know how to get to 86th Street 20 blocks away. Johnny gave him directions, and the man made a U-turn onto Ashworth Road and drove off. A few minutes later, as Johnny chatted with his teenage friend Mike at the paper drop, the man passed by and parked at the corner again. This time, he leaned out the passenger side window and asked the kids collectively how to get to 86th Street. After trying and failing again to give him directions, Johnny approached John Rossi, an adult neighbor who had been picking up newspaper bundles for his 3 sons. "Can you help? He wants to know where 86th Street is," he asked. Rossi went to go help the driver, and Johnny returned to his friend Mike and said something to the effect of, "That man is really weird." We're actually getting some new information here. I don't remember going over these details before. In fact, his behavior was so odd that John Rossi believed he was on drugs. "This guy was high," he told the Des Moines Register in 83. "When you're drunk, you're drowsy. He was wide awake, and I could see his beady eyes staring into the horizon." This is where things start to get really murky. As Rossi talked to the driver, Johnny loaded the papers into his wagon and began walking up 42nd Street. Rossi concluded his conversation with the man, who now seemed agitated, and slid back into the driver's seat to leave. Inexplicably, he flicked his dome lights on and off 3 times before turning around the corner and tearing off like a bat out of hell eastbound on Ashworth. He drove 3 blocks before turning onto 39th Street and bolting north. Very shortly after this, a 15-year-old newspaper carrier saw a tall man walk out from the shadows between 2 houses and towards Johnny from behind as the boy approached the corner at Marcourt Lane. Johnny reached the end of the block and crossed the street to park his wagon at 42nd and Marcourt, where he usually left it while delivering to Frank Crest Circle. A neighbor looking out from his upstairs windows watched as a silver Ford Fairmont with a black stripe rolled up to the corner. But due to where his house was situated, the car blocked Johnny from view. It is unclear whether Johnny was just approaching the corner or sitting in his wagon when the car pulled up. According to some sources, the witness later turned away but heard a car door slam, looked out his window to see what it was, and saw the car drive off. When the car left the corner, Johnny was gone. Nobody knows exactly when Johnny disappeared, but the alarm wasn't raised until about 7:45 a.m. when a neighbor called Johnny's father, John Gosch, to ask where the paper was. This immediately struck Gosch as odd. Johnny had a reputation as a responsible, punctual carrier and had never skipped work once in the year he had been delivering for the Des Moines Register. Thinking he overslept, Gosch went to check his room only to find it empty and then notice that the family dog Gretchen had returned home alone. He began to search the neighborhood for Johnny and quickly found his wagon abandoned at the corner of 42nd and Marcourt with his newspaper bundle inside. Not one of the 37 papers had been delivered. Concerned, but not yet alarmed enough to call the police, Gosch picked up the papers and delivered them himself before going to search the neighborhood more thoroughly. At 8:30 a.m., after being unable to find him for 45 minutes after receiving the call from the neighbor, Gosch called the police to report his son missing. I don't know. Does anybody find that strange if Leonard John Gosch is not connected to his son's disappearance in any way? Knowing that his son was that responsible, why would he not be alarmed? I mean, if there was a tendency for him to be late, not deliver papers, all these things, then maybe. But if he was that punctual and responsible, how is he not alarmed that the wagon with the papers is there, not a single paper delivered, and no Johnny, and the dog came home alone? I mean, is that not a call for alarm? Between July 10th, 86 and September 14th, 89, 5 newspaper carriers in the Des Moines area reported being chased by strange men on their early morning delivery routes. Some of the earlier articles about Johnny's disappearance include an unnamed mother whose 10-year-old son was bothered by a man before September 5th, 82. According to this woman, her son was delivering papers in the early morning near Johnny's home when the guy drove up and began saying things to him. The nature of these comments is unknown, but they disturbed the boy enough that he ran across several yards to get away from the man. There are so few details that it can't even be classified as an attempted abduction, which is why it hasn't been added to the list. Although obviously we don't know what would have happened if the boy didn't run away. Also, there are 2 things to add to the list of similarities between Johnny and Eugene's disappearance. Both boys were kidnapped the first time they went out to deliver papers alone, and both their fathers were in the military. Whoa, hold on a second. I don't remember going over that in Eugene Martin's disappearance. Was that known? Was that in the articles in the previous episodes? That was also Eugene's first time alone? Huh. That's kind of weird. That's really weird. And of course, the military connections. The Indianola attacks. 2 of these incidents occurred in Indianola, less than 20 miles from Des Moines. In each case, which took place 10 months apart in September 88 and July 89, a male Des Moines register carrier between the ages of 10 and 13 was chased by a man driving a white van with a dark vinyl top. There is very little information about the first one, but the second one bore enough similarities to the disappearances of Johnny and Eugene that police requested the Iowa Division of Criminal Investigation to step in to see if they could be related. In an unusual move, the DCI agreed to get involved in the apparently routine local case, but the results of this inquiry is unknown. What a coincidence. According to a recently posted 89 article from the Iowa City Press-Citizen, 2 other register carriers were chased last year by men who have never been identified. This almost certainly refers to incidents 2 and 3 from the first post, which occurred in September and November 88 respectively, and seems to confirm that the boy in the September Indianola incident delivered for the Des Moines Register. This means all 7 kids worked for the same paper. Of course, this is the Des Moines area, so it's not super weird, but still really interesting nonetheless. Well, of course, there were, it's not like it's the only newspaper. Obviously, there's other newspapers as well. The blue car implicated in Johnny's case bore Warren County license plates. Indianola, the city 20 miles from Des Moines, that saw the attempted kidnappings of 2 male newspaper carriers, which the assistant director of the Iowa Division of Criminal Investigation said bore curious similarities to the disappearances of Johnny and Eugene, is in Warren County. Mike Fackler, there is now more information available on the third incident, the attempted abduction of 10-year-old Mike Fackler. According to Mike's father, Steve, Mike was walking past the apartment buildings on Alice Avenue at 5 a.m. November 1st, 88, when a white car pulled up in the nearby parking lot close to him. A heavy-set man wearing a white jogging suit got out of the vehicle and began to chase after Mike, who dropped his newspaper bag to the ground and bolted to his neighbor's home. However, a recently posted article published November 4th, 88, quotes a police official who said the following, quote, "There was no indication in our interview that he was actually chased." Clive Police Detective Jerry Miller said, "He was walking by the apartment building when a car pulls into the first stall. A guy got out and jogged to the sign. The boy stopped and he panicked. He said it didn't seem similar to the case of Johnny Gosch and the West Des Moines paperboy who was 12 when he disappeared in 82 while delivering newspapers. So that obviously throws the events of November 1st, 88 into question. For what it's worth, Noreen Gosch believed Mike's case was related to Johnny's and said police should take it more seriously, although Mike's own father and 2 Clive police detectives believed the two were unrelated. All 4 of the articles about the attempted abductions published after November 4th continued to cite this as an actual attempt and not an overreacting paperboy. This one will probably remain a mystery unless more information resurfaces or by some miracle Mike himself finds this post and decides to reach out. There's one coincidence that deserves a quick mention. The driver of the blue car had asked Johnny and the other carriers how to get to 86th Street. 86th Street is in Clive, and Mike was attacked in a neighborhood that's along 86th Street. In fact, the approximate spot is less than 1,000 feet from the road. Okay, this is all kind of weird. If the police are trying to sweep this under the rug, obviously they would try to downplay any event of a chase. Oh, he wasn't actually chasing the kid. He just happened to be jogging in his exact direction. I mean, here's the part where intuition comes into play. Yes, obviously the kid could be mistaken. But what natural instinct caused that kid to flee? And why would an adult just start randomly jogging directly towards a kid? You would think they would either smile or go off to this. I mean, how often does someone park a car and make a beeline towards a young child delivering newspapers? I mean, it's kind of weird. The police explanation doesn't really hold a lot of weight. I mean, obviously Mike himself should clarify on this. I mean, there's just so many coincidences here. And the insistence that it's not related, even by Mike's own father. I mean, okay, if this kid routinely thinks adults are trying to abduct him and run towards him when they're not, then okay. If this kid has done this a bunch of times with random adults all over the place, then that would be good reason for the father to say, oh, it's probably not related because he does this all the time. We were just at the mall and somebody was just jogging in our direction and he thought he was trying to abduct him and he just ran away. So if this is something this kid does all the time, okay then. But if this is the only time it's ever happened, then that's weird. And did the police kind of let the father know that he should make comments that it's not related? Obviously, we have no way of knowing that. Okay, continuing on here, the most important finding, Jim Pak. Remember Jim, the 15-year-old register carrier who was ambushed by a man in a camo poncho while delivering papers half a mile from Johnny's home? While reading the account of his attack again, I realized there was a mistake. In the first post, I'd written that the incident occurred in the 500 block of 45th Street, but it actually happened in the 500 block of 42nd Street. I clicked over the map to fix the location, dragged Jim's marker over to 42nd Street, and noticed that the spot lined up near perfectly with the cluster of marks just above it. And that's when it hit me. That's the same street that Johnny was abducted from. Did Johnny's kidnapper strike twice on the same street nearly 4 years apart? There are certainly several similarities between the two crimes. Both victims were attacked on their early morning delivery route while working for the Des Moines Register. Jim's encounter came just 3 years, 10 months after Johnny's kidnapping. Although Jim was attacked on a Thursday and Johnny on a Sunday, it was roughly the same time of day. They're pretty close in age. Jim was 15, Johnny was just 2 months from turning 13. They happened half a mile away on the same street. Because the details of Johnny's disappearance are so convoluted and there are 3 different strangers to consider, there isn't really a way to compare the perpetrators' MOs. Jim being attacked from behind would be consistent with the eyewitness's account of a tall man walking out of the shadows and towards Johnny from behind. But that's not good evidence when you have 2 other suspects to consider. It's also not unprecedented for a serial offender to strike more than once in the same small area. For example, the original Night Stalker repeatedly targeted the same neighborhoods, often assaulting women only doors down from previous victims. Having successfully abducted a child in the neighborhood previously, whoever took Johnny may have felt comfortable enough to try it again a second time in the same area, especially 4 years later when people's guards are down. You know what's crazy, too? I don't know if I mentioned this. How many other attempted abductions were not reported? Like, again, let's just say it was somebody cruising, eyeing someone strangely, and the kid felt uncomfortable and maybe darted away or ran away and never reported it. I mean, it's kind of chilling just to even think about how many more times something like that could have happened. My opinion. I want to be very clear. My intent is not to set out and prove that any or all of these are connected, but to bring attention to another avenue of exploration that warrants a second look. The fact that another boy was apparently grabbed on the same street just under 4 years after Johnny is highly suspect and deserves to be revisited. If Johnny and Eugene were snatched by the same predator, or predators, which I believe to be the case, then it makes sense that they wouldn't be the only two victims. Part of me wonders if this may even be a Danny James Heinrich type situation where you have a serial predator who assaults multiple victims but only kills once or twice due to extreme circumstances. Based on the information that's available, I think Melissa Gale is probably unrelated to the others. She is the lone female victim, and the suspect in her encounter appeared much younger than the men in the other cases. Well, I mean, how many men were there, though? If there were 3 or 4, one of them could be younger. As for Mike, it looks like his encounter was probably a standalone incident as well, although I'm hesitant to rule him out just yet. There's a decent chance that Jim Pak and or the other 2 boys who were chased in Indianola are connected to Johnny and Eugene. I waffle back and forth between thinking Johnny was abducted by a single predator and thinking there was more than one person involved. When you analyze the events of that morning, some of them sound a little too perfectly timed for it to happen organically, such as the man on foot showing up about the same time as the silver Ford Fairmont pulled up on the corner of 42nd and Marquardt. Was the man in the blue car signaling to someone else when he flicked his dome lights on and off? Is he the proverbial red herring and it was the guy on foot who grabbed Johnny from behind and forced him into the silver Ford Fairmont that had just pulled up to the corner? The presence of an accomplice would make sense of some of the odder details. How often does a random guy ask for directions not once but twice and be really weird about it and then someone gets abducted right after? I mean, again, theoretically it is possible it's not related, but that's just weird. If you made it this far, thanks so much for reading. I really look forward to hearing your guys' thoughts. What do you think? One of the articles from the Des Moines Register, September 7th, 82, is actually titled, "Nothing is Ruled Out So Far in Hunt for Missing Boy 12." Another coincidence here, Johnny was taken September 5th, 82. Eugene was snatched August 12th, 84. 1 year, 11 months after Johnny. Jim Pak was attacked on July 10th, 86, which is also about 1 year, 11 months after Eugene. Just another creepy coincidence. An interesting post here by Kangaroo 1974. One question regarding Melissa, the female newspaper carrier who reported an abduction attempt when she was 11 years old. Any chance she had short hair and could have been mistaken for a male? If a car pulled up next to her and the driver saw her only from behind, maybe he thought she was a boy and is related to the other abduction attempts. I had short hair around the same age and was often mistaken for a boy by strangers. Interesting point also. So this brings us all back to Yellow Bag and the alleged attempted abduction before that of Johnny Gosch. Now, we did go over the Milhouse allegations and, of course, the Faded Out podcast, rather inaccurate. From Cav Def, I went over this before, but just really quick. Information was shared by Yellowbag on the Iowa Cold Case page for Johnny Gosch beginning September 5th, 2016, the 31st anniversary of the abduction. Faded Out interviews with Yellowbag as well as a former Des Moines Register circulation manager and Yellowbag's purported mother. Events that morning, several major controversies have arisen over the events of the morning that Johnny was abducted. Was Johnny at Ashworth that morning, or did witnesses mistake another paperboy for him? Did a tall man follow Johnny, or whoever the boy was, after he picked up his papers on Ashworth? Were there 2 separate cars, blue car at Ashworth, silver Ford Fairmont at Marquardt, or just one blue car? Did the Boson brothers, Kevin and Mark, see Johnny slumped over his wagon as they passed by him on Marquardt? Is it true that P.J. Smith saw Johnny being forced into the car and was forced by Orville Cooney to suppress his witness account? Was there a van parked several blocks away that a witness saw an object wrapped in a blanket get transferred into from another car? So, Mike Seskis and John Rossi were both at 42nd and Ashworth that morning, and both were adamant they saw Johnny. Chris Bierge asserting that Johnny really picked up his papers at Marquardt, not Ashworth. This was entirely uncorroborated until the non-credible Leonard John Gosch endorsed Chris's story despite never having challenged it in the past. Even then, Leonard admitted that Johnny did normally get his papers on Ashworth. Neighbor Lawrence Headland heard someone pulling a wagon through his backyard on the morning of the kidnapping, just as Leonard John Gosch admitted Johnny usually did. Seskis was a friend, and Rossi saw the boy had a wagon and dog with him, which no other paper boys besides Johnny did. Insinuation, which first suggested that Chris first suggested and Sarah tried leading Matt Seskis into, that Mike Seskis was fed a false story about the tall man coming out to follow Johnny. Numerous press accounts describing two separate cars. By 88, Noreen, in Popular Magazine People, not the mainstream press that some like Leonard have claimed Bonacci read while in prison, mentioned only a single blue car at both places. In the 85 Senate hearing where the Gosches shared the map of the immediate neighborhood containing the summaries of witness accounts. Rather implausibly, Sarah repeatedly dismissed the idea that the same car could have driven around the block to meet Johnny on Marquardt. Bosens retracted their account of seeing Johnny slumped on his wagon to Chris. March 6, 83, news article, Leonard John Gosch in 84, the above neighborhood sketch, and Noreen in 92 all mentioned two paperboys seeing Johnny slumped over his wagon before Noreen finally named them in her book as the Bosen brothers. By their own admissions, the Bosens were in the right place at the right time. P.J. Smith also denied to Chris his alleged disclosures to Noreen about witnessing the abductions. Based on the geographical details that Noreen mentioned, the van was near the intersection 42nd and Woodland. Coincidentally or not, this is where Chris Bierge picked up his papers, raising the question of whether he saw something he shouldn't have and got similar treatment to what P.J. Smith allegedly faced. So yeah, there's a lot of problems with the Faded Out podcast, but just a summary of Yellow Bag's comments. Trumplet77 posted this on Reddit. He says he was also approached while working as a paperboy for the same paper as Johnny. He reported it to the police when he heard about the Johnny Gosch case, but the police never followed it up. Even more interestingly, he said that a guy named Wilbur Milhouse, who became his duty manager at the paper, liked to give the paper boys beer and money. He said that one time at a party Milhouse had organized for the paper boys, he saw him talking to the very guy who'd approached him in his car. It turns out that Milhouse was convicted of abusing young boys in 87. Surely this is too much of a coincidence. A pedophile who happened to be working at the paper at the time who had contact with paper boys? I mean, he could be talking nonsense, but it seems legit. Wilbur Milhouse had 2,200 people's names in a book and said he was trying to recruit paper boys. Was Johnny and Eugene's name in this book? That's actually curious. Yellow Bag posted this September 26th, 2022. The man who tried to abduct me in 82 was driving a Ford Fairmont, not a Chevy Nova. I remember the two rectangular headlights, which I see online was standard for the Fairmont Futura that came out in 78. The car was covered with snow, but I remember it as white or maybe two-tone white and gray. Funny thing, I went out east for college in 86 and had a girlfriend who drove an old Fairmont. It creeped me out every time I saw her car coming because I remembered the evil dude who tried to get me into the same kind of car 4 years earlier. It's hard to remember a lot of details 40 years after the fact, but I don't think Joubert would have been old enough to be the man who tried to abduct me. I'm guessing the abductor was at least 25 years old. The thing I remember the most is his orange and blue reflective jacket and the way he kept looking in his rearview mirror to see if anyone saw him talking to me. He did not look like the photo of Wince at all or John Rossi's sketch of the guy at 42nd and Ashworth the morning Johnny was kidnapped. Dark hair, angry dark eyes, well-trimmed mustache, Caucasian and accent like he was from somewhere out east. I actually met Sam Soda through the Faded Out podcast and had lunch with him. Anyone who thinks Sam was involved is barking up the wrong tree. Yes, Sam could brag and tell some stories, but he came across to me as a guy with a big heart. Sam thought the kidnapper was a total lone wolf. If he partnered with anyone, someone would have ratted him out for reward. And that's interesting. If this is all a setup by Yellow Bag, or possibly just Yellow Bag being deceived by Sam Soda and some of these other scumbags to tout a certain narrative, is that how they would do it? Yellowbag followed up. Sam talked to criminals, pedophiles, and even mafia types. He came up with exactly nothing. His final thoughts were that only one man kidnapped Johnny, not a group of men. If it were a group, someone would have talked by now. Like Bonacci. Sam also believed the man was probably connected with the Des Moines Register. I do not know if Milhouse was physically present. He was, though, repeatedly claiming to know who took Johnny and why from the day Johnny was kidnapped. Milhouse became angry and visibly agitated every time he talked about Johnny. I have no doubt he was involved, but I have never figured out to what extent. Milhouse probably had dozens of victims. He received a 30-year sentence for sexually abusing 6 teens. And I still think the key to solving Johnny's disappearance is for one of those victims to reveal the identity of the Fairmont man. Someone who knew Milhouse knows who that man is. Someone asked if Yellowbag had a photo of the man who tried to get into his Fairmont. He did not respond to that. Some posts here. This is all from iowacoldcases.org under case summaries in the comment section. Tri-State Girl posted this. Local pedophiles who could have come in contact with Johnny Milhouse specifically. In Faded Out, and on this site, Yellowbag talks about how Milhouse said Johnny was taken because he couldn't keep his mouth shut. The paper really messed up, letting 2 pedophiles work with kids. Milhouse had already been charged while working at the paper in the 70s. Sikora had been in the same home his brother molested kids in during the 70s as well. Then Sikora was busted in the 80s as a pedophile himself. There was also a pedophile ring in Des Moines that was busted in the 80s. Other men that, as far as I know, weren't attached to the register, but maybe they knew Kenneth. There were also attempted kidnappings from 86 to 89. I don't know what to make of those because Milhouse, a prime suspect, was already in jail. Maybe Kenneth was having his go at it. A lot of this was lost in time since all of these men are dead now. Another interesting post by Tri-State Girl here. Yellowbag hadn't made his comments on here yet. However, there were articles from the 80s about Milhouse, Sikora, the guy at the mall, and the pedophile ring in Des Moines that was busted. Another post by Yellowbag here. Wilbur Milhouse and Frank Sikora, 2 former Des Moines Register employees, were both convicted of sexually abusing teen boys in the 80s. Milhouse told me several times that he knew who took Johnny and why. Last fall, I found a photo of the man who approached me in a Ford Fairmont in 82. And guess what? He was a Des Moines Register employee. I think the key is solving Johnny's disappearance is to find former victims of Register employees and ask them exactly what they remember hearing around the time of Johnny's disappearance. I know the odds are against it, but I'm wondering if any former victims read this website and be willing to speak out. Milhouse and Sikora had at least 7 victims that they were charged with abusing, but they may have had dozens more who never said a word about what happened to them. Here's another interesting post about, wow, this is really creepy, by Bob. I was 17 in 82. Not much contact with Wilbur except softball team. I was more late 70s, early 80s. The phone calls, the $100 bills, the creepy kids, all too familiar. Are you a TRHS area? I'm not a victim. I was approached by a large man on foot while delivering, asking where the party was at. Where can a guy get some action and that sort of stuff? I can remember saying something like, how would I know I'm only 13? I kept my distance as he followed on foot for about a block, at which point I dropped everything and ran like hell 2 blocks home. Today, I still say I could have been Johnny. True story. Wow. So he doesn't say the year here, but presumably this is before Johnny. So this, I mean, how many of these unreported cases are there, or cases that are only reported after the fact? Yellowbag responded, I was an East High student when I met Milhouse in 82. When my family moved, I applied for a paper route in the 4 Mile area. I got a creepy phone call from someone who knew the schools I had attended and described where items were located in my bedroom. There was a wooded vacant lot next to my house, and he apparently had watched me there with binoculars. I am sure now that it was Milhouse. Did Milhouse ever say anything to you about Johnny Gosch? Do you know anyone that Milhouse hung out with? Do you know anyone Milhouse sexually abused? The DM Register rehired Wilbur Milhouse in 1978 after he had been arrested for sexual abuse in 75. As someone said, quote, they had to have known about Milhouse because his arrest was in their own damn paper, end quote. Wow. I mean, that's insane. Anybody who thinks the Des Moines Register is innocent in all of this, I mean, this is crazy stuff. Jeebzy1 posted this. The Fred that Chris referred to in the Faded Out podcast is Fred Freeland Sayer. He was a known Chester in the Des Moines area that worked at the piano store at the mall and died in 1994 from a gunshot wound once he relocated to Missouri. Not saying that this guy was the Emilio, just saying that he's one of many people that could have been a potential suspect, and I'm sure at some point he was on the police's radar. Just think of how many hundreds of people it could have been that are known Chesters. Then think of the many Chesters that are unknown or were unknown and have died since then. It's literally impossible to tie anyone to Johnny Gosch's kidnapping or Eugene Martin's kidnapping without evidence and witness accounts that could positively ID a license plate, or someone for a certain, or someone to lead them to the remains and then do DNA testing. Yes, Johnny and Eugene were both paper boys and they were both kidnapped. But then think of all the attempted kidnappings that almost happened but didn't. For years, I thought the cases were tied together, and they very well could still be because there are many similarities. Both on a Sunday, both paper boys, both around the same age, etc. But the more years go by in this case, the more I'm beginning to understand why law enforcement couldn't tie the cases together. The only one saying Johnny and Eugene and then Mark Allen's cases were tied together was Noreen in her book. The whole, well, not just her. The whole Sam Soda alerting Noreen that there was going to be another abduction in 84, then Eugene Martin was kidnapped, that whole thing was from Noreen. Noreen said in the book that Soda told her. Sam has denied it, and there is absolutely no proof, no recorded call, nothing concrete that shows that Sam did alert Noreen before Eugene Martin's kidnapping. If she could put a WAV file or MP3 of that convo on her website, I'd believe it all day long, and it could be true, but I'm just saying there's no proof. There was supposedly a police... I went over this in previous episodes. There was a police detective that supposedly corroborated that, but again, who knows how the tape went missing, etc. Is there a copy of the tape? I mean, these are all curiosities. But it is curious that in the years since, Noreen seems to be substantiated by many different police officers and detectives over the years. So that is curious, because years ago, when it was impossible to know or corroborate, like, Noreen keeps getting vindicated as time goes by. I mean, if you haven't checked out the first couple episodes in the Johnny Gosch podcast here on Mindshock, check them out, because I actually go point by point where I didn't automatically, obviously, assume Noreen was correct about anything, but just going over information, obviously, there's still much that's uncorroborated, but many pieces have been corroborated as time went on. Linking the two cases together was probably done to keep the Johnny Gosch case in the spotlight and keep the leads coming in. Hell, I probably would have done the same thing if it was one of my sons. A good way to keep your case alive is to tie it to other similar cases as the years go by. I mean, I don't see that, though. Noreen Gosch is basically looking out for other kids as well and bringing awareness to it. I mean, obviously that also overlaps with Johnny Gosch, but not necessarily. Notice that Patty Wetterling didn't tie her son's disappearance to anyone else's kidnapping or to Franklin or MK Ultra or DeCamp or Gunderson or anyone else, and neither did the Martin family. Well, the Martin family was completely, Wetterling was a bit of a distance away, and was Patty Wetterling threatened by police? Was there an active police cover-up in that situation like there was with Noreen Gosch? Again, apples and oranges here by this individual. Clearly a very illogical post, but I will finish it anyway. Think about that just for 1 minute. Just saying this case cannot be solved by looking at all these far-out conspiracy theories. Or is that the only way to solve it because nothing else has solved it? This case cannot be solved by looking at all these far-out conspiracy theories. The whole Franklin thing was a tragedy. I'm sure it really happened. I'm sure Larry King has skeletons in his closet, but most politicians do, and that doesn't mean it's tied to Johnny Gosch. It doesn't mean it isn't either. This case can only be solved by looking at who the Chester and the molesters were at the time and what witnesses saw. A lot of the folks that could have been potentially been perps are long dead, and there are only a few living people today that probably know what happened to them. Not saying they were the perps, but I bet Sikora has a pretty good idea, even if he has just heard through the grapevine. And I bet even more so Soda, because of his involvement with the program he put on. Scared, stolen children are reported every day, and he has a pretty good idea of what happened also. Wilbur Milhouse probably knew for sure as well, but he's dead now, and I doubt he was ever polygraphed at the time anyway. I'm saying we have no real idea who the perps were. I know the general consensus among many is to view the police as lazy and uncooperative in this case, according to the many watered-down documentaries. Just remember the police really have no proof of what happened to them, unless they were, of course, involved. These are good. There are good cops and bad cops. Most cops are pretty good. Some good cops have a bad leader, and they are stuck. The police, and also plenty of police are involved in conspiracies, as we keep seeing time and time again in a lot of these wrongful convictions. The police also have limited resources and can't stop everything they are doing to dump their manpower and money into solving one case. The only thing that was tragic is that the police had to wait 72 hours before they started investigating it as a missing persons case, but that was the law at the time, and thankfully Noreen did a wonderful thing to change that. Well, first of all, it actually wasn't technically the law, and also there's a difference between not pursuing actively and silencing witnesses like Orville Cooney did. I mean, this is just insanity that this guy seems not to be familiar with the case that much. That's probably why they weren't in a big hurry to get to her house that morning. If it was a murder, they would have been there faster, but they had 72 hours to get there. That's why it took them 45 minutes. I'm taking a wild guess that the police worked harder than anyone who wasn't a member of the West Des Moines Police Department at the time could ever know on this case. I mean, why would he guess that? It's pretty wild indeed. Seems completely false based on Noreen Gosch doing far more than the police ever did. All the facts from this case can be found from the early days. Everything else is just a story. I urge everyone to use common sense when investigating this case and don't get sucked into all of the Gannon MK Ultra conspiracy stuff. Appeal to incredulity. This is why so many cases go unsolved, and a lot of these vast conspiracies, it's so easy for them to be ongoing because all these gullible goofs think they're completely implausible. Okay. Yellowbag responded here. At least 9 pedophiles were arrested in the Des Moines area after Johnny's kidnapping. I found newspaper photographs of all but one of the men. None look like the man who approached me in the Ford Fairmont when I was delivering newspapers in 82. I agree with you that Johnny and Eugene were probably dead within 72 hours of their kidnappings. If Johnny was kidnapped to make pornography, how come no one has ever reported seeing him in pornography? Well, supposedly people have, but... and then various photos with videos on websites. There are some real problems with the story of Johnny's 2 a.m. homecoming. Listen to the Faded Out podcast 6 to 8. Take careful note of Noreen's account of that event in 2 separate interviews, one right after the Bonacci trial, the other done later by Ted Gunderson. See if you noticed what I noticed. And again, the words of an emotionally distraught person, like, again, can she possibly make some inconsistencies? Maybe. Maybe her memory is not perfect after all these years. But anyway, regardless of whether or not she made up that account, what does that have to do with anything else? I mean, Yellowbag is clearly has an agenda to steer here just by all of this intentional obfuscation. One thing what I've thought about lately, wouldn't it be counterintuitive for a pedophile to kill his victims? These 9 men apparently liked having sex with teen boys. Wouldn't kidnapping and killing a boy put an end to what they enjoyed? Well, again, if things go wrong, etc., etc., I mean, there's so many different scenarios. So this kidnapper either took pleasure in killing, or Johnny was kidnapped, as Wilbur Milhouse told me, to shut him up. When the man in the Ford Fairmont insisted I get into his car on a snowy morning, I sensed rage, not sexual desire. I could see that man killing for pleasure. If Johnny was kidnapped to shut him up, that makes sense too. Milhouse was arrested for trying to sexually entice a teen boy in 1975. Milhouse spent 30 days in jail for that, but then the Des Moines Register rehired him 3 years later to work with children. They had to have known about Milhouse's arrest because the arrest was printed in the Register in 75. Maybe Milhouse was calling Johnny and Johnny threatened to tell on him. With a second offense, Milhouse would have known he faced prison, getting his ass kicked again by fellow inmates, and the loss of his dream job working with and victimizing boys. I still don't know what the connection was between Milhouse and the Fairmont guy. Someone out there does. When that person speaks up, there is hope this case will finally be solved. Okay, this is actually one of the first posts from Yellowbag that it seems very clearly this individual has an agenda. And might possibly, I mean, I don't want to, I never accuse anybody of making up a story, because he seems relatively credible in the other posts. In this post, especially saying that he sensed rage, he could see this guy killing it. Just the phrasing of it. Not, of course, he could have his sense of what happened, but the way that it was phrased, I find that a little suspect. Wow. So here is, whoa. Wow. Okay, Yellowbag did some homework here. I spent some time looking at all the sex abuse arrests reported in the Des Moines Register from 1980 to 1987. My hope is still to identify the Fairmont guy who tried to get me into his car when I was a 15-year-old newspaper carrier in 82. I know the Fairmont guy and Wilbur Milhouse, a Des Moines Register employee, were acquainted. It appears that the Des Moines police were very aggressive in going after local pedophiles after Eugene Martin was kidnapped in 1984. There were multiple home searches and arrests, and it was alleged that there were 3 child sex abuse rings targeting teen boys in the Des Moines area. Okay, this is insane. For all the goofs out there hallucinating that there are no rings out there and all of this is nonsense and it was just a sole perpetrator, I mean, 3, not 1, not 2, but 3 different rings, if that's true. I mean, obviously there were plenty of reports circulating of at least 1, but it was alleged there were 3 just by the sheer amount of individuals. This is insane. The arrested men all denied being part of a ring, but nearly all either pleaded guilty or were convicted of sexually abusing teen boys. Sam Soda's investigation alleged 3 Des Moines Register employees. 1, Frank Sikora, registered adult carrier, pled guilty. 2, unnamed, presumably Wilbur Milhouse, register circulation manager, pled guilty. And 3, an unknown individual. The Des Moines police raided 3 homes in February '86. 1, Steve Crawford, a school volunteer of the year, pled guilty. 2, Wilbur Milhouse, arrested 6 months later. 3, Robert Robbins, young man apparently not charged, died of AIDS in 2001. The Des Moines police alleged a child sex ring centered around a local witches' coven. What? Okay, so there are a lot of coincidence theorists out there that hallucinate that there are no such thing as satanic cults or any of this, when there's clearly people getting arrested for this, rings getting busted, countless newspaper accounts of all of this. I mean, it's like these goofs are so mentally weak, they just don't want to live in a world where there are cults and all this evil, so they have to pretend it's just sole individuals acting alone. I mean, coincidence theorists are a curious bunch that way. But continuing on here, 1, Davis Graham, a school teacher, the leader of the coven, pled guilty. 2, Jerry Wintz, income tax preparer, pled guilty. 3, Patrick Baird, insurance clerk, partially deaf, pled guilty. Stephen Woodcock, school teacher, convicted. 5, Larry Hoffman, declared mentally incompetent. Milhouse told me on several occasions that Johnny was kidnapped because he couldn't keep his mouth shut. I think the key to finding out what happened to Johnny is to find that person, maybe a cop, school teacher, childhood friend, Des Moines Register employee who remembers what Johnny was saying back then and who he was accusing. You know, it's weird because there is that report of Johnny speaking to a policeman the day before at a sports game. And that policeman, for whatever reason, they really put up roadblocks for Noreen and the Gosches and PIs to find out who that cop was that Johnny was speaking to. Was Johnny Gosch blowing the whistle on somebody? Also, I found in my research that Des Moines Register rehired Wilbur Milhouse in 78. He previously worked for them in 69 and 70. That was 3 years after he was convicted of sexually harassing a teen boy by telephone. Milhouse was sentenced to jail time, forced to undergo a psych eval at Broadlawns, and the Register still hired him to work with children. Yellowbag also stated, the Emilio sketch does not resemble the man I saw in the Fairmont. The man I saw in the Fairmont was only around 25 years old, not Hispanic. Black hair, brown eyes, well-trimmed mustache. He was medium build, had a very angry look in his eyes, and he spoke with a slight accent, not a foreign accent, maybe East Coast. The thing that stood out the most to me was his bright blue and orange jacket. When I called the West Des Moines police after Johnny's kidnapping, I told them I believed it was a paramedic jacket. If the Emilio sketch looks like anyone, it was Milhouse himself. But then again, Sarah DeMeo with the Faded Out podcast found an eyewitness who was telling her that Johnny did not walk to Ashworth Road on the day of his kidnapping. That makes the Emilio sketch dubious. And here he is again trying to steer the narrative and obfuscate. It's not dubious at all. You have one unreliable witness who's giving a different report than people who specifically knew Johnny Gosch, who said he was at Ashworth. Okay. Yellowbag also posted this. I saw a photo of Jerry Wintz, but he does not look like the guy who approached me in the Ford Fairmont. The guy who approached me was not heavy like Wintz. I have seen photos of Frank Sikora, but not his brother. It looks like the Sikoras lived in the 1600 block of East Capitol. That is really close to where I was approached, around East 23rd and Grand. I would sure like to see a photo of James Sikora. The man who approached me in February or March of 82 seemed very alert, angry, and agitated for someone out and awake at 6 a.m. It was also snowing very heavily at the time. After he asked me for directions, he told me I should sit in his car to get out of the snow. My thought was that the man was coming home from work, not going to work. He did not look like someone who just woke up in the morning. I guess it's possible, too, that he was wound up because he was out hunting for a victim. I got nervous because he kept looking in his rearview mirror like he was worried about someone seeing him talk to me. I still think the blue and orange paramedic jacket and East Coast accent are the keys to the man's identity. If I remember right, it was Labor Day 82 when I called the West Des Moines police after hearing they were looking for a suspect in a Ford Fairmont. What are the chances there are two men trying to abduct paperboys who just happen to drive the same model and color car? I have not posted in a while, mostly because I have nothing to add. The only new link is that I was able to get into Milhouse's house. Wow, that's weird. I was able to get into Milhouse's house when it was for sale this spring. There was nothing in the crawl space from Milhouse's day except for old paint cans. There was an old fireworks box in the attic. This is kind of interesting because I heard from a reliable source that Milhouse sold or gave away fireworks to try to get boys to come to his house so he could molest them. I still think the truth about what happened to Johnny Gosch will come out. The Fairmont man, if he is still alive, would only be in his 60s or 70s. Someone out there is the missing piece of the puzzle. I mean, if this is all true, I mean, it seems like he really did his homework and he's actually going into Milhouse's house to see if he left anything there. That's crazy. Someone asked him about if the paramedic jacket was simply some kind of reflective vest worn by various workers. He responded, I suppose it's possible. It was snowing like crazy that morning, so he could have had any job that required a reflective jacket. Since I saw the man later with Wilbur Milhouse, a Des Moines Register circulation manager, I wonder now if any Register employees had jobs that required wearing blue and orange reflective vests. One other thing that puzzles me, the man had dark hair, brown eyes, a mustache, and an average build, just like the Emilio sketch with the article above. However, the man who tried to get me into his Ford Fairmont was only 25 to 30 years old. I don't remember thinking the man was Hispanic, just a Caucasian guy with dark hair and a very angry countenance. I distinctly recall that the man had an accent, not a foreign accent, but I got the impression he was not originally from Iowa. Maybe from New York, New Jersey, Boston, or somewhere else on the East Coast. He stopped and watched me for a while, then rolled down his window and motioned for me to come to his car. He asked me for directions to Ankeny, but then insisted I get into his car so I could get warm and he could help me finish my paper route. 6 months later, when I heard Johnny was kidnapped by a guy in a Ford Fairmont, I had no doubt it was the same man. I mean, also it's possible he's biased here because he's had a traumatic experience that closely resembles Johnny Gosch, but Don actually asked a question here. Maybe Sikora took over while Milhouse recovered from the heart attack. The key to this case is motive, and you have presented a compelling motive for Johnny's disappearance and most likely murder. However, that begs the question, why was Martin killed? Did he or was he about to expose some of the same illicit behavior Johnny mentioned? Johnny had to talk about what he knew to at least one of his parents or maybe law enforcement. Noreen's book has an interesting story at the start talking about the events leading up to the disappearance. She discusses how Johnny left his seat at a Friday night Valley High football game 2 times. And both times Leonard Gosch found Johnny talking to a West Des Moines cop under the bleachers. There's so many things that make no sense in this case, I could go on for hours. One of the strangest is Johnny's step-siblings have never been interviewed by the media, and frankly, I have no idea where they live. According to Noreen, both step-siblings were present at what she refers to as the Last Supper. The fact that both boys went along to deliver newspapers for the first time the day they disappeared speaks volumes about what happened. Okay, lot to unpack there. You know what's really tragic? If Johnny did tell his father what was going on and his father possibly knew about it, if he was involved in Franklin or some other circles possibly overlapping Franklin. I mean, this is dark stuff. Did Leonard try to dissuade Johnny Gosch from talking to the police or blowing the whistle saying it was too dangerous and Johnny didn't listen? I mean, there's just so many possibilities here and these stories that just don't go away, and it's very hard to make heads or tails out of them because there does seem to be overlapping angles here. Yellowbag responded, unfortunately, I do not have any first-hand information on the Martin kidnapping. In the summer of '83, I started to get creeped out by Milhouse calling me every night, trying to talk me into coming to his home. When I refused, I heard an anger and an evil in his voice I had never heard before. I mean, is this normal too? I mean, this teenager's getting called by this older guy every single day. I mean, does anybody think Yellowbag maybe embellished some of this story? Or maybe he's saying what he believes to be true, but from the trauma, possibly it exaggerated. I don't know. Again, I mean, all of these emotional aspects, it's difficult to obviously make any kind of conclusions here. Also, as I posted before, 3 teen boys who were visiting a girl across the street saw Milhouse dropping me off at my house after buying me a beer. The boys lived in West Des Moines and had delivered newspapers there. When Milhouse was gone, the boys warned me that Milhouse was a and that I ought to stay away from him. I stopped answering my teen line phone, and I told my mother to tell Milhouse I was not home every time Milhouse called our home phone. Around that time, I also had a vivid nightmare that Milhouse tried to drag me into his car. I took that as a warning from God or my subconscious that I ought to stay away from Milhouse. See, I don't know. Posts like this seem very credible, and yet some of his other posts seem like he's intentionally steering a narrative. I don't know. It's kind of... I mean, is this even the same person posting under Yellowbag here? I mean, that's... Again, I don't know. I do not know this until recently, but I spoke with my mother about Milhouse, and she actually remembers him showing up at our house one night when I was not home, shedding crocodile tears because I quit talking to him. Around that time, Milhouse had his heart attack. I turned 16 and had a car, so that fall I was able to find a better job and leave the Des Moines Register. This is kind of weird. So his Des Moines Register boss shows up at his house crying, and the mother didn't think that was that strange? What? Last night, I was able to confirm through online research that Milhouse died in 2015. He is buried in the Leavenworth National Cemetery with a military headstone that mentions his Vietnam service. In some ways, I am disappointed Milhouse is dead. I had hoped an investigator would get a chance to question Milhouse about what happened to the missing paperboys. It also steams me that Milhouse was buried with military honors. I am a combat vet myself. I don't care if Milhouse killed 100 enemy soldiers or saved his army platoon. After the war, Milhouse was a convicted pedophile and admitted accessory to kidnapping at best, and possibly a serial killer at worst. That ought to negate any military service he had. His body should have been disposed of in a trash dumpster. My best guess is that Milhouse was the brains of the Register's pedophile ring, and that the Ford Fairmont guy was the muscle. There were several other Register employees who hung around with Milhouse. One in particular I will just call Slimy Doofus Guy. I cannot remember his name. Since Johnny's kidnapping happened 35 years ago, Fairmont guy should only be around 60, Slimy Doofus guy 55. There must be multiple people out there who know exactly who Milhouse hung out with and what happened to Johnny and Eugene. Hopefully one of them will read these posts and speak up. Don responded here. Lou Cook took Johnny for an airplane ride over the Des Moines area as the reward for winning a sales contest. Did you ever deal with Cook or Charles Edwards Jr., who was the circulation director at the Register during the time Johnny disappeared? See, again, all these little details. So not only was Johnny he wasn't just one of the paper boys, he won a sales contest. So the older executives were specifically familiar with Johnny. They even took him on an airplane ride over Des Moines. Wow. I mean, that leads more credence to this possibly being some kind of Des Moines Register cover-up, because Johnny Gosch is specifically known to upper management and all these older executives. Another interesting post by Don here. Milhouse was about as tall as Johnny, but weighed 10 pounds less than Johnny. I remember driving back to Des Moines from St. Louis several times, and there was no development around 4 Mile Creek. You are correct, the perp had little time, but he did have 45 minutes before sunrise. On September 5th, 82, the sun rose, of course, but thick clouds darkened the sun's entrance into the day. I'm thinking more along the lines of a remote area back then that no one would walk through, such as what is now 4 Mile Creek Park near Easton Boulevard or Strasser Woods State Preserve. The Bottoms works as well, since it is near the Des Moines River. The fact that both Johnny and Eugene Martin did not leave any evidence of a struggle tells me both boys got into a car driven by someone they knew. I have read about the Morris murder and read Milhouse's Register quote. Wait a second, though. If they were... I mean, what kind of sign of a struggle would there be if they were tased or possibly just grabbed and thrown into a car by one or two grown men? I mean, how much of a struggle would there be? Yellowbag responded, "The reason I suspect the Bottoms is that Milhouse tried to get me to drive out there at night and meet him behind his house. I see now that there are some houses behind his house, but that may not have been the case back in the early 80s. There has been a little bit of development in that area. I may drive out there sometimes and take a look." One other thing that puzzles me is why Johnny and Eugene were both kidnapped on Sunday mornings. The Sunday morning newspaper routes were completely separate from the Register weekday routes. When I started delivering newspapers, the Des Moines Tribune came out in the afternoon, so there were actually 3 separate newspaper routes in each neighborhood. The Tribune, the weekday Register, and the Sunday Register. One carrier could take all 3 routes if he were ambitious, or it could have been 3 different carriers. I can only speculate, but the Sunday newspapers were very heavy. It was impossible to carry a full route of Sunday newspapers in our yellow bags. Unlike the weekday newspapers, the Sunday papers were dropped off in front of the carriers' houses. We had to take them indoors and actually assemble the newspapers. Since the Sunday newspapers were so heavy, it was best to stage them along the route, then go back and deliver them. If the kidnappers were Register employees, which is what I believe, then they may have offered the carriers rides to help stage bundles of newspapers along the routes. During weekday routes, there would be no reason to offer or accept a ride. Wow. That's an interesting thought there. Also, I wouldn't rule out Mark Allen's abduction just because he was not a newspaper carrier. Milhouse had a heart attack in 83 and stopped working for the Register at that time. When Milhouse was arrested in 86, he apparently was using some kind of telephone chat line to meet teenage boys. Losing his job with the Register changed Milhouse's approach to his sexual crimes. I took the time this morning to read Eugene's page on this website. The detective in the case questioned why no newspaper carriers were kidnapped between Johnny in 82 and Eugene in 84. Remember, Milhouse almost died from a heart attack in 83. It took him a year to get back on his feet. Another pretty startling coincidence. Don responded, "A poster on another forum spent considerable time researching a timeline to the attempted abductions of Des Moines Register paperboys after Gosch and Martin. Milhouse went to prison, and shortly thereafter the attempted abductions stopped. Research I have performed indicates Noreen at one time believed the Register was protecting an employee who was considered a pedophile. I wonder if the employee was Milhouse." Yellowbag responded, "From what I remember, Wilbur Milhouse was very angry about being transferred from West Des Moines to the 4-mile area of East Des Moines shortly before Johnny was kidnapped, in 82. Milhouse did not tell me why he was transferred, but he did tell me he had fallen out of favor with Register management and that his job was in jeopardy. Milhouse asked me to help him with a little scam in which Milhouse would pay me to gather names and addresses of Register non-customers, offer them to the newspaper at no charge, record them as new customers to temporarily inflate Milhouse's circulation numbers, then gradually cancel the new customers later. Milhouse paid for these newspapers out of his own pocket so he could keep his job. Milhouse told me that he was not Johnny's direct supervisor, but that he knew Johnny because Johnny delivered newspapers in an adjacent district in West Des Moines. Milhouse told me on more than one occasion that Johnny was kidnapped because he couldn't keep his mouth shut. Milhouse became visibly agitated and angry when talking about Johnny Gosch. This is pure speculation on my part, but I wonder now if Milhouse's transfer had something to do with the Register finding out that Milhouse was a pedophile. The Register may have been shuffling circulation managers in the 80s the same way the Catholic Church shuffled abusive priests. Milhouse was a big moneymaker for the Register. I googled Milhouse's name and found an old Register page from, I believe, 79 or 80, reporting that Milhouse was Circulation Manager of the Year. It has never been publicized, but I now suspect that Johnny either told someone or planned to tell someone about Milhouse, or one of Milhouse's Register associates grooming or trying to sexually abuse him. Milhouse's anger toward Johnny may have been due to the fact that Johnny got Milhouse transferred and nearly cost Milhouse his job. I was just a teenager then, but I would imagine that many of these Register employees from the 80s are still alive and would be able to provide more information about Milhouse and the pedophile ring that existed within the Des Moines Register. Another post by Yellowbag, pretty creepy here. Just for clarification, nearly all the circulation managers I worked with as a Des Moines Register paperboy were good people. Milhouse, though, was a sexual predator who hung out with a very small group of creepy men. After 35 years, I can remember a couple of faces but no names. I distinctly remember that Milhouse brought a couple of young men, approximately 18 to 20, with him to Register functions. Milhouse introduced them as former paperboys of his. I suspect now that they were involved with helping Milhouse in his evil deeds. Another post here from Yellowbag. I am certain Milhouse was involved in Johnny's disappearance. Heck was going around back then telling everyone why Johnny had to disappear. My mother is still alive and she remembers Milhouse saying something strange about Johnny to her. What I don't know is if Milhouse was a ringleader of the Register's pedophile club, or if he was just the guy who rounded up the boys for other men to abuse. I am optimistic, though, that someday the truth will be revealed and the huge mystery will be solved. Another post by Yellowbag here. This references the Morris murder from earlier. I think that if Johnny was dumped along the creek, his body would have been found long ago. Those urban streams may look desolate in places, but there are mushroom hunters, hikers, kids catching tadpoles, walnut collectors, and even homeless people frequenting those creek beds. Milhouse lived on Maury Street, right next to Dean Lake, in the area people call the Bottoms. There was not much there in the 80s other than swampy places, trees, junkyards, and slaughterhouses. In 73, David Morris, a Jewish grocer who had a store directly across from the street from Milhouse, was robbed and murdered. Morris was shot in the back of the head with a .32 caliber pistol. A neighbor named Robert Brather said that Morris was killed in the store 2 hours after it closed, and that Morris would have only unlocked that store door for someone in the neighborhood he knew quite well. Interestingly, the Des Moines Register also interviewed Milhouse, who would have been working for them at the time. Milhouse talked about how well-liked Morris was and said of Morris, "When I was little, he used to give me candy." Milhouse also revealed that he had lived in that neighborhood since 1955. I have speculated enough about Milhouse on this website, so I'm not going to type it, but you know exactly what I am thinking. If Johnny was killed to shut him up, which is what Milhouse was blabbing about right after Johnny disappeared, then it is likely the kidnapper already had a plan to dispose of Johnny's body. The sun would have come up soon after Johnny's disappearance, so the perp would have been in a big hurry to get Johnny out of West Des Moines and into a remote area like the Bottoms before daylight. Milhouse had a sexual interest in teen boys, not in younger ones. Milhouse's last sex offender mugshot showed him at 5'7" and 130 pounds. Johnny was actually bigger than Milhouse. Milhouse, though, was a part of a small group of pedophiles, some of whom worked for the Des Moines Register. If Milhouse had help, possibly a gun, and maybe some previous experience with killing, well, you may find yourself writing a very interesting book. Okay, so here's the thing, though. If Milhouse really was involved, would he be blabbing about why Johnny had to disappear, unless it was like some kind of warning to the other paper boys? Perhaps in that capacity, maybe it would. Or was he just a mentally unstable individual that suspected that other people that maybe even he knew had something to do with it, even if he didn't know for sure if he wasn't involved? Robert posted this. I met Wilbur Milhouse around 71 or 72, and he was then an employee of the Des Moines Register. Rocky Bird posted this in response to Yellowbag. I found a link on Google from the Des Moines Register stating that Wilbur Milhouse was arrested for sexual abuse of 16 boys in 1987. The article states he was 44, not 25, like you remember. But you were just a kid then, and 25 and 44 might have been the same to you. That's not the same, even to a kid. I mean, a 25-year-old's like a regular man. 44 is clearly an older man. If you search Wilbur Milhouse sexual abuse on Google, you will find the article. I cannot access it as I don't have a subscription. Yellowbag responded, I had a lengthy conversation with the detective investigating this case. He promised to follow up on that information, and I trust he will. At this point, I think I have done all I can do. My information about a local pedophile who knew Johnny and talked about why Johnny was kidnapped apparently does not interest some of the international conspiracy theory buffs. So be it, I told what I saw and heard. As for Milhouse, he was not the man in the Ford Fairmont, but I saw Milhouse with that man at a register function. Milhouse was not a big man. He was really kind of a sissy with a childlike personality. I doubt if he could have personally kidnapped a healthy teenager. Milhouse's younger buddy, however, was tough and had a look of pure evil in his eyes when he demanded that I get into his car. I still remember carrying a big hunting knife in my yellow newspaper bag from that point on, just in case the guy came back for me. For weeks, I would duck between houses anytime I saw a Ford Fairmont coming down the street. The Register held frequent circulation drives, contests, and social events for the newspaper carriers in the early 80s. I often saw Milhouse hanging out with a small group of creepy men at those functions. I never knew who they were. I just assumed they were Register employees. The other district managers tended to avoid Milhouse and his buddies. I wonder now if they suspected the guys were pedophiles. I believe Milhouse was employed by the Register from around 80 to 83, but not arrested until the fall of 86. Johnny Gosch was kidnapped in 82, Eugene Martin in 84, and Mark Allen in the spring of 86. After Milhouse was arrested and sent to prison, the kidnapping stopped. Quite a coincidence, isn't it? Or did they stop? Again, with those other cases, but... Okay. Another follow-up here by Yellowbag with some more details. A quick correction and a little bit more info about what I saw and heard in the early 80s. Thinking back, 34 years ago was a long time. When the man in the Ford Fairmont tried to get me into his car, it might have been before, not after, Johnny was kidnapped. It was snowing so he doesn't remember the exact day. It was snowing that morning, so I'm guessing it was February or March of 82. The man stopped me and asked directions. He then suggested I get in his car because it was cold and snowing outside. I started to feel uncomfortable as he insisted I get into his car. I finally asked, "Where do you want directions to?" He answered, "Ankeny." As I started to give directions, the man stopped me and said, "I really don't need directions. I just want to mess around with you." Back in the 80s, mess around meant have sex. I said no and started running away. I looked to see if I could get the license number on the Fairmont, but the plate was completely covered with snow. That September, when I heard Johnny was kidnapped and the police were looking for a man in a Ford Fairmont, I suspected it was the same person. I called the West Des Moines police, and they told me an officer would come to my house to speak with me. No one ever showed up. Really shows how seriously the police were taking the case. Or whether or not there was, of course, a conspiracy afoot. I could have identified the man by photo or provided a good description to a sketch artist. Anyway, my family had moved around that time, and Wilbur Milhouse became my new district manager for the Register. Milhouse had just transferred from West Des Moines to the east side of Des Moines. He admitted he knew Johnny, and he talked about him a lot. I thought Milhouse was a cool guy because he bought us Paperboys beer and gave us money. One day, the Register had a party for its carriers at the old Skate East. It was there that I saw Milhouse with the guy who tried to get me into his car. I later discovered Milhouse was a pedophile. I will post more on that when I have time. Shortly after Johnny turned up missing, Milhouse said some strange things to me that he convinced me he knew who took Johnny and why. I see on the internet that Milhouse was convicted in 87 of sexually abusing boys, with the police not seeming too interested, and the Register probably wanting to hide the fact that a pedophile ring existed within its employ in the 80s. It's no wonder this case has never been solved. Someone asked him why he waited so long to bring this information forward. He responded, "I really don't know how to answer your question about why I waited. I didn't want to think about it after it happened. I was afraid of Milhouse and his buddies back then. The police didn't seem to want to listen when I tried to talk to them. I figured, how can the police not know about Milhouse, especially if he was convicted of sexually abusing boys in the 80s? They must have known Milhouse worked for the Des Moines Register the same time Johnny came up missing. I left Iowa after high school and blocked the whole thing out of my mind. I recently saw news articles about the anniversary of this crime, and I guess it's finally dawned on me that I might have information worth sharing." Someone asked him why he didn't go to the police, etc., and Yellowbag responded, "You are right about no excuse. I have asked Jody to forward my information to the appropriate authorities. I guess the worst thing that could happen is finding out Milhouse was just a perv who made up what he said about Johnny to further scare me into silence." I mean, yeah, that's a possibility as well. So here's an interesting post on the Johnny Gosch subreddit by Truly Woke 111. This is what I'll call the Yellowbag Franklin theory. So I was researching this case and saw that there are two main theories, those being the Franklin cover-up and the DMR Milhouse theory. So I came up with this bigger theory that incorporates both of them along with some minor theories that actually makes sense once putting them all together. According to Yellowbag, it's been said that Milhouse kidnapped Johnny because he was speaking too much. But Paul Bonacci said that John had made arrangements with him to sell Johnny in order to pay off debts. So what if the Franklin cover-up could have been a larger network of different pedophilia child trafficking groups that were scattered across the country or even the globe, and maybe one of these groups were local to Des Moines? Wilbur Milhouse could have been part of a group along with Frank Sikora, Sam Soda, Paul Bonacci, Emilio, and more unknown pedophiles or POIs that we're unaware of, but Milhouse, Sikora, Soda, Bonacci, and Emilio being the only ones important to this case. So it's possible that Johnny could have withheld information that could have cost Milhouse his job and even planned on or already did tell someone. We even see that Yellowbag mentioned this on IowaColdCases.com website. This information that Johnny could have had more to do with him being a pedophile and him sexually harassing these young boys. Yellowbag also mentions that Milhouse said he kidnapped Johnny because he couldn't keep his mouth shut. This leads me to believe that Milhouse and the other group members could have orchestrated a plan to kidnap Johnny, but in order for that to happen to John, who went with him on all of his routes, could not be present. So that's when they called the Gosch residence and would only reply if John answered, and could have forced John into a deal where he would have had to give up Johnny, promising him an undisclosed amount of money to help pay debts if he were to remain silent, and could have threatened to harm him or his family if he didn't comply. This would explain the frequent phone calls the Gosch residence was receiving, and John would answer these calls and claim that they were prank calls and that the person on the other line would remain silent. I think they could have been speaking the whole time, and John refused to say anything to anyone, knowing the consequences he could face by doing so. And he knew that it would send Noreen, Johnny, and the rest of their family and friends into a panic. That's when they called him the night before and told him how everything would go down, to stay in bed and to act surprised, shocked after the kidnapping. Milhouse and Sakura, who we now know works for the Des Moines Register, could have known the route Johnny was taking and could have transferred that info over to Emilio, Paul Bonacci, Sam Soda, and possibly others. That's when Paul and Emilio, who Paul claims is the ringleader, could have used the Fairmont to kidnap Johnny. Then they transfer him into another vehicle with Sam Soda and Emilio, where he is then taken to a farmhouse. Then sold to a man known as the Colonel, but is really Colonel Michael Aquino. Aquino specialized in psychological warfare and started a satanic church known as the Church of Set. You know what's crazy, too? Like, all the coincidence theorists, the authority-worshipping cultists, all these gullible goofs who think that cults don't exist and none of this satanic occult stuff exists. I mean, Michael Aquino actually went on talk shows on mainstream television. Like, it's not like this is some kind of weird allegation. Like, he openly admitted it on live TV. I mean, it's insane. And the gullible goofs just, I guess, pretend Michael Aquino doesn't exist. They got away with this simply because they were working alongside the government and law enforcement, which allowed them to get away with this. I personally don't think that the Des Moines Register was an underground pedophilia cult, but rather was a place where pedophiles worked so then they could gain access to young teenagers. This can explain why Eugene Martin's kidnapping was so similar to Johnny's. As for Mark Allen, although I think he was also something done by people connected to the Franklin cover-up and was probably more random due to the fact that he wasn't a paperboy and was just probably at the wrong place at the wrong time. Yellowbag even mentions that the creepy group Milhouse would hang around were former paperboys of his. Maybe those were also paperboys who were also kidnapped by him and the pedophilia group local to that area. Paul even mentioned how he lived in Iowa at one point, so you never know. There were even some failed kidnapping attempts done on paperboys in the area as well. Maybe these were planned by Milhouse and the group, but just didn't work out. Them being alive is possible in this scenario, but they would probably be in hiding, considering that elite and high-profile individuals were involved in this case. Therefore, they more than likely wanted individuals under a different alias or identity than either they've taken themselves or that the government gave them to hide the truth. There's also a Twitter account that goes by the name of Johnny Gosch and claims that he has undergone experimentation by the CIA and was put into a section of MKUltra known as Project Monarch, which he claims gave him DID. Paul Bonacci mentions this in an interview. Everyone has many different theories, but I personally believe in this one because it makes sense. I recommend that you guys watch the Johnny Gosch YouTube channel and go under the favorites playlist and you will find some useful information on this case. Please let's spread awareness on this case. Mary on number 1 responded, I agree with your analysis and have maintained for a while that having to choose between local pedophiles and the Franklin connection is a false dichotomy. Bonus points! That is indeed a false dichotomy. From the very beginning, Paul Bonacci indicated that the kidnappers, Emilio and Tony, had a Des Moines contact named Sam, who gave them information on the particular victim, Johnny, who they would be taking. That included a photograph of Johnny, which was picked out of a larger collection of photos of DMR paperboys, strongly indicating that Sam had a connection with local predators who were keeping tabs on Des Moines paperboys to target. Knowing exactly where to go to find Johnny that morning, it also suggests that knowledge of his paper route was provided to the kidnappers, like you say. And Sam has, of course, been identified as Sam Soda, a highly suspicious local man who was on the Gosch family's radar as a suspect even before Bonacci came forward. Among other things, Sam lied about the Gosches hiring him to investigate Johnny's abduction when in fact he inserted himself into the case. Lied about Mary Bach being in the room with him during the interrogation of Frank Sikora when Bach herself told Sarah DeMeo, who was too incompetent and or agenda-driven to realize this contradicted a key claim by her star witness Sam. Enjoyed law enforcement protection for showing child pornography at public conferences that were attended by Des Moines cops. The first assistant county attorney responsible for that, Ron Wheeler, later went on to defend Sam in private practice when Sam beat his teenage stepson. Wow, that's insane. Was supposedly pursuing a ring of multiple DMR pedophiles who Frank Sikora collaborated with, but unceremoniously dropped that aspect of his investigation. Very curious. Tried to convince Sarah DeMeo that Johnny was not targeted in advance and that Eugene Martin's kidnapping, which coincidentally he is alleged to have predicted in advance, according to Noreen Gosch, had no connection with Johnny. Well, how would he even know whether it did or it didn't if the cases are unsolved? I mean, this is weird. I'm going to go over another account here. This was left as a comment on Mindshock on YouTube here by Rico. At the Gosch time, my friend's little brother had a guy following him on his paper route 20 miles from the Gosch abduction. We had mopeds at the time and actually chased the creep, accused him of the kidnapping, and hit his car with baseball bats. He never came around again. Who knows if we were right or not? Wow. And I mean, I couldn't find a report of any of this. I don't know, maybe it didn't make it to the paper or was reported, but I mean, that's insane. And so that just goes to show, like, how many, if that's true, how many of these other accounts are there that were never officially reported? I mean, it's crazy. So there you have it. I mean, something that just does not get enough attention in the Johnny Gosch case are just this plethora of other attempted abductions. Hope everybody found another edition of Mindshock True Crime interesting and informative. If you want to help support the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Help support the channel that way. Make sure to subscribe, like, and share. Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
You are listening to Mindshock True Crime. This is your host, Bruce McGuire, and this is the Johnny Gosch series. Today we're just going to quickly look over implications, review, and coincidence stacks that go a mile high based on an insider in terms of talking to a lot of these people and doing heavy research on the case and what it all means. As always, if you want to help support the Mindshock podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Help logic and reason return to a world where it is quickly going extinct. You could also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Make sure you're subscribed, like and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcast, or requests. You could also be a guest on the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind. Leave them in the comments section. Okay, so this is gonna be a relatively short one. I just wanted to go over all of this again, the coincidence stack regarding Johnny Gosch and Jeff Gannon, aka Guckert, and what this all means and how high does the coincidence stack go, and what level of coincidence are the devout coincidence theorists hoping everybody just chalks it all up to coincidence no matter what? So here is an interesting comment that a user known as rbeck3200tb40, this is what this user posted recently. To the creator of this video, this is regarding the Hunter S. Thompson Bohemian Grove clip that I uploaded. And of course, that is a whole cesspool. If you're not up to date on the series, make sure you check out the previous episodes because we are going to be touching upon Bohemian Grove, Hunter S. Thompson, snuff films, and all of this insanity in what might have been a linchpin type case in opening the door to all of this government trafficking and conspiracy. To the creator of this video, I used to own and administrate the website often mentioned in your videos called Franklin Files. He spelled it here, Fralkin Files. I'm assuming that's Franklin Files. I created in 2007 after encouragement from fellow investigators from a website we all used to frequent back in 2004-2008 called Web Sleuths and Above Top Secret. On my website, I would correspond with many people directly involved in the Franklin cover-up and the Johnny Gosch kidnapping and others who were survivors of satanic ritual abuse and U.S. government mind control programs from back in the 60s. I regularly corresponded by email and instant messenger with Noreen Gosch, her private investigators who still worked for her, Ted Gunderson and his associate Clarence Malcolm, author Nick Bryant, Paul Bonacci and his wife Denise, Alicia Owens, Troy Boner's sister, David Schurter, Darren Reimer, and other people including Rusty Nelson. And the woman who interviewed him back in 2009, her YouTube channel is Free Range Humans. I know a lot about this subject, and I can say that I know for a fact most of the info online about Hunter Thompson filming a snuff film at the Bohemian Grove and James Guckert secretly being Johnny Gosch is completely false and not true. This connection/conspiracy, as they call it, stems from an online article by a reporter named Tom Floco, falsely stating these connections. I don't know if Mr. Floco deliberately put out these lies to muddy the waters or if he was just confused and mixed up the facts. I can tell you what I know and what many people involved told me personally. 1. James Guckert, also known as Jeff Gannon, is not Johnny Gosch. I have James Guckert's high school records, yearbook photos, and tax info from his jobs in Pennsylvania and D.C. He was a reporter for a gay magazine in D.C. and a male prostitute in the 90s. He was a high school senior in Pennsylvania aged 18 when Johnny Gosch was kidnapped in 82. I even emailed Guckert's mother, who is still alive back in Pennsylvania. This man is 6 years older than Johnny and, of course, not Johnny Gosch. Noreen sent a person to James Guckert's home in D.C. in 2005 to get him to submit a DNA sample to prove this and to stop these rumors spreading online back then, but he refused. I think Guckert was using this publicity and 15 minutes of fame to promote himself and his journalism endeavors at the time. We all knew he was not Johnny. He's a con man, and I have other theories on what he really is and was. 2. Hunter S. Thompson did not film a snuff film with Paul Bonacci at Bohemian Grove. This rumor came from a mix-up of 2 interviews with Paul Bonacci and another with Rusty Nelson, a photographer who worked briefly for Lawrence King, the head of the Franklin Credit Union. This mix-up was spread all over the internet at around the time 2005 after Hunter's death, supposedly by suicide. Paul Bonacci said that the man who filmed the snuff film with him and 2 other boys in '85 at the Bohemian Grove was a short Italian-looking guy who Paul did not know and didn't know his name. Paul said this was not Hunter. Rusty Nelson said that he was approached by a man to film and take photos for a snuff film that was going to be filmed in New York City around '87, '88. He met this man on a trip with Lawrence King to New York City, and this man was later confirmed to be Hunter Thompson. Rusty didn't know who Hunter was at the time he met him, and only found out years later that who he was after seeing him on TV on 60 Minutes. Quote, "I was not really impressed with the man," end quote, is what Rusty said about Hunter. I hope these facts cleared up rumors and misunderstandings. I have a lot more info if anyone wants to ask me any questions. Thank you. Okay. So here's the Bruce McGuire rebuttal, and just preemptive, I don't know if this individual really did run the Franklin files, or if this is some kind of misinfo agent intentionally trying to shut down information. But I'm going to address all of this without even looking at Floco's site and Floco rumors, etc. Let's take him out of the equation completely and look at only the books written and the research done by Gunderson and DeCamp. And this is why such posts, maybe this guy really is who he says he is, and he did run the Franklin files, and maybe he is genuine, and maybe this guy's pretty confused. I don't know how old this guy is now, but here's the Bruce McGuire rebuttal and why it's so important to use logic and reason. 1, and by the way, he didn't respond to my rebuttal. 1, do you believe Gunderson is lying or got fooled in reference to multiple sources who allegedly were abducted and trafficked with Gosch and still were in contact with Gannon/Gosch at the time that they told Gunderson that Gannon was indeed Gosch, who claim Gannon is Gosch? Or the sources are fraudulent even though they were able to give Gunderson info that no one else had, which led them to believe that they were credible. Gunderson got fooled, ? Because again, let's take this Tom Floco character completely out of the mix. So it is kind of curious that the reason Gunderson believed that Gannon was Gosch, or at least there was a strong chance of that, is because of multiple sources, not one. People who are trafficked with Gosch that supposedly all still communicate online. And possibly in person as well, I don't know. 2, all, in quotations, coincidental that Bonacci and others are still in contact with Gosch claimed that he changed his appearance and went with a shaved head look before Gannon was public. 3, all, in quotations, coincidental that Gosch's age progression images released before Gannon was ever a public figure just so happens to look exactly like him, ? And again, wasn't included in my rebuttal, but just my own notes on my notes. If this was all some kind of prearranged psyop and it was all set up to make it look like Gannon was Gosch when he wasn't, and that's why all these things are in play, or he really is, and that's part of the psyop. But this it's kind of weird how these people who post these alleged rebuttals to try to clear up misconception, pretending they have the facts when they don't, and they completely ignore all logic and reason and completely ignore this mountain of evidence that contributes to people thinking that Gannon is Gosch. How do you write this off completely? That doesn't prove that Gannon is Gosch in any way. But to just hallucinate and pretend this all wasn't released before Gannon was public, that's just silliness and goofery. We don't engage in this level of goofery on the Mindshock podcast. 4, why did Rusty Nelson claim that Guckert was Gosch? And again, I don't know the solidity of these claims. He said it looked like him or something to that effect, or that he knows it's him somehow. And in the next episode, I'll be doing a deep dive into Rusty Nelson because there are even more coincidences that we didn't even go over on previous episodes. 5, Jim Rothstein's PI former law enforcement theory seems solid as well. He spent several years on this case, and he seems to think that Gannon is also Gosch, or at minimum, Gannon is a manufactured identity, possibly stemming from a real one that someone took over. Whoever took over might not be Johnny, but this wouldn't prove that Gannon is a legit identity. And this is why, again, just because this guy contacted someone alleging to be Guckert's mother, and maybe she really was Guckert's mother, but maybe Guckert is not Gannon, regardless of whether he is or isn't Johnny. Again, this is standard par for the course government operations where identities are either manufactured or taken over by other people. I mean, this is kind of like Conspiracy 101, so I'm really surprised this guy that allegedly ran the Franklin files doesn't even have this grasp on Conspiracy 101. Or maybe he does and he's a disinfo agent of sorts. 6. Des Moines Register's editor's name is James Gannon. Yet another coincidence, question mark. And for the coincidence theorists that write this all off as coincidence, is there any other case where there's just multiple guys named Gannon? It's not like it's Smith or Jones or Anders. I mean, this is Gannon. I can't even think of a single true crime case other than this one where there's not only one but multiple Gannons. And multiple guys with the initials JG. Like so many. I mean, this is insane. I mean, not to mention the other Johnny E. Gosch, supposedly body recovered in Mexico, who's supposedly not John. I mean, this case is just really unlike any other case. 7. You didn't address Gannon's articles with all the coincidental titles: hiding in plain sight, fear and loathing in the press room, etc. And that is curious. This Gannon guy comes out of nowhere, and all of a sudden, all these titles are hiding in plain sight, fear and loathing in the press room, related to Las Vegas, of course, Hunter S. Thompson film. So these kind of connections, are those just, I mean, what are those? Why does this Franklin Files guy, I mean, does he not even have the mental wherewithal? Is he not going to be honest enough to just say, oh yeah, that's all coincidence, and it has nothing to do with anything? Or is there another explanation? Because if there is, let's hear it. 8. You didn't address yet another coincidence. Gosch-Gannon connection goes public the same day Hunter S. Thompson found dead. How many coincidences is even the most devout coincidence theorist willing to accept before raising an eyebrow? Was this also the day Rusty Nelson was released from prison? So I do not have a 100% confirm on Rusty Nelson's prison release date. It's been reported online that it was the same day. So we have 3 of these factors. I mean, how many coincidences are there? Rusty Nelson's released from prison. Supposedly he has info on Hunter S. Thompson. Hunter S. Thompson found dead that day. Now, that by itself, okay, you're like, okay, there's a connection there. But this is the same day the Gosch-Gannon connection gets public news coverage. I mean, this is insane. 9. It's hard to believe that there weren't DNA samples taken from Gannon's trash, etc. If it turned out that Gannon was Gosch, and Noreen later found out, would it be in everyone's best interest to pretend it wasn't? And that's kind of what I was getting at the past few episodes, because if Gannon is Gosch, would they really want this media storm? Because Noreen seemed to think it could be. You know, the marks on the chest, the marks on the face. She says it's all consistent with Johnny. Now, maybe it's all coincidental. I mean, you'd have to think there probably are at least a couple people in the world that would have similar markings on the chest and the face. But would they all match age progression from when they were 12? Would they all have the name of the editor, which is implicated in some vast newspaper conspiracy involving human trafficking and the abduction of paperboys, who also happens to have the same last name as the new identity of this guy, Jeff Guckert, now Gannon? I mean, is that all coincidental? I mean, again, I'm going to leave the Mindshock listeners to decide on that one. 10. I'm assuming you've studied swapped or assumed identities. Pretty standard in the conspiracy intelligence world. Even if there was another Guckert Gannon, that doesn't mean that this one is the same as the other one. Also, did you happen to interview any people who were friends of Gannon in school that still kept in touch and had an unbroken timeline of photos, etc.? Quite easy for government to manufacture identity evidence, etc., especially if all the evidence comes out after the fact. I'm also assuming you know what plausible deniability is. They could use some real photos of a real person, like Guckert, and simply claim that this person is Gannon today. And all the gullible goofs just lap it up. Standard coincidence theorist mentality. Regarding snuff films shot in California or Bohemian Grove, this info is all in DeCamp's book. Bonacci specifically said that the director's name was Hunter Thompson, but obviously that could also be an alias to misdirect. Regarding the snuff film shot by whomever, this was the summer of 84, not 85, according to interviews with Bonacci in DeCamp's book. Again, nothing to do with Flacco's article. This is all from DeCamp's book. Either way, it's awfully coincidental Hunter S. Thompson is found dead the day the Gosch Gannon story goes public, particularly considering Bonacci's ties to Bohemian Grove and snuff films, even if Hunter S. Thompson wasn't the one who shot the ones that Bonacci was involved with. He may have shot others with the same rings involved, as evidenced by others who claimed Hunter S. Thompson made statements to the like, possessed snuff films of some kind, and Nelson's claim of a $10,000 offer. How many other offers were there? How many other films were there? Question mark. So again, just to reiterate quickly, even if Hunter S. Thompson wasn't the guy that shot Bonacci, that one specific film Bonacci was referring to, that doesn't mean he didn't shoot others. That doesn't mean he doesn't have ties to Bohemian Grove. That doesn't mean this is all one big ring. From Brian's book, page 44, again, nothing to do with Flacco's article. We took that out of the equation. Page 44, Brian's book, quote, Bonacci didn't say that the producer was in fact the gonzo writer Hunter Thompson, but merely that he introduced himself by that name. So now we have two different sources, possibly three, all stating that Bonacci did give the name Hunter Thompson, but not necessarily Hunter S. Thompson. So it could have been some other random guy who's using Hunter Thompson as an alias for kicks or for whatever reason. Or maybe he doesn't like Hunter Thompson and he wants him implicated and getting in trouble, whatever the case may be. So, okay. To this day, Bonacci doesn't even know what the late Hunter Thompson looked like. And that was kind of weird that nobody showed him a picture at the time of the interview years ago. And surely common sense would dictate that someone making a snuff film wouldn't provide his true name, especially if he was famous. Though Bonacci never said that the actual Hunter Thompson participated in the production of a snuff film, Rusty Nelson gave an interview where he fingered Thompson as a snuff film aficionado. In some of Nelson's interviews, he implicated Hunter Thompson in the making of snuff films. I had spent hours with Nelson before his photography studio was raided, and he never discussed Hunter Thompson's affiliation with King or snuff films. After those interviews, I confronted Nelson and showed him 5 pictures. One of the pictures was of Hunter Thompson, and Nelson couldn't identify him. Wow, that's kind of weird. Was he lying? Also, regardless, so that was from page 44. So now, back to my rebuttal here. Also, regardless of the connections between Hunter S. Thompson, Paul Bonacci, and Gosch, is it strange that all of these IP addresses are visiting the Johnny Gosch website from within a 10-mile radius of the remote Bohemian Grove area? Also, what do you think of the mysterious Paul Bishop? So, again, I went over this in previous episodes. Apparently, there was a lot of activity on the Johnny Gosch website, specifically stemming from within a 10-mile radius of Bohemian Grove, of which there really aren't any major cities. I mean, that's a remote wilderness area with just a few little towns around it. So, and of course, if we're talking high-level Illuminati people, would they not mask their IP? But apparently they didn't. So what would be the purpose of that? Are they just trying to mess with Noreen Gosch to show her that there's truth to Bonacci's story and Gosch was there? Like, what's the deal? Or there's some kind of connection to the ring. That's really the bulk of what I wanted to go over now, just how a lot of people just come out of the woodwork pretending to have information and facts while completely ignoring a mountain of evidence and a stack of coincidences that are just stratospheric. And this is common behavior among the coincidence theorist, authority-worshipping cultist crowd. And also we have controlled oppositions and infiltrators within conspiracy circles that want to downplay connections such as these. So there are clear connections here between Bonacci, Gosch, Bohemian Grove, Hunter S. Thompson, and Rusty Nelson. Now, whether they're 100% direct, as if, maybe Hunter S. Thompson wasn't responsible for that one snuff film that Bonacci was a part of. Perhaps he could have been others. I mean, certainly Rusty Nelson implicates him as being involved with others. And if that offer is legit. So, a lot more to go over, particularly Rusty Nelson and his connections, but I just wanted to do this quick little update and just show how a lot of people never really look at the rebuttals to the rebuttals, or the debunking of the alleged debunking. So that's what I wanted to illustrate here, not just for the purpose of this case, but for the purpose of many cases. I still believe the Gosch case might be a linchpin of sorts that can open up Pandora's box, because in the pre-Epstein era, a lot of coincidence theorist goofs they were too mentally weak to even entertain the idea that Gosch could have potentially been trafficked. They wouldn't even look at that, or any kind of rings with newspapers, or any kind of DC ring. Even though this, I mean, I went over all of these sources. I mean, we're talking front page New York Times. This was reported on in the 80s. So, I mean, this really isn't that conspiratorial. A lot of it is out in the open. Now, how much of it isn't, that's kind of what we were theorizing here. Obviously, this is Mindshock. I do not claim anything is true or untrue. The motto here, of course, is the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. So tune in for the next episode, deep dive into Nelson, continuing to unravel the darkest of all darknesses within the true crime world. Hope everybody found another edition of Mindshock True Crime interesting and informative. If you want to help support the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Help support the channel that way. Make sure to subscribe, like, and share. Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
You are listening to Mindshock True Crime. This is the Johnny Gosch series, episode 8, Bombshells. Is it time to finally crack this case wide open with unprecedented information, new theories, and sources close to the investigation who have sent me some incredibly mind-shocking information, which we will, of course, go over in typical Mindshock fashion with logic and reason at the forefront, unlike any other podcast out there, going over absolutely all available information and theories, attempting not to fall for any silly logical fallacies like on all these other podcasts, and, of course, in the mainstream. If you haven't checked out the previous episodes, make sure you check them out in the Johnny Gosch series. This is the most comprehensive series on the case, and it's about to get even more mind-shocking, believe it or not. I am, of course, your host, Bruce McGuire, and if you want to help support the podcast, help get more mind-shocking information out there, and keep up awareness in cold cases, wrongful convictions, and various other cases, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit that bell for notifications. You could also become a patron and get priority for case topic, logical analysis, podcast requests. You could also be a guest in the podcast, depending on your tier. Like and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkers of any kind, leave them in the comment section. So, this is episode 8. If you haven't checked out the previous 7, make sure you check them out. I'm going to go over a few comments here that I didn't get to yet before we get into all of the new information and new sources. So R. Beck, 3200 TB40, very, very interesting comments on various cases. So this is not going to be in order. I just want to make sure I get all of these out there. So this was on the Des Moines Corruption podcast. You need to focus on what was really going on in Omaha. Having talked to David Schroeder and Paul Bonacci many times, who grew up in the middle of Omaha's satanic cults in the 70s and 80s, I know a lot about this subject and the wealthy, powerful people involved, especially the Theosophic Society of Omaha. We're not going to go down that rabbit hole for this podcast, but yeah, that's definitely a curiosity. The reason why Des Moines, or why Omaha, is because of small police department and small local government which can be infiltrated, blackmailed, and controlled. No one was looking at Des Moines or the Midwest back then. This is why, believe it or not, the Italian mafia laundered most of its money in small businesses in small Midwest towns and cities. And that's actually quite interesting, just to always keep in mind the lens of the time frame and what things were going on. A lot of times people just kind of look at some of these areas in modern years, in the past few years, and things don't quite add up because obviously it was a completely different place with completely different dynamics decades and decades ago. So R. Beck also responded to my breakdown in the previous episode, Johnny Gosch, episode 7, Insider Info, regarding various claims that Gannon is definitely not Gosch. And I, of course, broke that down because how can that be determined definitively? But this is R. Beck's response. So, okay, I asked if he believed that Ted Gunderson was fooled by all of these sources, credible sources, who knew Johnny and who claimed that he was Gannon, or at least his appearance was completely consistent with Gannon's, including the look way before Gannon ever came on scene. And this is something that R. Beck and a lot of people, they don't look at the timeline of when information became public, because obviously that is critical. But I'll read his comment nonetheless. Yes, I do believe Ted Gunderson got fooled. What Ted actually did was jump to conclusions too quickly. One of Ted's sources was Rusty Nelson. I heard him say this. I don't remember who the others were. They could have been feeding him false info. And that actually is a fair point. They could have been. Actually, you know what? We didn't go over this theory. Is it? Wow. Okay. If we're going down that line of reasoning, If this was all orchestrated and the plans for Gannon to come onto the scene and muddy the waters, initials and all, were some of these sources claiming to know Johnny, and maybe they really do know him, but they're compromised, so that's maybe they were held and trafficked alongside with him and were compromised. Or maybe they weren't. They said they were because they were fed other info that only his captors could have known, so they were able to so-called fool because they actually had the real information from the people who did hold Johnny, and they gave that information to these individuals who then were able to fool Gunderson with it. I'm not sure I would say Gunderson, this former FBI head, is that just that easily fooled and gullible. If they truly had insider info that only the captors could have had, then yes, of course they could have fooled them because they had real information that could have not been gotten any other way. So if the plan was to muddy the waters from the get-go and have Gannon come onto the scene, is that why they fed Gunderson the info about the shaved head look and all these other things in order to make it look like Johnny could be Gannon even if he's not, and then have Gannon's past all shrouded in mystery? Obviously, we have to look at this logically. So, but I wouldn't say Gunderson jumped to conclusions. If he was fooled, it seems, again, I could be completely wrong. Maybe Gunderson really is a clueless goof. It just seems like he's a pretty intelligent guy, and you would actually need insider info to fool him. But again, I never knew Gunderson, so I can't say with definitive certainty, but that's just a theory. In order to fool him, I think they probably had to have had real insider info. So, okay. They could have been feeding him false info. I do remember hearing Ted mention to Noreen while both on a radio interview back in 04 or 05 that he may have been mistaken about James Guckert / Jeff Gannon after investigating his past records exactly as I did. And you know what's weird, though? Another thing regarding Arbeck, like these records, they clearly could be manufactured if there's a conspiracy. So the only people jumping to conclusions are those hallucinating that records can't be manufactured, doctored, or switched up and identities switched up. I mean, obviously, if there's a conspiracy in play, that could easily be done. So that's not really the basis to say Gannon isn't Gosch. There's many other bases to do that, but not that one. I also believe that in their books and public statements, John DeCamp and Nick Bryant jumped to conclusions about James Guckert and Jeff Gannon being Johnny secretly. A lot of people were doing this back in 04 and even today, which is very surprising to me. Johnny had many ways of disguising himself back then, including shaving his head. He bronzed his skin and dyed his hair black to look like a Native American of the Ojibwe tribe in Minnesota area after he escaped. Jimmy Gibson was part Ojibwe, and they hid together disguised as Native Americans. Guckert shaved his head because he was going bald. He usually had a military-type buzz cut for years. I've seen photos of Guckert from his old company's website back in Pennsylvania from the 90s with a bald head. It literally means nothing. Yes, I really did speak with Guckert's mother, June, sometime around 08. She died in 2010. And again, is this a conclusion Arbeck is jumping to? Does he have all the DNA records proving she was indeed his mother? Because if there is a conspiracy, clearly they have agents, or they could have just paid someone to say something for a decent amount of cash. Happens all the time. Ain't rocket science here. Coincidence theorists, I guess, have a hard trouble with that. I'm not accusing Arbeck of being a coincidence theorist, by the way. I'm just saying that was just in reference to other coincidence theorists. I mean, this guy's at least doing some kind of legwork. Actually, it looks like quite a bit of legwork. But again, I don't know how he's jumping to the conclusion that this is really Guckert's mother without having the DNA test to prove it independently verified. And again, if Guckert's identity was switched with someone else, I mean, that's par for the course, again, in these types of conspiracies. It's par for the course. So if that's what happened here, it wouldn't be surprising. Again, I'm not alleging it did, but if it did, it wouldn't be surprising. I asked his whereabouts and what he was doing in 82 throughout the 80s, and he was in school. I even found minutes to some of his old college fraternity meetings and reunions. Again, if this was a different Guckert from a switched identity, what does that really prove? The frat brothers of his said he bragged about staying in the White House with W. Bush. That's interesting. Guckert is a con man and what is called a gay hustler. Men like this are often used to hook politicians and other work such as spreading false info, asking softball questions to the president at a press conference, or impersonating a kidnapped paperboy from Iowa. The age progression photos that are in this video have been splashed around the internet since 2004, originating from Tom Floco's website and article. And again, if you haven't checked out the previous episode, I took Tom Floco completely out of the equation. They do not match Johnny's photos and are photos of reporter Jeff Gannon from the 2000s, except with hair and thinner. And again, the sources for all these photos are not Tom Floco. He has the same eyes, nose, ears, expression, etc. This was taken when Johnny was a little boy. The reason why Rusty thinks or thought Johnny was James Guckert back in 2004 was a meeting that he had with Johnny and other survivors who were with Johnny at a farmer's market in Seattle. Rusty still stayed in contact with some of them, and he stated that what was said by the survivors at the meeting was, quote, "Wouldn't it be funny if," end quote. Then Rusty described the entire Jeff Gannon scenario, a fake reporter showing up in the press corps with ties to male prostitution in D.C. I honestly believe that the survivors of an underage male prostitution group, including Johnny, planned to infiltrate the White House press corps somehow and expose what happened to them. This plan to infiltrate the press corps was sabotaged by someone, probably an intel subgroup out of the NSC. They put in a ringer. Their male prostitute blackmailer named him Jeff Gannon as a cryptic clue to Johnny's old newspaper editor. They spread this fake info about him being Johnny Gosch and tried to get Noreen and others to agree to this, then reveal who Jeff Gannon really is, just a guy from Pennsylvania. This will make Noreen look stupid and a conspiracy theorist, thus debunking her to keep the public not taking her seriously. I went over this theory with Noreen years ago, and she agreed. Okay, wow. That actually could make sense. See, R. Beck did not outline this initially, because this theory actually is a lot more plausible than just saying everybody's mistaken, because if it was all by design from the get-go. Also, I mention this all the time, I do find it hard to believe that a blood sample wasn't gotten. So if Noreen's PI or whoever, if they did get a blood sample and it didn't match Johnny, then they might have wanted this to quietly go away, obviously, because they kind of found out that this was all an infiltration and sabotage, which, again, based on the high-level politicians involved here, I mean, I don't think anybody would be surprised by that. Arbeck continues here, I do have a grasp on Conspiracy 101. I really had no idea why you think I do not. Jeff Gannon is just a fake name and not a stolen identity. I looked up Guckert's info and his family got in touch with his mother and confirmed who he was. Well, again, getting in touch with someone claiming to be someone's mother, I mean, this is why I said, you know, you have to have a grasp on Conspiracy 101, because where's the evidence that she's really his mother? I mean, that's what Arbeck is missing here. Confirmed who he was. Like, how was this confirmed? By people in school who said they knew him? I mean, this is really weird. I trust a mother to know her own son, unless it's Noreen Yash, of course. When people use a fake identity, as in the witness protection program of the U.S., and again, it's not a matter of trust, because, again, I was never insinuating that the identity got switched and no one told his mother, obviously. Obviously, if it really was his mother, he got switched, she was paid or threatened to go along, or it was never his mother to begin with, and she was just a handler or whatever. Again, I'm not alleging anything is true or untrue. I mean, there's got to be, we might have to add a counter to how many times I say that, because so many goofs come out of the woodwork claiming I am making a positive claim of some kind. I do not. This is Mindshock. We're just examining all different theories here. When people use a fake identity as in the witness protection program of the U.S. government, they usually keep the same initials. Why? I don't know. I used to speak with Jim Rothstein as well, only a few times, however, years ago. He would lurk on my website quite a bit, but never posted anything. He was gathering info from it. He never mentioned Jeff Gannon to me. That's interesting. We were sharing info about someone else, Jimmy Gibson, and I think Jim just, Rothstein just jumped to conclusions like Ted and others prematurely at the time. There are other great investigators who were brought into the Gannon-Gosch conspiracy as well, like Sherman Skolnick, the founder of Judicial Watch. He made a few statements about Jeff Gannon being Johnny Gosch around the same time as Ted Gunderson, DeCamp, etc. Great people, they just got it wrong, which is what these intel groups want them to do to make them look stupid. I had these U.S. government goons try to spread fake nonsense on my website many times, but we caught them. They were photoshopping fake photos of Johnny. They photoshopped the photos of the boys on the bed by putting fake marks on their bodies, etc. I could track every visitor to my website with the IP addresses that I pulled up were astounding. The U.S. Senate, NASA Jet Propulsion Labs, Lawrence King himself would lurk there. I knew where he worked at the time. He was using his work computer. Many Air Force bases, even Colonel Aquino. They were using fake names, impersonating others, etc. I've been messed with and threatened by U.S. government goons. I know Conspiracy 101. Trust me, I know how these people operate. Wow, that's quite mind-shocking as well. And you know what's kind of weird? He doesn't mention a year here. I mean, is this early 2000s? I'm guessing. So what's weird is that they weren't using proxy servers or some kind of precursor to VPN. So, for those that don't know, VPN, virtual private network, basically you connect to a different network and then your IP can show up as anywhere in the world, different countries, etc. I mean, in all those like hacker movies and TV shows where they do this, I mean, it's actually grounded in reality. But what's kind of weird is that the actual history of VPN is a little bit shrouded in mystery, but if you look it up, it'll actually tell you that VPN tech was first used in 1996 by a certain Microsoft employee. And the employee, I mean, this is probably a topic for a different podcast. Like, you could do a whole podcast on this. And it's never been 100% confirmed who did it, when, how, but basically other sources are saying that first-gen VPNs came out in 1992. Where there were layered IP encryptions. So bottom line is, you wouldn't know where the real IP was. So by the early 2000s already, we're talking about like some of these high-ranking security individuals working according to our back, if this is all true. U.S. Senate, NASA Jet Propulsion Labs, I mean, they didn't even bother to hide their IP. Is that kind of weird? I mean, I don't know. Or they're just that confident they don't care. I mean, like all those IPs coming from the Bohemian Grove area, specifically the Johnny Gosch website. But continuing on here, James Guckert's articles on his website and the titles that he chose to use were probably cryptic clues to pique people's interest into trying to make connections to Hunter Thompson, Johnny Gosch, etc. They like putting things in your face subtly. Well, that's actually what I was saying, and I say this all the time. I simply say it's not a coincidence. So it was either done on purpose because it was real, or it's done on purpose being fake to trick people into thinking it's real. When I address that, I mean, it's mostly the gullible goof coincidence theorists who they're the ones claiming it's innocent coincidence, and it's just mathematical coincidence that all of these names lined up and matched up. That's the only thing I really, point at and mock to a certain extent. I'm not hallucinating to know the reasons why. And again, our Beck here is postulating that this is all by design, which I've actually explicitly said as well. I'm just, obviously, I wouldn't, anybody without these top-level clearances who actually knows what's going on with these people, they wouldn't know why. Rusty Nelson's release from prison was not on the same day that Hunter Thompson was found dead. It was in the same year, I believe, but it is not on the same day. This was another misunderstanding that was spread on the internet back then. Okay, well, without sources, I mean, come on, Arbeck, without sources, I mean, so we don't know. It was reported it was, but it might not have been. I mean, where are the sources? I mean, how come this isn't confirmed? When Noreen sent someone to talk to James Guckert at his apartment in the DuPont Circle area of D.C., he slammed the door in the person's face. Noreen even told the person to try to get some hair or something from him, but they said he is bald. I know come on, you could just take his drink, whatever, or just look through his garbage. I know the identity of the man who Noreen sent, but I'm not allowed to say who he is. I don't know why they didn't find other ways to get DNA from him. Well, that's weird. Why is Arbeck presupposing they didn't? I mean, out of all those years, I mean, come on. Guckert is an odd person. He is an operative of Karl Rove, who is a closeted homosexual and former advisor to W. Bush. Guckert was involved in the Valerie Plame scandal that hit D.C. back then as well. Look into that if you haven't heard of it. I actually went over that extensively on the previous podcasts. He outed a CIA operative, risking many lives. He worked for Rove and Bush doing their dirty work. When Guckert was getting his 15 minutes of fame, when this Gannon Gosch story was spreading like crazy, he took a lie detector on a TV show. Sorry, I can't remember which one it was. This was 20 years ago. They asked him if he was Johnny, and he said no. He passed the lie detector test. Wait, really? Come on, Arbeck. Arbeck thinks that a government operative wouldn't be able to pass a test, or that passing a test actually means innocence? Come on, Arbeck. You have a grasp on Conspiracy 101, and you're actually taking the results of a lie detector test at face value? Seriously? I'm a little surprised. I mean, Arbeck has all these, all this info, and he thinks lie detector tests are legit. Weird. Guckert kept appearing on TV shows all the time, denying he's Gosch, and even claiming he would take a DNA test to prove it, but he never did. He was milking this for everything he could get. Noreen even called into one of these talk shows and talked to Guckert. He agreed to a DNA test, but refused when the cameras were off. He was being the typical con man. I've seen all of Guckert's photos from his male escort website back in the day. They are very graphic. None of them show a birthmark anywhere on his body. Actually, I mean, if you haven't checked out the Gannon podcast episode in the Johnny Gosch series here on Mindshock, check it out. There's actually quite a few, and they looked photoshopped. I mean, if that's done by design to make it look like it matched up to Johnny, I mean, I guess they could have done that if this was the plan. Johnny has a birthmark shaped like South America, as Noreen said, on his chest. Guckert doesn't have this birthmark. These photos of Guckert in the video are photoshopped to show a birthmark. Well, actually, it looked like it was photoshopped as if the birthmark was edited out. That's kind of what it looked like, or if it was removed. I mean, it's not exactly high quality, high-res photos from back then. Again, it's really not possible to determine either way, so I don't really know why Arbeck is continuing here with this. I do remember emailing one of Guckert's fraternity brothers when he was in college at university somewhere in Pennsylvania. I think it was Westchester. I can't remember. His frat was TKE. I think Tau Kappa Epsilon. They had reunions every year, and Guckert would attend them. The guy said they saw him in the news a lot for a few months when the story was spreading, and knew he wasn't Johnny because Guckert was way older than Johnny. They said he talked about staying in the White House, which they thought was surprising, of course. Nope, this snuff film, which Paul Bonacci mentioned in the summer of '85, and Paul never mentioned Hunter Thompson by name ever. John DeCamp got this information wrong if he wrote this in his book, and Paul said Hunter Thompson filmed the snuff film in '84. Again, I went over these exact details, and there's a few different books that mention this, so again, I don't know why Arbeck is hallucinating this here. Back in 2008, 2011, when I talked to Paul and his wife regularly by email and instant messenger, I very cautiously tried to get info out of him by many hours of chatting and others chatting. It's not good to directly talk to a former survivor of mind control and satanic ritual abuse about their abuse. Myself and a few others tried to ID the locations of this snuff film and people involved in it. We figured out by another boy who was taken to the Bohemian Grove as a male prostitute that this was in the caveman camp and at the Grove Keeper's house behind the wooded area. The Bohemian Grove is divided into different camps with strange names like Caveman, Mandalay, Lost Boys, etc. That's creepy. The Caveman camp was mostly wealthy oil industry people, and former President Nixon was a member of this camp. The pilot that flew Paul to Sacramento was an ex-Air Force captain that had an eagle tattooed on his chest. This is not Hunter, of course. He was one of the abusers in the film. They flew into Vegas to pick up the photographer, who was a little Italian guy. This was straight from Paul, no one else. No middleman writing a book. Hunter is a tall man and not Italian-looking. Lawrence King was there as well. I ID'd the boy who was murdered. His name was Nicholas and went missing in '84, and we didn't notify the police. We didn't? That's weird. I would not take Nick Bryant's book as 100% accurate. When Nick first started researching the book, he was a hardcore skeptic. He basically went through John DeCamp's office files to get most of his info. Him interrogating Rusty with mugshot-like photos of Hunter only shows me that Rusty didn't know him when he had photos shoved in his face at the time, or pretended not to. Rusty in 2009 said he realized who Hunter was and saw him in New York City wanting to film a snuff film. By the way, the connection of Hunter Thompson asking his assistant, Nicole Brown, it's an interesting name, to watch a snuff film with him came from me. I discovered this link by researching Hunter's assistant and finding a thesis she wrote for her journalism class. She was an intern living with him at the time. As you can imagine, she had a wild time living with Hunter. She said he tried to force her to sniff cocaine and was on long drug binges, leaving his car at odd hours in the night, and she had a hard time putting up with it. It was a very interesting read. The snuff film mention got my attention. I posted it on my website, and a lot of people picked it up, including Mark Dice, who put it in his book. Mark used to lurk on my website secretly. I remember getting his IP and figuring out who he was by his email address that he used to sign up for a username. He's in San Diego. You'd be surprised people do not mask their IP or have any idea how to. Okay, so let me just address the snuff film again. So when we're dealing with, so either intentionally or not, people can have mistaken memories, especially in highly traumatic situations. And if we are to believe that they're filming these types of films at Bohemian Grove, I mean, why wouldn't there be many different films filmed at many different times? So the fact that some of this stuff doesn't line up, it does, again, let's not fall for black and white logical fallacies here or false dichotomies. There could be many different scenarios and mistaken details, either intentionally or not, to obfuscate by Rusty or any of these individuals. I mean, are we really to say any of these individuals are 100% trustworthy? Now, I'm not saying that they're lying on purpose, but in the case of Bonacci or any of these other MK Ultra individuals or satanic ritual abuse individuals, their memory might not be 100% perfect. They might have confused details and confused different situations. So we have to keep that in mind, not to fall for these fallacies. And other individuals, Rusty or possibly other people, they might pretend not to know somebody for, again, a laundry list of legitimate reasons. So to just pretend and hallucinate they're either 100% telling the truth or 100% lying, I mean, obviously there's many different situations in the middle. Also, I did address that where that little Italian guy who was clearly not Hunter Thompson, he might have went by that name. I already went over that. So he could have said that he identified himself as. That doesn't mean Bonacci is saying he was. So, again, there's, I mean, I don't know why, it's hard to grasp this. It's really not that hard. But continuing on to Paul Bishop here, Arbeck said this. What do I think of Paul Bishop? He was put on Noreen to watch her, to see what she knows, feed her false info, and to report back to his handlers in the intel group he's working for. Most of these guys are blackmailed perverts, pedophiles, homosexuals, criminals, etc. They are compromised, threatened, and easily controlled. This all happened at the time Noreen was in the news getting support from John Walsh and appearing in Congress. They wanted Paul Bishop on her to keep her at close range and watched. Noreen told me this herself, but she didn't know it at the time. Years later, these guys pop up getting arrested for their favorite crime, to blackmail somebody with child exploitation and type crimes. This is called the neutralization. It's how intelligence groups work. Paul Bishop was effectively neutralized. No, I'm not a disinfo agent, just an old school patriot from way back in the 80s. In the last email I got from Ted Gunderson, who I admire immensely, he called me a truth seeker, which I thought was very accurate. I'm only here bothering to comment on your videos to get the truth out from what I know. I've been doing that for years. I stumbled upon your videos about the subject and wanted to share info. I've stayed away from it for over a decade now for my safety. I will be happy to answer any questions, thanks. And again, Arbeck, thanks for chiming in. Obviously, a lot of great information and theories here. So, yeah, I mean, Arbeck does tend to fixate on a couple things and fall for the false dichotomy logical fallacy, but clearly Arbeck brought a ton of good information here. And this is a theory I did go over initially, and it might be even deeper than I thought regarding the manufacture and control of narratives and disinfo agents all swarming Noreen Gosch. And again, the people that criticize Noreen, how many of them are paid agents that just publicly smear? Because, I mean, what kind of person with a conscience and a functioning brain would smear Noreen Gosch? I mean, I mean, there's probably some clueless goof coincidence theorists who are just too mentally weak to believe that something like this could happen and that there are these vast rings involved. So, I mean, maybe that's just them coping by attacking her because they're just too mentally weak to believe that this kind of stuff could go on and that criminals don't always act alone. And they sometimes include politicians. I mean, you would think in the post-Epstein era, I mean, you know, there wouldn't be goofs that clueless. But again, I mean, you know, there are. So let's move on. So I got an email here from a source close to the investigation. Apparently, they are connected to a reporter. So I will read what they have shared. They did give me permission to share this. So this individual heard from Mark Allen's mother's son. Now, is this the brother of Mark Allen, or did she have a different son? I don't know. That's not really clear here. So apparently, Mark Allen's mother's son believes that someone on the police force is involved. Color us surprised here. So Mark's case was under the jurisdiction of the Des Moines PD. So this source is saying that the former police chief's involvement is confirmed, that there were sex parties held in Omaha on a regular basis, and Orville Cooney, the police chief, was a regular there. Now, so there's multiple people stating that they heard that this information. They're not citing the source. There's several different sources here, and I guess for safety reasons, they're not citing them. Maybe there are good guys on the police force, and that's where they got that info from. Who knows? Now, one of the sources is supposedly the West Des Moines mayor, George Mills. Apparently, so again, I don't know if there's a recording of this. Supposedly, George Mills' deathbed confession or otherwise stated that Cooney referred to Johnny as a runaway immediately when it was clearly obvious that he was kidnapped, because obviously to cover up, not necessarily that Cooney himself was involved, but if Cooney attended all these parties, knew these same people, he didn't want to point the finger. He didn't want to do a real investigation because it could be linked to him, even if he himself wasn't directly involved in the kidnapping of Johnny Gosch. Also, apparently, so this source is either a journalist or close to a particular journalist. They stated that the man who was driving the blue van was identified. So this van was a few blocks from the kidnapping scene. There was actually an additional witness who saw the blue van with the motor running. They also saw the other vehicle spotted near Johnny when he was kidnapped, that they transferred this long wrapped something in a wrapped blanket into the van. And then both vehicles went towards I-80 towards Omaha. So this is curious information. So again, this isn't really, a lot of this info isn't clear. So there was, of course, the initial witness. So I don't know if this means that there's a second witness that has never previously come forward, or if this is still that original witness who saw the blanket or carpet or whatever that was being transferred to the van. Again, if you haven't checked out the previous episode, check those out. I went over all of these sightings and witnesses and everything that was reported. So this particular witness called the police many times. And apparently they stated that they were completely certain that what was passed between the vehicle and the van was a body. And color everybody's surprised in this case, the police never even responded. They didn't even show up to take any statements. And so this wasn't found out until private detectives found this guy. So this was 2 weeks after the kidnapping when this individual reported this information. So here's where the new mind-shocking information comes with the owner of the blue van. So it doesn't state here when this became known. So apparently, CNN has some kind of new interest in this case in the past, several weeks to several months. And this information relayed here, the man who owns the blue van, I don't know how they know this, supposedly used chloroform on his 2 children. And I don't know who reported this. Supposedly, this guy was testing chloroform on his children to see how it worked and how long it kept them unconscious. And apparently he was also caught assaulting his young daughter. And he was arrested and in prison for this particular crime. Now, I couldn't find this guy's name in any public database, so obviously I can't share it. But anyway, he did not serve the full sentence. And again, this is information from the source. Make of this what you will. His legal fees were supposedly paid by none other than Warren Buffett, who not only lives in Omaha, but who arranged for this guy's early release from prison. And this assault on his own daughter was after the kidnapping of Johnny, and this guy still lives in Omaha. So what does everybody make of this? Because I haven't seen Warren Buffett's name specifically in any of these cases. I mean, we got Epstein and all the individuals associated with him. But Buffett is new to me. I mean, we know about Bill Gates and all of these other, billionaire scumbags. But Buffett is new to me. So I don't know. Perhaps we might have to do a dedicated podcast on Buffett. But this is what the source is claiming. That Warren, I don't know how they know this, of course, either. How would they know this? I don't know. So apparently, I don't know if this is somebody who works for CNN or is close to the CNN reporter in the investigation. Supposedly, CNN is doing a story on the Gosch case and this particular guy who owned the blue van. And they've already done a lot of interviews. And one of the reporters tried to interview the owner of the blue van. And as soon as he mentioned Johnny Gosch's name, the guy smiled at him. So he didn't slam the door in his face. He didn't yell at him. He smiled at the mention of Johnny Gosch. Now, he didn't admit anything, and so this is supposedly a CNN journalist that appeared at his door. So this guy, I don't know how many private detectives are involved here or if this is coming from CNN. Again, I am not alleging any of this is true or untrue. This is all unconfirmed information sent by a source claiming to be close to the investigation. Make of that what you will. So the owner of the green van, who went to prison for assaulting his daughter, apparently he was a salesman for a baby formula company and delivered this baby formula to Boys Town in Omaha, Nebraska. Now, supposedly there were no babies at Boys Town. Someone has stated that this baby formula was being used to cut with cocaine. I mean, was it even baby formula, though? Maybe, like, a lot of companies, obviously, for shipping drugs, they put it in other products. So, I mean, I don't know. If anybody's out there an expert in cocaine use and if there's any overlap with baby formula, you guys can chime in. Now, supposedly, this guy is also a registered sex offender. Also, so this source is also mentioning that there's another source that stated that this guy, the owner of the blue van, he's the only guy involved in the Johnny Gosch case that is still alive. Everybody else has died. Also, this source, who's obviously been doing some A lot of investigation here. There's many other sources other than Paul Bonacci involving the Franklin Credit Union, which was laundering money for NAMBLA, the North American Man-Boy Love Association, Larry King, and many others. And so apparently there's a lot of... they're claiming there's many other sources other than Bonacci, and all of the information matches up. And they're also investigating many other kidnappings in the area with possible ties, and obviously the police did not investigate those ties either. What does that all mean? I mean, that's the real question here. Other notable news here is apparently June 19th, 2023, there was a report regarding two sisters finding a human skull on the Des Moines River sandbar. Some campers out by Yellow Banks Park were out on a sandbar located at Human Skull. Polk County Sheriff's Captain Ryan Evans tells WHO Radio News. We called in our investigators. We canvassed the area to see if there were more remains other than the skull, but no human remains were found at all, Evans says. The girl's father posted a photo of the skull on social media, and people who commented wondered if it might be Johnny Gosch or Jody Heisentruitt, two high-profile Iowa missing persons cases. The post has since been removed, and the article also mentions Eugene Martin. Although it is only speculation at this point, one commenter who identified themselves as a medical examiner said that the skull appears to be that of a child and likely dates back 50 to 100 years. Okay, that's curious. Captain Evans tells WHO Radio News the skull has been taken to the Iowa Medical Examiner's lab for inspection and possible ID. So I don't know if anything has come of that yet, but that is a curiosity as well. So let's look at the map here. Does anybody notice any curiosities? So there are two known addresses for Wilbur Milhouse, the one and only Des Moines Register employee who was prosecuted for pedophile-related activities involving newsboys and otherwise. Obviously, in the Faded Out podcast, Yellow Bag pointed the finger at Milhouse regarding comments about Johnny going missing, regarding Milhouse trying to get him to his home. And apparently he sold fireworks and was also possibly involved in some drugs, procurement, selling, or otherwise. And he also just so happened to live next to the murder scene of a grocery store owner in the 70s and was actually interviewed regarding that. So let's look at where this guy lived. There are two known addresses here. The first, in 1970, apparently old newspaper sources have pinned him on East 42nd Street. In 1970, not too far from Gray's Woods, where some people believe that he might have dumped bodies, Johnny's or otherwise, if he was directly involved, which he might not have been. And the latest address is given in 1973 at Maury Street. Now, Maury Street, what's curious here is that Maury Street is not too far from the river here. This area is right near the river. So what's curious is even before, obviously, this past summer, 2023, but even going back years, possibly, I mean, I don't know what the exact year on a lot of these accusations were, but at least 5 years back, well before this human skull was found, some people were postulating and theorizing that he might have gotten rid of remains in the river. Now, did they make their way? Would this skull wash up a couple miles downriver? I mean, it sure seems to add up. So we're in the Yellow Banks area here, which is not too far from Milhouse's last known address in the Des Moines area. Just a couple miles here, roughly 18 miles, 17, 18 miles or so. And then you could also see from the Johnny Gosch abduction site, and you could also see here on the map where Martin and Alan were supposedly abducted as well, not that far from Milhouse's home. And the skull that washed up, we have no idea who it belongs to, of course. I mean, who knows how long until testing is completed, if ever. I mean, unfortunately, there are so many of these cold cases where news comes out of bones or something of the like being found, and many times there's no update at all. But just real quick, let's run down the timeline here. Again, if you haven't checked out the previous episodes, particularly involving Milhouse, the Des Moines Register, and all the funny business in that direction. I mean, just the amount of coincidences one would have to believe in if this is all unrelated to his abduction. I mean, it's just so astronomical. But Tri-State Girl posted this on the Johnny Gosch subreddit with the breakdown here. Or I guess she copy-pasted this. So there's no source here. It's just a timeline. March 1943, born in Ottumwa to an unwed 16-year-old Rose Receveur, apparently adopted by Raymond and Mary Milhouse of Ottumwa. And there is a question mark next to Ottumwa regarding spelling. Ottumwa is a city in Iowa. I've never heard of it. I don't know how big of a city it is. It is approximately 85 miles southeast of Des Moines, for those wondering on the geography there. In 1955, moves to Des Moines. His father works as a building custodian. In 1956, attends school in Johnston. 61, attends East High in Des Moines. 66, 67, serves in the U.S. Army in Vietnam. Now, I don't know if we actually went over that. So, was he part of the Phoenix program, like Jeffrey Dahmer? I mean, is there another layer of conspiracy here? I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole for the moment here because we're trying to focus here. If we do a follow-up episode on Wilbur Milhouse, maybe we'll go down that. If anybody else has any info about that, feel free to share, of course. In 68-70, circulation manager at the Des Moines Register on the South Side. June 70, forms the Greater Des Moines Youth Movement, a pro-military patriotic organization. And this is 1970, and the records put him on 42nd Street at this time. February 73, this is when he's interviewed at the site of David Morris's murder. And it's cited that he's now living on Maury Street. December 74, he interrupts a 2 a.m. burglary at Jackson School. And what was he doing there? While with a man named Richard Wyand. Richard was arrested in 2003 for having sex with a man at Sail Lake while children were nearby. So he's hanging out with current or future sex offender of some kind while just randomly walking the halls of a school at 2 a.m. where he just happens to come upon a burglary. Does anybody find that kind of fishy? I don't know if we went over that on the previous episode regarding Wilbur Milhouse. That's just another little point to add to the coincidence stack that's already several miles high now. January 75, he's arrested for sexual abuse of a junior high boy by telephone, received a psych evaluation and 30 days in jail. In 78, he's rehired as a circulation manager by the Des Moines Register on the west side. August 81, Milhouse is circulation manager of the year. Wow. August 82, he's transferred to the east side. So this guy's worked almost every side. September 82, Johnny Gosch is kidnapped. Milhouse confesses knowledge of the crime. August 83, question mark, Milhouse suffers a severe heart attack, loses his job with the Register. And you know what's kind of weird? Do they have a date for that? So it's approximately August? So it's roughly around the anniversary of Johnny Gosch's disappearance. February 86, Des Moines police execute a search warrant on Milhouse's home. July 86, Des Moines police send a letter to hundreds of parents warning that their children may have had contact with a suspected child sex abuser. November 86, arrested for 6 counts of sexual abuse with a $72,000 bond. April 87, pled guilty. May 87, sentenced to 30 years in prison, the Anamosa Reformatory. April 2000, work release in Des Moines. He works at McDonald's on the east side. How is he allowed to work at an establishment? I mean, unless he's the night janitor. I mean, even then, that children go into. June 05, charged with failure to register as a sex offender. 2006, moves to Kansas. Last known address, Overland Park, Kansas. November 2015, dies and is buried in Leavenworth National Cemetery. Wow. I mean, this is pretty crazy. Here's another interesting post from Tri-State Girl. Supposedly Noreen stated that he was in Kansas City at the time of Johnny's abduction. I'm assuming there were maybe private eyes who verified this, but I don't know how many people are thinking that Milhouse was directly involved. Simply that he knew about it and possibly knew individuals who were responsible directly. Tri-State Girl posted this. What proof do they have? It's possible Milhouse only knew who did it, though. Milhouse seems to have fooled everyone. Yellowbag talks about how Milhouse was a sissy, but was shocked when his voice turned evil talking about Johnny's disappearance. Milhouse had to be tough. He did serve in the military. I think he knew how to come off as a weak person to stay under the radar. When that woman, Vicky, who worked with him, talked about him, she talked about his charm as well. She mentioned he seemed like a kid himself. He knew how to be approachable. Milhouse was caught trying to get boys to come to his house. He gets arrested, and it stops. I know there were attempts after him. I don't know what to make of those. Yeah, I mean, clearly there's some kind of a ring, possibly more than one. There's possibly overlapping rings involved. Yeah, it's tough. There's one more post I wanted to go over here regarding Milhouse while we're on the subject. Charles posted on Facebook regarding this deleted episode on the Faded Out podcast, episode 27, Meeting with Yellowbag, where he talks about an accomplice with Milhouse. Charles posted, I grew up a block north of Milhouse, right up the street. I did go in his house once when I was 8 or 9, maybe 84 or 85, I would say. Another boy from the neighborhood went to his house to buy fireworks, and I walked there with him. Weird, odd man in a t-shirt and blue jeans. That's all that Charles shared on Facebook there. So yeah, not a good picture painted of Milhouse by any stretch of the imagination. Yeah, I mean, there's just so many coincidences with Milhouse. I'm going to share one more post by Marion number 1 here regarding the whole Yellowbag, Milhouse, Franklin scandal situation, just to round this out. Yellowbag also ID'd someone as Milhouse's accomplice who was clearly not a local at the time, and even Faded Out host Sarah DeMeo ended up finding this so off base that she deleted the relevant interview with Yellowbag season 1, episode 27, as if it never happened. Now, I'm not saying that Yellowbag can't be forgiven for a mistaken ID, and I'm going to chime in here with the Bruce McGuire theory. Who said it was mistaken? And if Sarah DeMeo, obviously it's a relatively poorly researched podcast with a lot of holes that I've gone over on when I went over Yellowbag's account, not necessarily with Yellowbag, but the whole situation and the DeMeo podcast. I'm not saying this was all an intentional smokescreen, although it may be, but there's clearly a lot of issues there. So maybe it wasn't a mistaken ID, but who knows? But this is something worth being upfront about, especially for the people who act as if Yellowbag's story holds so much more intrinsic value than Paul Bonacci's. One of the only major new leads that Yellowbag provided was a suspect who, quote, didn't pan out, end quote, in Sarah's own words, while Bonacci's story led to the discovery of a new location, the ranch in Colorado, a new witness, Jimmy Gibson, and a new suspect, confirmed pedophile Charlie Kerr, at minimum. Well, again, let's not fall for false dichotomies, because who knows? If Yellowbag did make a positive ID and there's some other issues going on here for intentional obfuscation, who knows what this is all about. The Des Moines Register connections and other local pedophiles are worth exploring. I doubt you'll find many, if any, adherents of the Franklin theory who would disagree with you on that. But I'd like to know your reasoning for why you consider such a tangential suspect like Fred Sayer, who had essentially nothing connecting him to Johnny's case, more worthy of scrutiny than Sam Soda, a figure with organized crime connections who inserted himself into the case, has lied about his involvement, was a longtime suspect of the Gosches, reportedly confessed his involvement in the abduction, has been squelching inquiries into local pedophile networks, and was protected by the local power structure for the crimes of showing child pornography and domestically abusing his underage stepson. The whole incompetence theory with Sam just doesn't fly in light of all the highly suspicious things he did and received official protection for. As for his DMR investigation, Sam was curiously evasive on Faded Out about how he even began investigating Socorro. But either way, it seems to have quickly led into a pedophile ring at the newspaper, yet no other names ever came out. The fact that a larger network within the DMR was reportedly under investigation by Sam makes it even harder for me to believe that Milhouse's name never came up, and even more suspicious that Socorro's was the only name to see the light of day. My theory, Sam Soda was a manager of the child sex trade in Des Moines with connections to pillars of the local establishment such as law enforcement, first Assistant County Attorney Ron Wheeler, various cops who were coming to his scared conferences and or seeing child porn films that he brought to Barry's Lounge. And yes, the Des Moines Register. For all the hand-wringing by Faded Out followers about how Franklin was taking all the attention away from a local connection was clearly present in Paul Bonacci's story from the beginning. Bonacci talked in no uncertain terms about how Sam had a collection of photographs that were all of DMR paperboys, including Johnny's, which he singled out and showed to the kidnappers. Right away, as far back as 91, there is a pretty clear indication that a ring specifically targeting DMR paperboys existed, and Sam served as a liaison between that and the more interstate side of Franklin. Again, if you haven't checked out the previous episodes, check them out, because there was over a dozen other attempted abductions. I mean, just craziness how many attempted abductions there were in the area, mostly of people, of paperboys, and possibly a few girls as well in the area. Okay, yeah, so there's definitely a lot there. And if Sam was already connected to pedophile rings within the DMR, as I suspect, his involvement in exposing Socorro was probably not a principled move to out a pedophile, but a way to divert the public or perhaps preemptively discredit an inside witness. That is a brilliant observation here. Absolutely brilliant observation by Marion number one. Because there were a lot of goofs saying, oh, look, Sam Soda couldn't be a bad guy because of this, this, and this. I mean, if he's an agent, if he's obfuscating, I mean, these are clear intelligence agency tactics here. This is supported by the general sketchiness surrounding the Socorro story when and right after his pedophilia came to light. Early on, after the story broke, Socorro claimed that he only confessed to Sam because Sam identified himself as a DCI agent of the state police. And while I am loath to take the word of a pedophile, it's hard to understand why else he would freely confess his crimes on tape to a private citizen who had no power over him. Moreover, on Faded Out, Sam defended the honesty of the Socorro interrogation by claiming that reporter Mary Bach was with him and Socorro in the room through it all. He also told Sarah it wouldn't be worth tracking down Bach to confirm the story. You know what's kind of weird, though? Like, forget this case. In any case, when someone explicitly goes out of their way to state, by the way, did you have a witness there? Yeah, this person was present. But by the way, it wouldn't be worth it to track them down to confirm anything I'm saying. I mean, how many goofs find that credible? It's just kind of weird. It's obvious why he said that, because when Sarah did interview Bach, she contradicted Sam by saying she was in another room and only given the tape after the interrogation finished. Faded Out, of course, somehow pretended that Bach corroborated Sam, even though she refuted his most pivotal claim about her. Once again, Sam Soda lied, and quite significantly, given that he used the lie to defend against a pretty serious accusation of misconduct on his part. Less than a month after Socorro's exposure, a fire of suspicious origin breaks out in the 4-unit apartment on 23rd Street, the address where Socorro resided. And Des Moines Register here, fire of suspicious origin routs apartment dwellers. November 13th, 1984. Not long after that, Sikora pleads guilty, goes away quietly, and of course never says anything more about the child sexual abuse within the DMR. I imagine he got the message. Yeah, that's curious. So was the fire a message to him, or was the fire specifically looking to get rid of certain evidence, or both? Was it a two birds, one stone situation? Tri-State Girl responded, was the fire was in 84, what if Wilbur Milhouse did the fire? Maybe he was afraid of Sikora trying to take a plea deal by exposing other pedophiles. Marion number 1 responded to this, I suspect that there was a whole operation to silence Sikora involving both Sam Soda and pedophiles within the DMR, quite likely including Milhouse. Sam, after forcing a confession out of Sikora by illegally pretending to be a DCI agent, preemptively brings Sikora's pedophilia to light and immediately has his life and credibility turned upside down. Then Sikora is further threatened physically into silence. So these are some mind-shocking allegations here regarding this network within the Des Moines Register. What does it all mean? How does it all connect to this green van driver suspect, Jeff Gannon, and just this overlapping government involvement and trafficking at the highest levels? I mean, yeah, there's just a lot here. That's all. I mean, that's all we're gonna go over for now. But I mean, I think it's time this case gets solved. So I don't know if there's any official news here on CNN, a CNN story involving Gosch and all of this reporting. But yeah, that's the info that has been sent to me. I go over all information, all theories, objectively, logically, and neutrally, aka scientifically, instead of obviously falling for fallacies and biases and jumping to conclusions of any kind, because the case is, of course, still unsolved. Hope everybody found another edition of the Mindshock podcast interesting and informative. If you want to help support the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Also, make sure you're subscribed to the channel. Hit the bell for notifications. If you're still not getting notifications, just make sure to like and comment on more podcasts. That's how the YouTube algorithm works and pushes out the notifications. Like and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons will get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcast requests. You could also be a guest in the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time. Welcome to Mindshock True Crime. This is your host, Bruce McGuire, and you are listening to the Johnny Gosch series. This is episode 9, Noreen Gosch. And Noreen Gosch is naming names. She actually gave me permission to share her thoughts in emails. So we will be going over some major bombshells, connections to other cases, and possibly even further evidence of a vast government conspiracy involving not only the Johnny Gosch case, but countless of other missing persons cases, possible MK Ultra trauma-based mind control, and criminal networks predating Epstein, of course. This is the post-Epstein era, so even the most gullible of goof, coincidence theorists, and authority-worshipping cultists look quite silly, not even raising an eyebrow or just flat out denying any possibility of government corruption or government involvement in missing persons cases. It's very, very strange, of course. As always, if you want to help support the podcast, keep up awareness in unsolved cases, cold cases, missing persons cases, wrongful convictions, and more, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. You could also be a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Help support the channel that way. Make sure you're subscribed, like and share, Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case, topic, logical analysis, co-podcaster requests. You could also be a guest in the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comments section. So, yeah, I mean, this is obviously a very problematic case. If you haven't checked out the previous 8 episodes, the first 7 episodes are here on Mindshock. The 8th episode is over on the Bruce McGuire channel. You can check that out as well. And we are going to be going over even more information from Norman Gosch. Now, Norman Gosch, of course, has a lot of critics. Most of them are just clueless coincidence theorists, bootleg and authority-worshipping cultists. But over the years, over the decades, it seems like Norman Gosch has been vindicated for just about everything she said. Because the first couple years, and even decades, a lot of this stuff hadn't come out yet, or at least not definitively. But now, looking back, it looks like she was pretty much on the money every step of the way, from Franklin scandal corruption, from law enforcement corruption, and even nationwide and international corruption and trafficking. I mean, it's astounding, mind-shocking, if you will, at how on the money Norman Gosch was about a lot of things. Now, certain things obviously haven't been proven true that she has said, or at least not yet. They haven't been proven untrue. But just based on the track record alone, if you don't know what I'm talking about and you're just a triggered goof, again, go back and watch the previous episodes. I'm not going to be going over dozens of hours of podcasts in every single episode. We are building on the previous episodes. So here are a few emails Noreen had shared with me and her thoughts, and she has given me permission to share them. And what's curious, again, is a lot of this information matches early rumors. I mean, it's weird. A lot of these true crime cases, these rumors turn out true. I mean, widespread conspiracy cases or not, even regular non-conspiratorial cases, a lot of the times the early rumors all turned out to be true. Isn't that kind of weird? Obviously, coincidence theorists, I mean, plenty of coincidences for them to shake a stick at. I mean, obviously they do like talking about this case and pretending that there just couldn't be a conspiracy for some reason. I mean, I don't really get it, but there's a lot of goofs out there. So let's go over these emails. So this was the first of a few recent ones. I listened to the podcast you did today. It was really good. I appreciate your attention to detail, and I was happy to hear you mention John David Norman. So, again, I went over this in previous episodes regarding these rings of traffickers that have all these connections. Quite a vast web of corrections. Just go into the chat real quick. Aunt B is here. I live 30 miles from where Johnny lived at the time of his disappearance. His wagon is on display at the Iowa State Fair. My heart aches for his parents and family.
So let me continue the email here. Obviously, Norman connected to quite a few things. As we finally learned after decades of investigation, he was indeed the man who purchased Johnny, calling himself the Colonel. Not to be confused, of course, with the Air Force Colonel Aquino, who was admitted Satanists going on mainstream media talk shows regarding Satanism. I mean, this stuff is bonkers. And obviously, the coincidence theorists ignore all of that. It's quite weird. So apparently, there's more than one individual known as the Colonel involved. Noreen is saying here that somehow they have evidence resulting from the investigation that John David Norman was the one who purchased Johnny, calling himself the Colonel. He was also connected with John Wayne Gacy, who went by the name the General. So Gacy was going by the General. And again, for all the people who think she's just making this stuff up, I mean, clearly it's coming from somewhere, and it seems kind of weird. I mean, these are professional investigators. They've been doing this a long time. Obviously, they know how to vet tips and verify tips. Obviously, they're not just believing everybody that comes out of the woodwork with stories. They're corroborating. Just like, again, Bonacci, one of the most important whistleblowers of all time, possibly. I mean, all of his information happens to add up. I mean, he knows the layout of the White House. He's winning $1 million judgments in court. I mean, obviously those records are sealed, so we don't know exactly what was presented. I mean, it's just bonkers how much evidence there actually is. I mean, there's a mountain of evidence of corruption and conspiracy here. Now, obviously, that doesn't mean it's definitively known exactly what happened to Johnny, but there's a lot of shady scum circling the area and the case. So, it is a new type of organized crime in our country, not to be confused with Al Capone style of organized crime. And in my speeches 40 years ago, I was telling audiences of this organized effort to buy and sell children, approximately 25 years before they gave it the name of human trafficking. Now we have an epidemic of these crimes taking place. Few make the headlines. And I do have to jump in again here because a lot of goofs and coincidence theorists, they hallucinate that because, 800,000 to 1 million of reported missing children in the United States, most of them are found. These goofs completely ignore all the children that aren't reported missing in the first place. They completely ignore the internationally trafficked children that wouldn't be reported missing from inside the U.S. since they went missing in other places. I mean, just the level of gophery of these clueless coincidence theorists and authority-worshipping cultists in trying to dismiss, this level of evil and deny justice or even investigation into this. I mean, think about the level of evil these goofs are propagating by trying to pretend that not that many go missing or whatever. I mean, even if it's less than 800,000, even if most of them are returned, there's still a stunning number, tens of thousands that aren't. That's a staggering, that's inside the U.S. only of those reported missing. So that doesn't even factor all the missing that weren't reported. That doesn't even factor those internationally trafficked. So just the level of gopher here is sickening by these coincidence theorists going around in the comment sections and all over social media, just trying to downplay this evil and denying justice and investigation. This is why it goes on, because there's so many goofs like that this can just continue. But going back to the email, a number of men involved in this web of organized pedophilia adopted military titles for themselves. I do not know all of the names, only a few, but I was told by an investigator there was a lieutenant, captain, the chief, and the general who was Gacy. And the children were called cadets. How sickening is that? And we finally learned the name of Tony, who helped toss Johnny in the car the morning of the kidnapping. His real name was Philip Pask. He died in prison some years ago, but he was spotted in 2 other kidnappings on the West Coast, and all the witnesses agreed it was the same man, including Paul Bonacci. By using the fake titles, the kids would not ever know real names, so it was protecting the pedophiles by keeping their identities secret. That information was a long time coming. It has been helpful with a few more pieces in this jigsaw puzzle. Thank you for all you're doing to keep the awareness alive for these cases. Information is slowly being brought to the surface. So, yeah, I actually went over the whole Tony and Pask connection, including matching up sketches and all of that in the previous episodes. Again, rumors of this and their involvement, and obviously Bonacci's testimony. I mean, this has been around for a long time, but it looks like there might be some movement here, some verification here. So this was my response. Sounds like connections are still being made. Obviously, if you do not feel comfortable answering, I understand, but from an outside perspective, it seems like Johnny's trip to the Air Force Base in the summer might not have been coincidental. You had mentioned Colonel Michael Aquino before. He seems to have connections to many places, including Colorado ranches, possibly the one Bonacci pointed out as well. Do you feel he might have had a role in Johnny's abduction or other similar abductions? So that was the question I posed to Noreen, because that's something I just can't dismiss. I mean, I'm just not a coincidence theorist like that. I just can't do it. That was one of the details that just jumped out, and Noreen actually gave a lot more to this. So the response here: when the case unfolded to the point of learning about Paul Bonacci and visiting him in prison, he explained how the Monarch MK Ultra was being done at Offutt Air Force Base to other kids and himself. But as he got older, the programming began to break down, which is true of a lot of victims. And suddenly they were having the memory of things they were forced to do. At that time, Michael Aquino came to Omaha and personally reprogramming Bonacci again while he was under their control. While in Omaha, Aquino did a TV interview promoting his Temple of Set religion, and I learned he made other visits to that part of the Midwest. The Monarch program was his baby, so to speak, and it is possible to program various things at the brainwave levels, alpha, beta, etc., and program the victim to not recall anything they did, making a real-life Manchurian Candidate. Now, for those that haven't listened to the Satanic Ritual Abuse Documented Cases podcast I did, I went over a number of hours, multiple hours of just documented cases, psychologists, psychiatrists on record of thousands of cases, and all of this information about the brain waves and exactly how this trauma-based mind control was all done. It pretty much all matches up. What a coincidence. I mean, maybe it all is coincidental. I don't know, but you could check out that podcast for more details there. Obviously, listener discretion is advised. When all this information came out, it was just too unbelievable for some, and victims were labeled as nuts, mentally disturbed, etc. But the program did exist and was used. When victims were interviewed as to why did they think it was so important to Aquino to program these young people, the answer from the victim was, quote, Aquino was creating an army-type group of people who could be triggered to perform whatever he wanted them to do, including take over our country. But it all failed as the programming began breaking down some years after the victim had been programmed. Which is also relatively realistic, right? I mean, literally anything you train for, if it's not kept up, it's going to atrophy. I mean, everything from just sport skills or even mental acuity. I mean, if you don't use it, you lose it. So, especially if this was all kind of experimental. So, who knows how they had this dialed in. Later, Aquino was the head of the NSA, which I did not know at the time, I requested through the Freedom of Information Act a copy of a paper Aquino wrote about programming the brain, titled From Psyops to Mind War. I received a reply from the NSA saying, quote, they would not be able to grant my request because it would interfere with national security, end quote. I learned a few months later that Aquino was the head of the NSA at the time. So I actually couldn't find verification of this. So apparently it's still classified. I don't know how she verified this. She said it was... I mean, actually, he did write this paper, though. This is verified in numerous sources, including the Mind War book. Apparently, From PSYOP to Mind War accidentally became public. It was a 1980 obscure internal U.S. Army concept paper. And there are a ton of references to this. So that has been verified. And you can actually find the whole thing. I probably will do a breakdown on that as well on a different episode. Carol Stanhope in the chat. This case is close to my heart as I escaped from human traffickers in 1976. Heart goes out to you, Carol. Yeah, I mean, obviously it is incredibly underreported. But, I mean, it seems like that's changing, though. It seems like the last couple years in the post-Epstein era, a lot of this stuff is getting more awareness. And even the most devout coincidence theorists might find it a little bit more troubling. I mean, they're pretty devout, though, in denying any of this. It's pretty bizarre, of course. Again, I do not have a source on Aquino actually being the head of the NSA at any time. However, the From PSYOPs to Mind War is verified at multiple sources. You can actually find the full text online and many references to its legitimacy. Now, you could say it's disinfo, but it was still actually published and released. It was released, and that can be verified. As far as Aquino being the head of the NSA, I could not find a citation for that. But again, everything else Noreen has said is eventually vindicated, so perhaps we'll find out about that as well. If any of the Mindshock listeners do have a citation for that, it would be interesting to see a source on that. Obviously, if it's all classified, we might not ever get one. About 2 weeks after I got that letter from the NSA, I received a phone call from Linda Blood. Yes, that's her real name. She said, quote, I heard you requested a copy of Mikey's paper, end quote, From PSYOPs to Mind War. Oh, not end quote. That's just the title, From PSYOPs to Mind War. I have copies. I will send you one. She did so, and it came in the mail a few days later. Then began a series of phone calls to my home from Linda Blood, and she would ask only one question. Noreen, have you become ill yet? I mean, that's a bizarre question. My answer would be no. Why on earth would she ask me such a question? So I delved into her background a bit and learned that she was Aquino's mistress for a time. So following that info about her, I did not answer my phone when she called over and over with the same question. I mean, that sounds like a weird programming as well. Just drumming that into the psyche, into the subconscious that you should become ill. I let the calls go to the answering machine. Eventually, she stopped making the calls. I believe that in some way, Aquino was a figure in the abuse and kidnappings of children for this project throughout the country. And it wouldn't surprise me if he also knew and or worked with the Colonel, John David Norman, who created a vast network of organized pedophilia business. We are still finding out information on him, including the fact that he purchased Johnny from Emilio, one of the men who kidnapped my son. Emilio had a kidnapping business and worked with a man going by the name of Tony, whose real name was Philip Pask, a notorious pedophile responsible for many crimes against children in our country. He died in prison November 98. Philip Pask worked with John David Norman and John Wayne Gacy for a period of time also. Info regarding all of this was made available to us from a former victim. Once we had the real names of these men, we were able to trace their movements and see a pattern of who knew and worked with whom. It took a long time to get the names. And again, I have to just a quick aside again for the coincidence theorists, because for whatever reason, a lot of these coincidence theorists, they just hallucinate that for some reason criminals can't act alone. It's a really weird thing. I mean, these conspiracy deniers and coincidence theorists, like in any business, I mean, even the criminal business, drug dealers work in gangs or cartels. Mafias of all kind do deals with different mafias. I mean, it would actually be more surprising that if they didn't work alone. I mean, obviously there are those that do work alone. Wendy Kirby says it's all connected. Carol says Noreen is a modern-day Joan of Arc and still beautiful. Yeah, it's so weird how she actually has critics. Like, even if people don't believe her or whatever, to actually criticize her, I mean, that's really weird. Maybe I'm just crazy, but I think that's just really weird to me. That she has all these haters specifically going after her online. Unless, of course, they're shills, because if the conspiracy is true, obviously a lot of money goes into online propaganda and trying to discredit the truth tellers, especially if they're pointing the finger at the corrupt, at the string pullers. So that would actually make sense. Continuing the email here, years ago, a PI that I hired said to me, quote, Noreen, if you investigate every piece of info that comes to you, you will eventually learn the truth of what happened to your son, end quote. I hung on all these years, investigating every shred of info that we found. Slowly, the bigger picture began to emerge. The Franklin Credit Union was laundering money for NAMBLA and others. The money to set up and run the Franklin Credit Union was donated by Warren Buffett's wife. And the Warren Buffett enigma, there were other rumors on Reddit and other places that actually tied Warren Buffett to even protecting certain criminals and getting them out of jail, etc., in the area. And again, this all matches up. I mean, again, it's just weird. Like, all these different sources and rumors, everything's matching up. It's kind of weird. Obviously, this is Mindshock. I do not claim anything is true or untrue. I do not claim anyone is innocent or guilty. I'm just looking at these things and saying maybe they're not coincidences. Larry King of Franklin was a pedophile, and even after being released from prison, he was back online bragging that he had 3,020 photos of Johnny Gosch and would make them available a few at a time on a pedophile message board. So that's a very specific number. I was called by a detective in Australia who was tracking the message board. He told me what he found and asked how he could help me. I asked him to try and coax that individual, going by a screen name only, to write an email to him. Then I could get the IP and trace who was offering all these photos. To my surprise, it was coming from Reston, Virginia, in the house where, anyone want to take a guess who was living in this house that the IP traced to? All allegedly, of course. Anyone want to take a guess? Are we going to be surprised by this? It was none other than Larry King of the Franklin Credit Union. Does anybody find this surprising at this point? I mean, I don't know. We're so far into this web with all of these connections. It's this Mindshock on top of Mindshock. Very, very bizarre. I contacted the National Missing Children's Org and gave them the info. They contacted the FBI in D.C. A raid of that home was scheduled for February of that year. Only a few hours before the planned raid, the FBI canceled the raid. Nothing happened, no arrest, nothing. The representative at the National Center called me and said, quote, we are now ready to agree that Johnny's kidnapping was organized pedophilia and an attempt to cover it up has taken place, end quote. So this is what Noreen Gosch is saying the National Missing Children's Organization had told her. The IP address was correct. It was King who had all the photos, but he was given plenty of time to clean up and clear out. Following this dog and pony show, King was nowhere to be found. He disappeared for a number of years, aided by the FBI. I have another book coming out, but there is enough material on Johnny's case to write a couple more. I seriously think that none of the law enforcement, going clear back to that first day when the police chief labeled Johnny a runaway and the FBI refused to enter the case, they expected me to collapse in grief. They were not prepared for me to fight back and gather enough info, learning the names of the despicable people who took my boy. It is accurate that a number of them are dead now, but there is still one who is living. Maybe there is someone in law enforcement who would do the right thing. So, I mean, this is so shocking and heartbreaking that there were multiple raids, because there was the other raid that supposedly, Noreen's husband, Leonard Gosch, somehow prevented or gave the tip-off. So this happened not once, but twice. 2 canceled raids that might have blown this case wide open and many other cases. This was the Kerr raid. Again, I went over this extensively in previous podcasts, so if you haven't checked them out, you can check them out. But so we have not 1, but 2 raids canceled, inexplicably. What does that mean? I mean, it's just... I mean, if that doesn't scream corruption, what does it scream? Another email here. Sorry I missed answering your question. I'm okay with answering it. I just forgot to include in the previous message. Okay. I do feel that the trip to Offutt Air Force Base was planned. No coincidence. Johnny's father was so insistent that Johnny go with him on that business trip. He had never taken any of the kids on a business trip before. How coincidental. So the first ever business trip that Leonard Gosch goes on, he takes Johnny with him. The first ever time Johnny goes to deliver the papers by himself, he's kidnapped. I mean, how high does the coincidence stack go? I mean, this is just mind-shocking. I feel Johnny may have been tested or indeed programmed to some extent. When they came back, I expected him to be bubbling over with things to tell me about the big planes, etc. at the Air Force Base. But he was subdued. And when I would ask a question about it, he would just say he couldn't quite remember that much about the Air Force planes. Very out of character for Johnny. So, yeah, this was also actually brought up by a commenter, I forgot on which podcast, in the YouTube comments, about how Noreen doesn't really talk about Leonard Gosch. But she has mentioned quite a few things, including those late-night phone calls. I mean, just a lot of shadiness regarding Johnny's father. And again, I am not claiming anything is true or untrue, but this set of circumstances, I mean, if you're doing true, honest investigation, the truth is not afraid of investigation. So what kind of an honest investigator wouldn't look at all these aspects? And I also do believe that Aquino was involved at some level with the kidnapping. On the programming end of it, after Johnny was kidnapped. But Johnny was chosen. Photos were taken of him 2 weeks prior by someone in a white car using a telephoto long lens, and the car had California plates on it, stolen plates. A neighbor witnessed it. Why was he picked or chosen? I do not know, but I think Aquino was the one who handpicked him. Then Emilio, who had a kidnap for hire business, was hired to do the actual kidnapping. His accomplices were Tony Philippask and the driver of the blue van, the last man standing. And since I wrote my previous email to you, a former friend of Sam Soda's confirmed that Sam admitted to him that he was in the car, the station wagon with the wood sides, parked on the street above where Johnny was kidnapped, and he watched the whole thing take place. Okay, whoa. Because this is the first time I've ever heard of this, but this would explain the two different cars. Because a lot of times, there were a lot of people, including coincidence theorists, just casting doubt on this whole thing and all of the reported witnesses. If there were two different vehicles with two different suspicious men, or more, obviously, that would actually explain everything that happened that morning. Would it not? Because if Soda was there, either just, an evil scumbag wanting to watch this go down for kicks, or just to see that it was, to confirm it, like, some kind of mafioso overseeing some kind of deal just to confirm that it happened. But, yeah, this is insane. Sam brought the photo of Johnny to a motel room where they all stayed the night before the kidnapping and said, "Here is the kid we are taking tomorrow." When I met Bonacci in prison, he told me that Sam Soda was there watching the whole kidnapping and described exactly the make, model of the car with the wood side panels on it. And the back door would open both ways, up and down, and hinged for a side-to-side opening. Only one manufacturer had a model like that, and it was the Ford station wagon. I got in touch with Motor Vehicles Department in Des Moines after Bonacci telling me all of that, and sure enough, Sam had the vehicle registered to him. So Sam Soda has the exact vehicle registered that Bonacci... So if Bonacci's making it all... Like, how would Bonacci know all of this if he's making it all up? There's still people out there saying that Bonacci made it up. I mean, it's weird. Just the level of cope of these coincidence theorist goofs. It's just crazy. We are so close on this case with the new information and getting the IDs of more of the people involved. What I'm trying to do now is trying to confirm the whereabouts of said individuals and the time frames which would connect to Johnny. We have John David Norman and Philip Pask in the Midwest, Des Moines and Omaha well documented now in their association with John Wayne Gacy. And another good friend of Norman's named Eric Kimell. Okay, so who's ready for yet another mind shock here regarding known Gacy associates? So she's not breaking any news here regarding Eric Kimell being connected to Gacy. I don't know exactly what the connections to Norman are. I'm assuming those are known as well. So she said, "We are working with info concerning him now, and I think he may still be alive. But there are a few others I want to connect with Larry King. Most of the others are dead, but this timeline is important to me. There will not be any type of justice concerning those who have died, but I owe it to my son to finish this with the rest of the story," as Paul Harvey would have said in his famous radio broadcasts. So let's look at this individual, Norman. So Kimell here. So she cited the name Eric Kimell. Huh. This is actually kind of weird. Wait a second. I might have got the wrong guy here. Oh, I might have totally fudged this up. Oh yeah, I totally fudged this up. Wow, major mistake for Bruce McGuire of Mindshock. Probably the biggest mistake I've ever made on this podcast. This is not the same guy. Oh, wait a second. Eric Kimell is his son? What? Huh. So this is on a public obituary. This is Norman A. Kimell. Then Eric Kimell, I'm not sure if this is his son. Eric with a K. And in the obituary, It's also Eric with a K. So, again, I'm not 100% on this. This is all theoretical. I do not claim anything is true or untrue, as usual, on Mindshock. I am not claiming anything is true. So this person on the screen is not Eric Kimell. It is Norman Kimell. Coincidentally, Norman. I mean, we have so many Normans here. It's crazy. So apparently, this Eric Kimell, not the guy on the screen, possibly the son of the guy on the screen, apparently county jail inmate bites self in arm in suicide attempt. So this is Bloomington, Illinois, the Pantograph newspaper, August 2nd, 1987. County jail inmate bites self in arm in suicide attempt. An inmate at the Champaign County Jail charged with harboring a national pornography kingpin tried to commit suicide by biting himself and is recovering under guard at a local hospital, authorities said. Eric Kimell, 20, tried to kill himself at about 2:45 a.m. yesterday by biting a vein in his arm, said Lieutenant Kenneth Roderick of the Champaign County Sheriff's Department. Kimell had been placed in isolation because he had been uncooperative with authorities since his arrest Wednesday on charges of harboring a fugitive. He had been arrested with John David Norman. So if this Eric Kimell is the son of Norman Kimell, so the son is apparently connected with John David Norman. I mean, how many Normans are there? This is crazy. First name, last name. I mean, Norman's not that popular. So, Norman, 59, who has been described by authorities as a national pornography kingpin. Norman was a fugitive from Pennsylvania and is being held in Champaign County Jail on a $1 million bond, Roderick said. Roderick said he had no info on charges against Norman in Pennsylvania. Jail guards had been checking on Kimell in his isolation cell every 15 minutes before the incident yesterday, Roderick said. Okay, so if this Eric Kimell is the son of Norman Kimell, this is the obituary for Norman Kimell that I'm about to read, whose son is maybe Eric Kimell. So Norman Kimell, here's the obituary here. Norman A. Kimell, age 88, passed away Friday, August 26, 2022. He was born March 30th, 34 in Chicago, the son of Glenn and Lillian Kimell. Following high school graduation, Norman proudly served in the U.S. Army during the Korean conflict. Norman was united in marriage to Martha Wasson, January 1565, in Nuremberg, Germany. So I wonder if he was stationed at the same base with Jeffrey Dahmer and several other serial killers. I don't know. He continued his studies following the war and graduated from the University of Southern Illinois and did further MA and PhD studies at the University of Chicago. Early in his career, Norman worked in D.C. for, anyone want to guess which agency? This guy worked for the NSA. So if this is indeed Eric Kimell's father, he worked for the NSA in the field of cryptographic coding and radio signals intelligence. Interesting frequencies. Norman later worked as a nuclear power plant inspector at Braidwood Nuclear Power Station in Illinois. He was a member of the American Legion, post number 2910. Norman enjoyed the simple things in life and being with his family. He's survived by his daughter, son, Eric Kimell, and several others. So, again, I could not verify whether this indeed is Eric Kimell's father, Norman Kimell, but it says he has a son, Eric Kimell, Eric with a K, and this guy worked for the NSA, and his son gets involved with these criminal networks, if that's his son. Again, I do not claim anything is true or untrue here on Mindshock. I do not claim anyone is innocent or guilty of anything at any time. So that's quite mind-shocking. That's quite mind-shocking. I mean, how many people are connected with the CIA, the NSA, MK Ultra in this case? It's just absolutely insane. I mean, how many coincidences do we have to have here? Noreen sent one more email here. It would be all right to read my feelings about these concerns. I do not have the answers to all of it yet, but it is still an area of investigation. I do feel that Aquino had some part in the kidnapping of my son. I do not know exactly what it was, but more than likely had to do with programming, since that was his brainchild. And I do feel that the trip to Offutt Air Force Base was no coincidence. After learning that is where programming of children had taken place. So apparently she also says she has other information, no sources cited, that programming did occur at that particular Air Force base. I believe I also asked her about Epstein. She says, we don't know the extent of Jeffrey Epstein's involvements yet. Nothing would surprise me anymore. He could have been linked with some involved in the crimes in the Midwest, Omaha, and Des Moines. It is a vast network of this new type of organized crime. And if he wasn't, surely some of his associates, some of the clients may have intersected with these scum operating in the Des Moines area. And obviously there's many connections to Colorado. There's many connections all over the place. There's no end in sight regarding the amount of CIA, military, NSA overlaps here in this case. Because if Aquino himself was formerly the head of the CIA, did Aquino personally know Eric Kimell as well as his father, Norman Kimell? I mean, the plot really thickens here if this Kimell connection is really legitimate. If Eric Kimball's father is indeed Norman Kimell, again, I am not saying that is true. There's a lot of goofs get triggered. I do not make claims here. I ask questions and I go over many, many different theories. Many of them mutually exclusive. So this case, just no end in sight regarding the Mindshocks. I will also be doing a dedicated John Wayne Gacy series. There's just a lot there. There's just a lot. I mean, it's never ending. And then once we add the bases in Germany, it seems like a whole lot of serial killers moved through there. And who knows how many other criminal ring leaders or those involved in criminal enterprise went through the Germany base, the U.S. bases in Germany. I mean, there's just no end in sight to the stack of these coincidences. It's just absolutely mind-shocking. Absolutely mind-shocking. But, yeah, Noreen has been vindicated at every turn thus far. A lot of her claims were mostly unsubstantiated throughout the years and decades until now. Past few years, it's come out that pretty much all of her claims have been spot on. Now, of course, there's many other claims that have not yet been corroborated. But it might not be too much longer before those are either. I mean, her track record is just, it's really impressive. It's really impressive. I start all of these true crime cases. I try to be as objective as possible. Usually I don't even like to talk directly to any people involved. But I mean, I'm not going to ignore emails if people do email me. And I didn't know what to think at the beginning. I really didn't. I wasn't pro or against. I mean, I wasn't against or for Noreen. I was objective on the sidelines. But at a certain point, after a certain amount of investigation, when people are just vindicated at every turn for their claims, no matter how seemingly incredible those claims are, I mean, verification from other sides, I mean, it's just, yeah, I mean, it is what it is, right? Objective, logical, neutral. That's the name of the game here on Mindshock, where the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. More episodes to come, plenty more to dissect and examine here on the Mindshock podcast. Hope all the listeners found another episode of the Mindshock True Crime Podcast interesting and informative. You want to help support the channel, help keep up awareness in all these cases, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Help support the channel that way. Make sure you subscribe, like, and share. Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkers of any kind, leave them in the comment section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time. Welcome to Mindshock True Crime. You're listening to the Johnny Gosch series. This is episode 10, America's Most Wanted. We will be discussing the supposedly disappeared episode. The episode that has been erased and scrubbed from the internet. Featuring Paul Bonacci. And the visit to this infamous Colorado house with a very shady basement with scribbled initials, not just JG, but others. And plenty more in typical Mindshock fashion with logic and reason at the forefront, unlike any other podcast out there. If you want to help keep up awareness in unsolved cases, missing persons cases, cold cases, wrongful convictions, and more, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure to subscribe to the channel, hit that bell for notifications. If you're not getting notifications, you can sign up on our Patreon. Even the free tier will have all the notifications for the latest live episodes and all episodes here on Mindshock. You could also check us out on Twitter, Facebook, and Reddit. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Help support the channel that way. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkers of any kind, leave them in the comments section. Or if you are with us here live in the live chat, I'll try to get to all of them. So welcome everyone tonight. And yeah, the big teaser, I do have clips from the episode. Now, nobody has provided the full episode, but I have clips from it, and I will play them. So we can see this ominous Colorado house, supposedly owned by an Air Force official, possibly with connections to the one and only Colonel Aquino of the Air Force, tied to Satanism and human trafficking. It's actually kind of shocking that in the post-Epstein era, there are still these gullible goof bootlicking coincidence theorists who hallucinate that government officials cannot be involved in trafficking of any kind. It's kind of weird. It's kind of weird. I mean, I guess they're just that mentally weak. They just can't. They don't have the mental capacity to comprehend that there are corrupt people in government positions, and they don't always act alone. I mean, I don't know if it's that. I don't know what makes that shocking. In the so-called official Johnny Gosch subreddit, r/Johnny Gosch, there are even these clueless goofs hallucinating that there aren't that many missing children in the first place. So actually, let's start this off with some basic statistics for these goofy coincidence theorists. Now, maybe they're shills. Maybe they're paid to downplay
government-backed human trafficking. I mean, man, a lot of goofs just don't know about, the issues with CPS. Those who died trying to expose government-run human trafficking and child exploitation. I mean, just the goofery across the board by these ignorant coincidence theorist goofs. I mean, it's just flat out disgusting how these scum deny victims. I mean, can you be more of a disgusting human being than a coincidence theorist denying the suffering of children? I mean, can you be more scum than that? I mean, I don't know. Clark Rice in the chat asks, Aquino went on to run the NSA. No, he's also head priest of the Temple of Set. He's been involved in a lot of high-ranking positions, yes. Also involved with MK Ultra brainwashing and psychological operations. His name is even on one of the main documents, one of the main public manuals since declassified. But I went over that in previous episodes. But welcome everybody here, South to West. Fire Pixie. Steffi Hugs. Amory Mass. Duckin' Felonies with all underscore. Is that 3 or 4 underscores? So yeah, but let's just start with this, some basic statistics for the coincidence theorist goofs. Just really basic stats, and then we'll get into the America's Most Wanted. I don't want to focus on Walsh here. I went over Adam Walsh and John Walsh in the Jeffrey Dahmer deep dives. If you haven't checked those out on Mindshock, check those out. I want to focus mostly on this Johnny Gosch episode and Bonacci and this house and just all of the footage that exists. So let me bring up the stats here. People are familiar with there's an 800,000 to 1 million missing children stat from the FBI. And supposedly a large portion of those are found later. But there's actually another stat from the Department of Justice, I believe. Just give me a second here. I'll bring that up. There's also a lot of coping goofs on this subreddit, Johnny Gosh. Let's look. Actually, here's, and they never respond whenever people actually post receipts, which I of course always do. They usually either don't respond or they just go into these projection cope spirals of just these profane ramblings that have nothing to do with rebutting any actual argument. So let's go to here. I mean, you guys are not going to believe this. So there was actually a lawsuit here, Aquino versus Stone. Let me put the receipts on the screen here once again for all of the coincidence theorist bootlickers. I mean, can you imagine bootlicking for government? I mean, how can you take the position of those harming children? I mean, it's kind of crazy, just the level of scum out there and publicly posting on social media. It's so crazy. It's so crazy. Like, why would anybody take a position against children? I mean, it's just so weird. I mean, it's almost like they're exposing themselves. I mean, are they involved in a lot of this kind of stuff? So they have to pretend it's not real? Or is it just mentally weak goofs coping because they don't want this to be true so badly, and they're just so mentally weak that they can't handle it? So let me just bring this on the screen, and then we'll get into the stats, and then we'll get into the America's Most Wanted episode. That's what we have on the agenda. And I'll try to get to everybody in the chat as well. So this is the Aquino versus Stone case. And I just want to go over a very interesting point in this document. And it's going to send the coincidence theorists into conniptions, because these goofs just can't handle facts or documentation of any kind, because they have to pretend and hallucinate that all of this is unsubstantiated. Alright, here we go. Just want to get all the pertinent stuff on the screen here. So this is kind of crazy because Aquino, the corruption is laid out in this document blatantly. So, I mean, for anybody without a mental disability who at least is literate in English, I mean, this is all very, very clear. Just going to highlight it in red here. All right. Alright, let's get this receipt on the screen. Okay. So, for those who don't know what this scumbag looks like, I mean, this scum even styled his eyebrows like Satan's horns. I mean, that's the level of scum you're dealing with, that the coincidence theorists pretend and hallucinate is innocent of all charges. Now, these are the charges, and here is an actual court document. So, this is Aquino versus Stone, sued under the Administrative Procedure Act, Civil A number 90-1547A. You can find this on casetext.com. Now, here's the relevant part here. So, this is going to send the coincidence theorists into conniptions. So, and the corruption exposing here, I mean, this cover-up is so blatant. This matter came before the court on defendant's motion for summary judgment. The Secretary of the Army asserts that the plaintiff has failed to state a claim under the Privacy Act because the ROIs are exempt. Although the San Francisco Police Department closed its investigation and filed no charges against the plaintiff or anyone else, the CID investigators drafted an investigative plan for the plaintiff's case. After the investigation, the evidence was reviewed by LTC Schwender, staff judge advocate for the Presidio. He determined that there was probable cause to title LTC Aquino with offenses of indecent acts with a child, sodomy, conspiracy, kidnap, and false swearing. And so what's curious is there was a recommendation by corrupt scum here. So amendment request was reviewed internally. Colonel Gilligan, who reviewed the amendment request, recommended deleting the plaintiff from several charges which had been investigating. The commanding general of the CID adopted those recommendations September 90. However, plaintiff remains titled for indecent acts with a child, sodomy, conspiracy, kidnapping, indecent acts, and false swearing. So all of the coincidence theorist goof bootlicking scum who pretend that there was no evidence of any of this satanic ritual abuse. I mean, this is all in court documentation. And these pathetic individuals are still all over social media, these just conspiracy deniers pretending and hallucinating it was just a bunch of kids that made up a few stories. I mean, imagine how much of a scum human being you have to be to pretend all these victims just made stuff up, as if these young children were exposed. Where were they exposed to all of this satanic imagery that they were able to replicate in all of these drawings? And I mean, obviously not every single, like a lot of goofs claim, oh, everybody would have to be in on it. That's the cope of some of these brain dead goofs. Obviously not. Obviously there are good people everywhere. And they're not going to go along with this level of Illuminati satanic filth and exploitation of children. So that's why we have these receipts, because not everybody is evil in the U.S. military. Not everybody is evil in the U.S. government. There are good apples out there. There might not be a lot. There might not be a ton. It might not be the absolute overwhelming majority, but they're out there. The world isn't that far gone where every single one of them is complicit and accessory to satanic ritual abuse. So, yeah. Clark Rice in the chat says, hey, Bruce, want to take a guess if Aquino has ties to West Point? I don't want to spend too much time on Aquino. I just wanted to highlight this because I also have that multi-hour deep dive into documented, prosecuted cases of satanic ritual abuse, also overlapping snuff films. Because a lot of goofs think there's no such thing as snuff films and that criminals would never film their crimes. I mean, just the level of goofery, just the mental disability of these coincidence theorists. I mean, it's so mind-shocking that goofs hallucinate that criminals would never film their crimes and sell the films. I mean, were they born yesterday? I mean, the level of criminality in the world that exists. There are evil people in the world, and some of them want to make money. It's really not that shocking. Oh man. Yeah. Wow. Clark Rice saying the daycare center here at West Point? There was funny business at the daycare at West Point. I'm not sure I even want to know about that. That sounds dark. The Bohemian Grove crowd, it's an interwoven web. Yeah, there's a lot of evil out there. Clark Rice says, I believe Aquino was stationed at the Presidio when Zodiac was active. That's a good question. Some people have been investigating that. Welcome, Sage Lake. But yeah, I mean, it's just hard to believe there's still these brain-dead coincidence theorist goofs out there who deny that there is this type of ritual abuse and exploitation going on within the government with high-ranking military members. Because if it's all true and corruption exists in the world, obviously they would at least try to cover it up, wouldn't they? I mean, this isn't rocket science. Now, that doesn't mean they're going to be 100% successful all the time, because as you see here, occasionally good people go on record. Okay, anyway, so let's get to the stats I was talking about before, because a lot of goofs want to just throw away the stats. By saying, out of all these reported missing, a lot of them are, show up or are found later, but a lot of them aren't. And I want to specifically highlight one source here. Okay, here we go. So, there was actually a White House conference. Now, of course, this has been scrubbed from the internet, but luckily we have the archives. So this is George W. Bush-WhiteHouseArchives.gov. And let me get this on the screen. I mean, the coincidence there is they're not even going to be able to catch their breath from all the conniptions they're going to be having from this episode. Not going to give these goofs a chance to catch their breath with just the amount of receipts here. Alright, so here's the archive of this site. Put it on the screen in a second here. Okay. Just get this part highlighted here. Now, obviously, these are just their estimates, so the numbers could actually be far worse than this. So, coincidence theorists, brace yourselves. So, once again here, this is George Bush-Whitehouse.archives.gov. Missing exploited runaway children. So let's look here what it says right here. According to the Department of Justice, almost 800,000 children are reported missing to law enforcement each year, while another 500,000 go missing without being reported to authorities. So it doesn't say exactly how they got this number. So I don't know if this is they were called in to maybe missing and exploited runaway children, charities, all these support groups, but there's no police report. So is that how they determine that? So there's no police report, but a report of them missing. It says reported missing to authorities. So to the po-po. So that doesn't mean they weren't reported to non-authorities. So again, the coincidence theorist goofs, the corruption deniers, the scum that deny child victims, they say that, oh, okay, the problem's not that bad because out of these 800,000, most are intentional runaways, which even if that's true, I don't think that's true, but let's say that's true. What happens to them after they run away? Are these coincidence theorist goofs hallucinating none of them? Are put into trafficking rings or kidnapped after they run away of their own accord? Just because they weren't kidnapped from a street corner or from their house, which many were, that doesn't mean they don't end up being trafficked down the line. I mean, just the level of goofery from these... I mean, I don't know. Again, I'm not sure if this is mental disability or what it is. And so there's an additional 500,000. So we're well over 1 million. Now, of the 800,000, even if a large percentage of them are found again, and who knows in what state, who knows, after they were trafficked and exploited, whatever, but even if not, So out of that 800,000, I mean, what? Even if it's only another 100 or 200,000 that are never found, I mean, that's a staggering number. But in addition to that number, there's also another 500,000, which these coincidence theorist scum don't care about. It's not a problem that on top of all the reported to authorities children, there's 500,000 who are not reported to law enforcement. I mean, this is just evil on a level that's just incomprehensible. So you have an additional 500,000 that the police don't know about that go missing. And so there's no number on how many of those are ever found. Are none of them ever found? Maybe some of them are found. I mean, you're talking about hundreds of thousands. And these goof scum think that there is no actual, human trafficking, kidnapping children problem in the United States. I mean, this is crazy. This is absolutely crazy. I mean, again, just the level of goofery from coincidence theorists. I mean, it's evil goofery, and it enables all of this to continue because corruption deniers, these coincidence theorist corruption deniers, they think that there's no problem within these government trafficking rings, these corrupt police, corrupt child protection services, and ironically titled agents. I mean, they think that there's no issue here. I mean, this is crazy. And for whatever reason, these goofs, they think that the Johnny Gosch conspiracy theories are all silly because it's all, made up nonsense that children are kidnapped. I mean, just the level of goofery here. I mean, it's just crazy. It's crazy. And just to, again, let's keep the coincidence theorists writhing in their conniptions with all the receipts here. We have to mention Nancy Schaefer, of course, the former Georgia senator who was killed for exposing CPS and just the corruption of child trafficking within CPS. Quote from her, "The system cannot be trusted. It does not serve the people. It obliterates families and children simply because it has the power to do so." I'm not sure it's just simply because of that. With all asked, what year is this stat? 2023? No, this is an old stat. So this would be... what is the date here? Is there a date? Oh, that's curiosity. This is from the Bush administration. So this is... yeah, this would be the early 2000s. So yeah, the numbers could be much, much higher now. Yeah, this is early 2000s. So the numbers could be far higher now. That's a good point. Yeah, I don't know if there's an updated stat on that. On how many are not reported. But we're talking staggering numbers here. I think it's 2003. I see a 2003 reference here. I'm not sure it was exactly 2003. It looks to be approximately 2003. Okay. So, regarding Nancy Schaefer, though, how many people are not aware of Nancy Schaefer? So let's get another receipt here for all the goofs who think that this is just all nothing. This is straight from Senate.gov. Let me get this next receipt. I mean, coincidence theorists are just, let's not let them breathe. The amount of conniption these scum goofs that deny child suffering are in, with all of these receipts. I mean, and they deserve it all. I mean, what kind of human being denies children suffering and claims it's all fake? I mean, this is crazy. And this is just what was discovered in their probe. So there could be plenty more that has not been discovered. Again, that's something coincidence theorists goofs. They don't have the basic logic to understand. This is only reporting what was discovered. So I have this is a 2023 report right here on, I'm going to put on the screen in a second. So this is a 2023 report. So again, here's the link here, Senate.gov press release. So this was Senator Ossoff's probe in 2023 uncovers 1,790 children in Georgia DFCS's care were reported missing between 2018 and 2022. So these are only the ones that were reported missing. So this does not include those who went missing without being reported missing. And this is only between 2018 and 2022 in Georgia. And only in the DFCS's care. So this doesn't include anything else. Only within the DFCS's care and only those who were reported missing. Can you imagine the true numbers here? I mean, coincidence theorists can't. But if these are what was officially reported and officially discovered in these probes, how many weren't? I mean, these are all just staggering numbers. Absolutely staggering. Oh man, Shelley Klein in the chat says, Kathy Shank, who found the missing tip on Rick Allen, worked for CPS in Delphi for over 20 years. What a coincidence. Yeah. I mean, no shortage of those in any of these cases. Yeah, so again, these are just the officially discovered and reported stats. So obviously the real number is higher. The question is how much higher? Is it a little higher or is it a whole lot higher? I mean, it's just so staggering here, because a lot of goofs, a lot of these coincidence theorists, goofs, and corruption deniers, they were denying that there was any of this stuff going on. They, in their feeble minds, they think that it might just be, just a couple, some kind of single-digit type situation where it's negligible, not that it's, widespread within government. Maybe it's not widespread to the point where it's like, half of all children. Hopefully it never gets there, but it's going to keep getting higher as long as these coincidence theorist scum bootlickers deny this level of corruption, satanic ritual abuse, etc. So Schaefer was murdered March 26, 2010 in her home. A CPS anti-CPS advocate. And so can you imagine, so based on what she discovered, she was murdered off of what she discovered, but can you imagine what she hadn't discovered? Her husband was also murdered as well. So, I mean, this is a former senator telling you that the government can't be trusted. I mean, this is somebody who is actually on the inside with a conscience. So, anyway, I just wanted to go over that first, just to, to check the coincidence theorist goofs that deny that all of this goes on and that there's no kind of widespread government trafficking. I mean, are there any goofs out there who still maintain that the CIA didn't traffic drugs throughout the 80s and 90s? I mean, just the level of goofery here of these bootlicking statist scum who deny that government officials do anything bad. Or if they do, it's just, one here and there acting alone. Just crazy goofery. Alright, so let's get into the America's Most Wanted footage. So there was a documentary series that licensed some of this footage of, so this was Beth Holloway and Johnny Gosch. Fair use here. We're going to go over some of the footage here, and then we'll go over additional clips that I found. Fair use, obviously, here.
In Iowa, the disappearance of a 12-year-old paperboy spawns a groundbreaking search and rumors of a sinister conspiracy.
Ran chills down the spine. It's like, this can't be happening.
Now, on Vanish.
In 2005, I got the call.
1980.
Bring the missing home and criminals to justice.
Coming up, West Des Moines, Iowa, 1982. 12-year-old Johnny Gosch has a Sunday morning paper route. Until one morning, he vanishes.
A young boy delivering newspapers, which every God-fearing American kid wants to do, ends up disappearing.
As the search for Johnny unfolds, a terrifying theory emerges.
They were kidnapping and selling children.
Human trafficking is driven by money, more money, and more money.
Beth Holloway sets out to learn the truth about the heartbreaking and groundbreaking search for Johnny Gosch.
We put this picture on a milk carton. That was the very first one that ever took place.
When a child is missing, parents will cling to any information that gives them hope. But one family's 30-year mission to find their son has brought them face to face with evidence almost too shocking to believe and too frightening to ignore.
What does everybody think of Beth Holloway? So, Beth Holloway is Natalie Holloway's mother, and she actually went out with John Ramsey. So I wonder, especially with this episode where she's hosting this show, and all of this information and evidence coming out of these trafficking rings, etc. I wonder what she knows about John Ramsey, because of course John Ramsey's father, there's the whole North Fox Island fiasco and all of that a lot of coincidence theorists, goofs want to pretend just can't be related. The Nancy Krebs account, the Fleet White connections, etc. The coincidence theorists all maintain it's all mere coincidence, but what Beth Holloway, so I don't know exactly how long they dated, but I wonder how much she knows about John Ramsey, and if she suspects he's connected to some kind of rings. I mean, what does this mean for this particular episode as well with Johnny Gosch? Anybody have any thoughts on that? I mean, I don't know. I'm sure she has some kind of thoughts on John Ramsey.
West Des Moines, Iowa, 1982. fifth grader Johnny Gosch is his parents' pride and joy.
Johnny was a great kid, do anything for anybody.
He was a delightful little guy, so happy and just fun to have in the house. And he would be so kind to other people as he started to grow up.
At the age of 12, Johnny decides he wants to make some money. He begs his parents to take on a paper delivery route.
What was he saving for?
He was saving for a dirt bike.
I know you had to be so proud of his decision to take on a paper route to earn money.
He was a special kid.
Johnny's parents agreed to the paper route with one condition.
The only thing that I said was that one of us, the parents, his dad or myself, had to be with him when he did the route, because he was getting out before daylight, going out in the dark.
You know what else is kind of curious? So I actually didn't even think of this before. Huh. So, hold on a second. I didn't really think of this before, but now I'm kind of starting to think that they're definitely, I mean, not that I wasn't thinking it before, but so this is September 5th, 82, or even prior, however many times he delivered papers prior to the disappearance. So this is 82. I mean, this is back in 82. I mean, a lot of people in a lot of areas didn't even lock their doors. I mean, children roamed the streets. There wasn't this level of exposure in the media about kidnappers. Because again, this is before the widespread milk carton missing kids, which there's a whole nother conspiracy that needs its own episode. But so this is 82 and prior. I mean, for whatever reason, I mean, it doesn't say here who agreed to what. Was it Noreen who was saying that he has to be accompanied, and why? So she's saying, okay, it's at the crack of dawn, before the crack of dawn. I wonder if there was some other reason. I mean, maybe just intuition, or did she have her suspicions of Leonard Gosch, Johnny's father? Did she have some kind of suspicions even before he went missing? That'd be an interesting question for Noreen. But I'm just trying to think of it now, just because the reason the way she's outlining it now, she did not want him alone. She did not want him alone, and this is 82 and prior. I'm just thinking, I wonder if she had certain suspicions before Johnny went missing. So the Missing Children Milk Carton program started December 1984. I thought it was a little earlier than that. I'm trying to nail down it is exactly the year. So Eaton Pat's 79, Adam Walsh 81. So in 84, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children was founded. So in 84, Anderson Erickson Dairy in Des Moines, Iowa began printing the photographs of two boys, Johnny Gosch and Eugene Martin. Interesting. And then similar milk carton advertising programs started in Chicago. And then they spread from there nationwide from December 84, January 85, and onward. Okay, so yeah, this was before all that. So why, I wonder if there was something else that, I wonder if there was some other reason that she was so worried. Did she know anything about the Des Moines Register? Because there were all these other attempted kidnappings, but most of them were after his. So yeah, you could check out that episode here if you haven't checked out the previous episodes in this series, the most comprehensive on this case.
But on Sunday, September 5th, 1982, Johnny decides to do the paper route by himself. At 5:45.
And so it looks like they left out a detail here. Again, if you haven't seen the previous episodes, supposedly Noreen never agreed to this. And Leonard, Johnny's father, supposedly his non-biological father, he said that Noreen was okay with it. So he basically lied. So Johnny, I mean, we have bits and pieces of the story. You can check out the previous episodes. But supposedly, Noreen never gave him permission. And he didn't decide it on his own. Supposedly, Leonard John Gosch was the one who said he could. Again, this is Mindshock. I'm not claiming anything is true or untrue. The motto here, of course, is the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. But that is one of the reports on how that all went down.
A.m. While his parents sleep, Johnny slips out of the house. An hour later, the phone rings at the Gosch residence.
It was a neighbor saying they didn't get their paper. And they said, "What's wrong? Is Johnny running late today?" And it was the first time it ever happened.
Johnny's father immediately begins searching the neighborhood.
I went out, started looking, going from block to block, and didn't see anything. And kept looking and looking and looking, and I knew something wasn't right. Didn't know what, but something wasn't right. And that's when the panic set in.
Is anybody buying this story? Is anybody buying this story? Because if the panic set in, why did he deliver all the papers when he found them instead of looking for his son? Yes, obviously this is all fair use all the time here on Mindshock. So, yes, he apparently, as soon as he found Johnny's wagon with the newspapers, instead of looking for his son, instead of calling the popo, instead of doing any of these things that a supposedly panicked father would do, he decided to finish delivering all the newspapers. So does anybody buy his revisionist story here, where he's saying panic is setting in when he's out looking? I mean, what kind of panicked father decides to just finish delivering all the newspapers? Ducking felonies, you didn't know that detail? Yeah. I'm actually surprised he actually agreed to do this documentary, because he did some interviews early on, but then he kind of disappeared for a while. And Noreen Gosch, actually, supposedly the reason they divorced soon after supposedly Leonard botched a raid on the Kerr farm where there was the tip that that Johnny had been held there. So there, again, you can check out the previous episodes for all that. I don't want to go over all of it here, the Kerr farm incident. But, yeah.
Johnny's father came back and said, "He's gone." His wagon at the corner full of papers The bundles have not even been cut. Something is definitely wrong.
The Gosches track down the other paper boys that work with Johnny, and they tell a terrifying story.
The paper carrier saw this person in this Ford Fairmont stop, back up, and talk to Johnny.
The guy said, "Hey, kid, where's 86th Street?" And Johnny turned to the older boy and said, "There's something wrong with this guy." He said, "I'm scared, I'm going home."
According to the paper carriers, as soon as Johnny started walking away, another stranger began following him on foot.
We don't feel that Johnny even realized he was being followed because the man stayed away.
This reenactment here does not appear to be accurate. Supposedly the guy was behind some tall bushes or something following him, not walking directly behind like this. Again, I went over all of this with visualizations and maps and all that in the early episodes, so you can check out the previous 9 episodes here for all the details on how all of this went down.
Fearing something terrible has happened, the Gosches contact the police.
The officer at the time knew that this wasn't a runaway. This is something that was serious, so he called in area officers to come in and start doing a canvass of the neighborhood.
Yeah, this is a highly propagandized documentary piece because the neighbors of the Gosches actually said they were never even interviewed until way, way later. I mean, this is crazy. This is crazy. I mean, this, no doubt this is going to leave out a lot. I mean, even the corruption within the police force. I mean, Johnny was also spotted talking to an officer in the lead up to this, in the previous days. Either the day before or 2 days before, somewhere around there. I went over it in the early episodes. So which police officer was he talking to? That information has never been released. I mean, this is highly propagandized. I mean, it looks like they're probably going to do some damage control for the cops, but who knows?
The police quickly discovered that a neighbor witnessed what happened to Johnny next. At the end of the block, Johnny was ambushed by the Ford Fairmont and the man seen following him on foot.
The car pulled up, somebody jumped out, and just like that, they both grabbed him, threw him in the car, and they took off, screeching tires and running the stop sign.
I know your heart must have sank, Noreen.
I began calling friends that we had all over the city, asking them to organize search parties to do something.
Yeah, they left out a huge detail here. So they actually, that account of the neighbor, the police never made that public. They continued to tell Noreen that Johnny had probably run away. So they had a literal witness to his kidnapping in a vehicle, and they went from that witness and told Noreen he must have ran away. I mean, just the level of scum of these cops here, and the damage control by this documentary is also pretty disgusting. I mean, it's just absolutely disgusting here.
We searched all around the Des Moines area. Our basement became a copy center. I don't know how many hundreds of thousands of flyers we did send out, but that was part of the first reaction.
The search lasts several weeks, but Johnny isn't found.
You'd pray that they would find something, but you would pray that they didn't. And each time they would come back and didn't find a body, that was reason to be hopeful.
While the police continue searching, the Gosches enlist the help of a private investigator. He puts forth a disturbing theory: that Johnny might have been kidnapped by an organized group of pedophiles.
If you look at these kidnappings, you have to first figure out what type of kidnapping is it.
You know what else nobody talks about? How come the cops never consider any of these theories? It's like they're so focused on, oh, he must have run away of his own accord, or he must have went to go party at a friend's house or something like they usually do. How often do they actually consider the possibility that he was nabbed by a ring? A ring that might also include corrupt cops. No matter how many times it happens, that's never even a consideration. I mean, who knows how many kids could be saved if they at least considered the possibility. Not that they thought that that's what was happening, but they left that avenue open for investigation, so if it were true, they'd be able to jump on it. I mean, just, it's always interesting how the police are never the ones who even consider these theories. I mean, a lot more cases would be solved if they did.
Is it a parental or custodial kidnapping? Is it a pedophilia type kidnapping?
Taking kids for prostitution rings, pornography rings, whatever. Friend, chills down the spine, you know, it's like, this can't be happening.
But 6 months later, in Oklahoma, a bizarre incident gives the theory credence and provides investigators with the first break in Johnny's case.
6 months after Johnny's disappearance, you learn that he is alive. What happened?
This woman was at a convenience center, and a young boy came running up to her and screamed, "I am Johnny Gosch, please help me, I've been kidnapped." Before the woman could do anything, 2 men came around the side of the building, grabbed him, put him back in a car, and then took off.
Police are unable to track down the car or its passengers. And despite the sighting in Oklahoma, 2 years pass without any new leads. Then, on August 12, 1984, 13-year-old Eugene Martin is abducted from the streets of West Des Moines.
When someone first submitted a comment, I appealed to incredulity. But since then, I've actually been doing some digging into Ashton Kutcher. Anybody thinks this is Ashton Kutcher? Now, before the coincidence theorist goofs jump on this, anybody want to take a guess? Anybody want to take a guess where Ashton Kutcher is from? He's from Iowa. Sure, it's all coincidental. Anyway, let's continue here. I do have a Kutcher P. Diddy expose coming up.
Like Johnny, Eugene is in the middle of his Sunday morning paper route.
The similarities are obvious. Just about the same age, both paper carriers, just about the same time of year.
2 young boys now suddenly vanishing.
It just created panic. People wouldn't let their kids out of the house alone because they didn't know who would be next.
A year and a half after Eugene Martin's disappearance, a third young boy, 13-year-old Mark Allen, also vanishes from the streets of Des Moines.
One of the things that came out of this is that nobody knew how bad the problem was. We had no concept about how many children were being abducted.
The kidnappings prompt the Gosches to take a revolutionary approach to finding their son and to helping others whose children have vanished.
We put this picture on a milk carton. That was the very first one that ever took place.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still kind of I still don't really know what to think of this guy. So supposedly there were sightings that he went to like a lot of gay bars. He actually took Johnny to an Air Force base. It was a number of weeks before the disappearance. Some people believe Johnny Gosch was marked for something when Leonard took him to that Air Force base. Again, I go over all of this in the previous episodes. We don't have time to go over it all now.
I remember going to the dairy in Iowa and said, hey, can we do this? And they thought it was a good idea.
The idea takes off. Soon, missing children are being profiled on milk cartons across the country. Many of these children are ultimately found. Not Johnny Gosch.
It's a bad dream. It really is. People would come up and say, well, you know, we know how you feel.
Also, again, for those that haven't seen the previous episodes, let's not forget that this is the guy that actually had a stand-in for his own wife. Actually, real quick here for those, just another teaser here. Some people believe that this is Johnny Gosch in a photo with George H.W. Bush. This boy has never been identified. He does not look happy. I don't know why he's randomly with HW here. Some people allege that there was part of some kind of White House trafficking, etc. And, yeah. Anyway, you can check out the previous episodes for some deep dives there. But also, Leonard was the guy who had a stand... He had someone pretend to be Noreen. I mean, I don't know what kind of a upstanding individual does this. But, yeah, let me get the image on the screen. Just give me a second here. YouTube is being a little slow today, like usual. Some people also think that Gannon is Gosch, and just look at the strange behavior between George Bush and Gannon. I mean, this just looks weird. Like, why would you randomly rub the head of an adult man? And just look at the expression on his face. And he somehow got White House credentials, despite not being qualified in any way. But anyway, you could check out the episode on Gannon. Just the amount of coincidences in this case is just absolutely staggering. Oh, and people who think that head rub wasn't damning enough. I mean, look at this. Also kissing his head. What is going on here? Why does he have this weird obsession with Gannon? Anyway, let's I mean, just the amount of strangeness in this case. Trying to get this image here. Four, three. And connected to the White House here, I mean, it's well documented that there was this homo prostitution ring. And apparently, these individuals also drew restricted areas. These kids drew restricted areas of the White House that they could not have been in. So anyway, this is all well documented, despite the coincidence theorists pretending it's not. Well documented. All well documented. So, yeah, I just want to get the image here of Leonard Gosch having a stand-in pretend to be Noreen. I mean, it's really weird. I wonder why they didn't ask him about this for this documentary. I mean, this seems like a complete sham propaganda piece. Why can't I find this image? Let's see here. I also won't get into the Franklin scandal, but it's all related, obviously. In Des Moines. Why can I not find this image? I gotta get it. Oh, here we go. So here is Leonard Gosch. This is the same man here having a woman pretend to be his wife. That's obviously not Noreen, but he told everybody she was Noreen. So basically, Leonard Gosch was meeting with Bonacci without telling Noreen. So he was also using this woman. I don't know if she was ever actually identified. So anybody would think, so he was using this woman, and I don't know why this sham documentary didn't ask him about why he was using an imposter to meet with Bonacci in some kind of official capacity so that other people would think that Noreen was actively involved in meeting with Bonacci and in the loop. So this is a man who either hired or somehow got an imposter to pretend to be his wife to give authorities or whoever the appearance that Noreen was in the loop regarding all of the information Bonacci was giving them. Furthermore, Leonard Gosch is supposedly the one who tipped off individuals before a raid that possibly could have yielded evidence of the Gosch kidnapping. So I don't know if anybody's asked this guy any real questions. He also received some kind of shady phone calls that some believe had something to do with the tip-off on which day to take Johnny, because if that was the day that he told him to go alone behind Noreen's back, I mean, it's just really weird. So apparently Leonard never even told Noreen it was at least a year or more than a year before Noreen even found out that Leonard was meeting with Bonacci and getting all of this information on the Gosch kidnapping. So what is I mean, this is just insanity. I mean, this is just absolute insanity. So, I mean, just who goes to these lengths to hire imposters to pretend to be their wife so everyone would think that Noreen was aware of the Bonacci angle in the investigation? And I don't really see anybody talking about this. This is also from the book Who Took Johnny. This isn't a random image on the internet. This is, if you want the exact page number of the book, it's page 89 from Why Johnny Can't Come Home. Okay? I mean, this just doesn't make any sense. I've never seen any other case quite like this. Here's a comment from Mario number 1 on the Johnny Gosch subreddit from several years ago, back when there was more solid discussion. To be clear, Noreen has never claimed Leonard was involved, but merely highlighted a great number of suspicious actions on his part that certainly support that inference. By taking the lead in investigating Bonacci's story, Leonard would have gotten out in front of that information, being able to control how it flowed and what was done with it. Simply blowing off DeCamp might have resulted in DeCamp making contact with Noreen directly. Instead, by all appearances, he put on a show of investigating while indefinitely withholding it from his wife. For the other leads, Noreen certainly wouldn't have accepted not investigating them. And Leonard couldn't hide everything from her, nor did these other leads present as much of a risk to him as the Franklin tie-in to make it worthwhile to try. So Leonard's options would have been to sabotage her, making him appear suspicious to his wife for relatively little benefit, or go along with her and get the added benefit of staying in the loop as how the case developed. Also, while being involved does not necessarily mean that he didn't care about or love his son. While I do believe Leonard was complicit, I don't consider him the main perpetrator, and I believe he was blackmailed against his wishes into making Johnny available for kidnapping. The information in Noreen's book hints at that too. He would likely have been torn between wanting Johnny back and or closure about what happened, and not wanting his own role to come out. So he might have approved of certain investigative routes while considering others, like Franklin, too risky. No, but this is just kind of crazy, because was he just buying more time by hiring imposters? But this is just crazy. Who hires an imposter to pretend to be their wife while trying to control the investigation and then supposedly sabotaging a raid as a result? I mean, does it get more mind-shocking that this is, I mean, people think that supposedly Johnny visiting Noreen is the most bizarre aspect of this case. Not even close. I think a man hiring an imposter to pretend to be his wife is one of the most bizarre aspects of any missing persons case I've ever heard of. And for whatever reason, this propaganda documentary doesn't ask him about it. Okay, everybody in the chat, wouldn't that be one of your first questions? Why did you have a woman pretend to be your wife? And why did you keep... So apparently he kept the charade for about at least a year before Noreen was ever even informed of Bonacci's existence. Blake Starry in the chat says, this is so bizarre, almost like the father was Manchurian Candidate. How would DeCamp and Bonacci not pick up on the father's strange behavior? I'm not sure they didn't pick up on it. They might have picked up on it. I went over this on one of the first episodes. You can go back and check that out. I extensively went through this entire angle, but I just wanted to mention it again just because this is such a propagandized... How do you not ask him about this? I don't know if anybody's asked him this question. Wouldn't that be one of your first questions? I mean, I can't think... Well, the other question is, why did you finish delivering the newspapers if you were that panicked? That's a little weird. It's almost like he was intentionally... Again, I'm not saying he's involved, but if he were involved, and if this is the reason for hiring an imposter, I mean, maybe there's an innocent reason. I'm not saying there isn't. I don't claim anything is true and true. Maybe there's a perfectly reasonable explanation on why a man would hire an imposter to pretend to be his wife while investigating the disappearance of his son. Maybe there's a reasonable explanation. I can't think of any, but maybe there is. Maybe there is, and maybe there's a reasonable explanation on why he would just deliver newspapers instead of calling the police. But if he is complicit, both of these actions sort of make sense. Just saying. Not claiming it's true, but just saying. I mean, this is just really weird. This is just really weird. But I just wanted to touch upon that because I'm kind of disgusted with this documentary. So, but let's continue. Obviously, more fair use here. Fair use all the time.
And I would think, no, we don't.
But just when the search for Johnny seems to have hit a dead end, a convicted felon comes forward with a shocking story.
Do you know for sure who abducted Johnny Gosch?
Yes.
In 1982, 12-year-old Johnny Gosch vanishes while delivering his morning paper route. 7 years later, the Gosches are still searching for their son.
There's no time for a pity party when this stuff happens. If parents don't look for the kids, nobody else is going to do it.
Finally, in May of 1989, there's a break in the case. A Nebraska convict by the name of Paul Bonassi tells the police that he knows firsthand what happened to John.
Paul Bonassi said, I helped with the Johnny Gosch kidnapping. I was the one in the car. I was in the back seat. I was the one that jumped out and grabbed Johnny's legs, while the man who followed Johnny grabbed his shoulders.
He had a couple of pictures of Johnny, and
You know what's kind of weird, though, again, with coincidence theorist Cope? Like, I could totally understand not knowing if this guy's telling the truth. I mean, I have no idea if he is or he isn't. I mean, obviously, I even have images of his journal entries. He has a lot of information that was never made public. How did he get it? And some of these journal entries are corroborated to have, because they were not in his cell with, I went over this in the first episodes regarding Bonacci. So these were before any of this information was public, and he was actually, none of it, certain pieces of info were never even made public. And he knew all of this information about Johnny, which is crazy. But, I mean, we can go over these in more details. Here's actual screenshots of correspondence here between Paul and supposedly other trafficked and MKUltra individuals. Now, the other thing, and I mean, we'll go over this in detail a little bit later. So these are actual photographs of his notebook. And I mean, yeah, we can go over those a little later. And what they entail. But anyway, regardless of whether you believe him or not, does he not look the part? If you're looking at a trafficked MKUltra individual who did very bad things, who was forced to do bad things, and who's seen a lot of darkness, he certainly looks the part, doesn't he? Again, I'm not saying that means that what he's saying is true, but he certainly looks the part. I mean, that's something coincidence. The coincidence theorists can't even, they don't even have the mental wherewithal to even admit that. They have to pretend he's just a disturbed individual saying all this for attention. But somehow he just knows all of these details. I mean, yeah.
they said that this is the one that they wanted to get.
Bonacci says he's part of a vast network of sexual operating across the a network that inspired Bonacci himself when he was a
Paul Bonacci was a victim who was also used. These children, after they have been, they themselves become part and recruit other kids to be put into this. And as long as a boy behaves, he can survive.
Noreen sets up a face-to-face meeting with Paul Bonacci in prison.
I feel so bad about it because what they made me do.
Benassi broke down and just cried when he saw me. And he said, "I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry for what I did. But they forced me to."
Noreen is certain she finally knows what happened to her son. But her husband...
I mean, okay. So, again, I have no idea what the context of this video is here, but I just do not like the body language here. Again, I don't know the context. I'm not saying it means anything. For all the triggered goofs that are going to say, that doesn't mean he's guilty. I'm not saying he's guilty. I'm not saying he's guilty of anything. I don't know if I've ever seen the father of a missing child have this kind of a weird, casual posture. I mean, again, I don't know the context here. I'm assuming they're filming this some kind of for an interview or documentary or news segment. But his posture here just looks really weird. Blake Starry says, yeah, I remember him being paid out a settlement by the government in a climate that imprisoned those who accused. Yeah, he was paid out, but all of the evidence was sealed. Coincidence theorists who say, oh, that was some kind of weird judgment. Why did they seal all the evidence then? I mean, if there was no actual legitimate evidence that he presented, why did they seal it? That's kind of weird, isn't it? Yeah, he was granted $1 million judgment against Larry King connected to the Franklin scandal, but that was never paid out, though. But clearly that there was a ton of evidence for him to be granted that judgment, especially when he was, because they were saying that he was lying, and all of the kids involved in the Franklin scandal, all of the witnesses were lying, and yet he got paid out. But all the evidence was sealed. All of the evidence was sealed. Yeah, he won the judgment, but I don't think he actually ever received a penny. I don't think there was an actual NDA, though, because Bonacci spoke about it afterwards, right? I don't think there was an NDA, and I don't think it was a settlement. I think it was a ruling, a judgment ruling. I went over it in the earlier episodes. I don't have it in front of me right now. So I don't think there was an NDA, but for whatever reason, the judge ordered the evidence sealed. Because, I mean, Bonacci said a lot of stuff since then, so I don't think there was an NDA.
Isn't so sure.
He was...
I almost wish I had seen this before I knew anything about him hiring imposters to pretend to be his wife, about the allegations that he botched a raid against a farm that might have had information where, evidence where Johnny was being held, or that he took Johnny to an Air Force base before the disappearance and all the weird phone calls. What does everybody make of this man's posture, micro expressions, and body language here? Is this a man who's guilty of being blackmailed in some capacity to facilitate the sale of his son? Now, I don't know if there's been a DNA test, so, I mean, he kind of sort of looks like Johnny Gosch, but there were people saying that he's not Johnny's biological father. I haven't seen any substantiating evidence of that. I don't know. But I just saw that being discussed. He kind of looks like him, but, I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's just everybody kind of had that similar haircut back then. But what does everybody make of the body language here? I guess you could maybe explain it as he's feeling guilt and regret that he didn't go with him that morning. But again, that doesn't explain why he's delivering the papers instead of looking for his son. I mean, nobody would give a flying crap about papers not being delivered if you don't even know where your kid is, especially if you're panicking. If you have a responsible kid that always does what they're supposed to do, and you find a wagon with all the papers not delivered, you as a parent, how many parents are just going to go deliver the papers instead of going to the police and looking for their actual child. And again, I don't know of any parent of a missing child who hired imposters to pretend to be their wife. Anybody have any thoughts on the posture here? The micro expressions? I mean, again, I'm not saying he's guilty of anything. I'm just saying there's a lot of unanswered questions here. And I think there's definitely some questions that need to be asked of him.
Saying a lot of things that were kind of hard to believe. I would say about 40% of it was the truth and 60% was made up.
Now, who thinks that Leonard Gosch here has the experience to make that determination? 60-40? Like, where did he pull that out of? Because I think Bonacci specifically made statements about Leonard as well. I don't have all of the documentation in front of me. I'll have to go through it again in another episode. I think he might have referenced that Leonard actually visited some of these bars, if that came from him, or some. I wonder if DeCamp was the one who asked Bonacci about it. Yeah, I'm not sure if Bonacci offered. And that would be curious, what Bonacci told Noreen or DeCamp that he did not tell Leonard. But who knows. But does anybody find it weird that Leonard is just hallucinating percentages of what is or isn't true? Like, how would he know? Like, if Bonacci's saying is true or not? Like, how would Leonard know? Unless this is also some kind of Freudian slip where if Leonard is involved, then he does know what's true or untrue. To a certain extent. I mean, if he wasn't there at that exact time, he might not even know. But if he knows a lot more than he's letting on, perhaps he does have some kind of barometer. Clark Rice says, it's a pretty standard technique to deflect blame when confronted with evidence. Yeah, some is true. Well, I just want to know who hires an imposter to pretend to be their wife. I mean, that doesn't make any sense. Clark Rice says, hoping to throw shade and deflect by impeaching the witness. Yes, also known as the genetic logical fallacy. Well, or poisoning the well. Or, I mean, maybe hasty generalization. I mean, and red herring logical fallacy. I mean, there's a lot of logical fallacies there. Duck and Felony says, I'm not even a parent, and I wouldn't waste any time delivering papers if my nephew went missing. I mean, how many people, even a non-blood relative, like a neighbor or a friend of a friend, would you waste time in that situation either? I mean, who would?
Noreen believed this kid 100%, and but I didn't.
In 1992, Bonacci is released from prison and tells his story on the TV show America's Most Wanted.
So here's the footage from America's Most Wanted. So this documentary show with Holloway actually licensed the footage from America's Most Wanted. And here it is. Here's part of it.
As part of the show, Bonacci leads a film crew to an abandoned ranch in where he claims Johnny Gosch and countless other boys were once held captive.
So who caught that right there? So did you see how visibly shaken he was? Look at how visibly shaken he is here. Like, he has to compose himself. It's like if he's acting, I mean, this is brilliant acting. I mean, look at him. Look at his face here. It's like he's in horror at the events that transpired here. Like, he looks physically ill just by being in this location again. I mean, this is tough. I mean, is this just the greatest actor ever? I mean, he looks absolutely ill here just by being here. The energy, the memories. Let's continue. Yeah, trigger warning, it's gonna get real dark here.
Other
This is where they kept hidden away underneath. I almost couldn't do it. I even go near the house because I got up there and just the memories flooded back of the last time I was here and leaving here, because this was the last place I ever seen Johnny Gosch at.
Shortly after Bonaci's segment airs, Noreen is contacted by a young man named Jimmy Gibson. He also claims to have been at the ranch with Johnny.
Were there any proof of life questions that you could ask Jimmy that he could answer correctly to make sure that you knew it was your Johnny?
I asked and verified about the birthmark that Johnny had on his chest, and Jimmy described the shape of it perfectly, along with other things that Johnny told him that he had in his room. That information had never been in a news story. Never. And
Jimmy Gibson also tells Noreen about a horrible identifying mark that all the boys held captive at the ranch now bear.
the brand is what they call the rocking X, like a half of a circle, and then there's an X in the center. Jimmy had that brand on his leg. Paul Bonaci carries that brand. Jimmy told us that Johnny also carries that brand.
It's a story almost too sadistic to be true, but investigators are already familiar with the notorious rocking X.
In the underground, we started observing and hearing about the rocking X in about 1968-69. We had followed it out to somewhere in Colorado where there was a rocking X operation going on.
Okay, let's take a pause here for the coincidence theorists. Okay, so for the coincidence theorists, so Bonaci just so happens to have this brand, and he just so happens to know where to find this house, which, by the way, there were initials in the basement. I don't know if they're going to show it here in this show, but I have other clips that I found from the actual America's Most Wanted episode where we'll go over to see if they actually show the initials. Now, keep in mind, I went over this in previous episodes as well, but there was also a bathroom in a restaurant in Colorado where one of the Gosch neighbors, coincidentally, believe it or not, was vacationing, and they found initials in the bathroom with Johnny Gosch, and Bonaci also corroborated that story. So that's a lot of coincidences. So the coincidence theorist cope here, what are they thinking? That Bonaci made this all up so he branded himself just to make the story up? Or do the coincidence theorists think Bonaci really was drafted himself and branded for real, but he's making all this stuff up in relation to Gosch? Like, what is the coincidence theorist cope here? Like, how do coincidence theorists explain this? And this is without even getting into all of the shady Colorado business, which, again, you can check out the first episodes in this series. I go over all of the Colorado connections and the Bush family connections. Coincidentally, the Bushes have a ranch and a heavy presence out there. The British royal family had a presence out there. There were people shipping castles out there from Europe. There's cults out there in Colorado, not too far from this house. And this house is supposedly owned by an Air Force official. So, or was. Then apparently it was burned down or something. Now somebody else owns the land and they built another house. But anyway, and I think it was burned down shortly after this episode aired, which is also another coincidence. I'm sure it's all coincidental, right? But does anybody have a guess on how the coincidence theorists explain this brand? I also go over Jimmy Gibson extensively in the previous episode, so you guys can check that out as well. But does anybody... I mean, I'm having trouble on how the coincidence theorists can explain this. Clark Rice says, remnants of the processed church out there? Oh, man. Talk about a rabbit hole there.
That was the last I knew of it. And then when Johnny came along and I saw the Rocking X again, I immediately knew what the Rocking X was.
Jimmy Gibson claims that many of the young boys managed to escape the ranch where Rocking X held them captive. Among them was Johnny Gosch, but Jimmy has no idea where Johnny is now. To Noreen, Jimmy Gibson's story gels with everything she knows about her son's disappearance. Johnny's father doesn't think so.
It was like there was too many lies being laid out on the table there in front of us.
The differences of opinion, coupled with the strain of losing Johnny, eventually drives a wedge between them. 11 years after their son vanished, Noreen and John Gosch divorce.
Oh, it just tears you apart, basically.
Okay, just call me crazy, but this guy just does not seem trustworthy. I'm not saying he's lying, but all of these shady actions don't make any sense, and I guess they're not, again, in this propagandized documentary, I guess they're not going to touch upon the Kerr farm and raid situation that supposedly, the rumor is, Leonard tipped them off. The law enforcement was going to raid the farm and possibly find evidence of their trafficking network, and possibly Gosch's evidence of Gosch being held there, which according to Bonacci he was. So if, and what lies is Leonard talking about? What did Bonacci lie about? Because Bonacci gave the information, he wasn't the only one. This information on Kerr was corroborated by other law enforcement as well, and there were other... this guy had a criminal record. I mean, I went over all this in previous episodes. I'm not going to go over all of it again. But there's many other non-Bonacci sources that corroborate everything he was saying and the individuals he was naming. So what is Leonard talking about here? And I wonder why Noreen is not more vocal against Leonard. That's another curiosity. I wonder if there's just some other reason we don't know about it. Maybe Noreen just wants to be nice because she thinks Leonard will eventually come clean. Yeah, I wonder if that's it. I wonder if Noreen is just being nice to Leonard and not exposing all of this because she hopes that he's going to come clean one day.
So...
a wedge between them. 11 years after their son vanished, Noreen and John Gosch divorce.
Oh, it just tears you apart, basically. So, especially when you got opinions, each of us had opinions of what may have happened or how it happened or who could have been involved.
Years pass, and the Gosches are still no closer to finding their son. But according to Noreen, one night in 1997, a miracle happens.
there was a knock on your door.
I said, "Who is it?" He said, "It's me, Mom, it's Johnny. Can I come in?" And I knew it was him. I could feel that it was him.
Now he's a 27, 28-year-old man.
Yes. And I thought he was home to stay.
But according to Noreen, Johnny tells her it's unsafe for him to even be talking to her. And just 3 hours after walking back into his mother's life, Johnny vanishes again.
He said, "I can't stay. I'm only here for a short time. I need your help. I want these men arrested so that we can live freely."
As soon as Noreen Gosch makes the encounter public, Johnny's father questions its validity.
You know what's really crazy too? Like, let's say you're the father and you're innocent. Would you publicly question the validity of your grieving wife and the mother of your, like, even if you really found it unbelievable? Like, why would you do that unless you're trying to cover something up? I mean, this whole case is really, really dark. Supposedly, this random CIA asset gets involved after this, and he botches the entire... So, supposedly, this individual claiming to be Johnny gave Noreen all of this info and names. And in making the... So, as soon as people in Washington, D.C. heard about this, the FBI and the D.C. people, someone threw a wrench in all of this. Because supposedly Johnny... I mean, this is what's really sad. This is what is so sad about this. It seems like Johnny and some of these other kids, they put together enough evidence to actually take all these people down. And then insiders botched this entire takedown investigation, so that way Johnny could never actually come forward and come out of hiding, etc. But it looks... And John DeCamp exposed all... Some people think DeCamp is a compromised shill. I never saw that much to substantiate that. I mean, because he did a lot of work in promoting all of this. Now, if he was some kind of gatekeeper shill and he was told he can go up to a certain point and no further, I mean, who knows? But it's just, I don't know. I've never seen anything super damning. And Ted Gunderson as well. People say he's a shill. I've never seen anything actually that damning where to prove that. But I mean, who knows? Again, I do not claim anything is true or untrue. But I mean, just look at Leonard Gosch here. I mean, it just, none of his actions are making any sense if he's innocent.
I was hoping it was true, but the way that she described it, it did not seem very believable.
Okay, I have to stop this here again. It didn't seem very believable at all. Based on what? Now, look, notice here he looks down. Down and to the left, almost as if in shame. Almost as if in shame, like he doesn't want to be saying what he's saying. Like, what would the story have to be in order to be believable according to Leonard? Like, if Johnny really did come back and talk to her, and notice how he didn't come to talk to Leonard. Now, I actually thought the story was more unbelievable before I found out that this wasn't random. Noreen actually went on a show, I think 2 weeks prior, and begged Johnny to come see her. And if I remember correctly, I'm not sure if Noreen was still living at their old house. I don't know if Leonard was at the old house and Noreen had a new address, which she mentioned on that show, because apparently Johnny did not want to go see Leonard. He wanted to see his mom, and is that telling as well, if that's legit? Dynamo Arts in the chat says, "It's like you always say, Bruce, what are the odds that all of Leonard's shady acts over decades and him not being involved are just a coincidence?" Look at this man's face right here in this image. Is this deception and shame? Is this deception and shame? Blake Starry says, I was always unsure of this encounter. I wonder what mental state she was in by this point. Well, you know what's curious? There's been so much corroboration on what Johnny looked like. And, for example, by the time he went to see her, I think I have an image here of the sketch she gave police. So apparently he looked like this. He was darker, tanner, and had long hair. I think it was Gibson, again, forgive me if I get the details a little wrong. I'm not sure if it was Jimmy Gibson or someone else that said that Johnny was hiding out on a Native American reservation, which would kind of make sense because U.S. law enforcement doesn't have jurisdiction there. That'd be sovereign native land. So this is the sketch that Noreen had, and this was, I believe, before the information about either from Gibson or other individuals that later came forward that claimed Johnny was on a Native American reservation. That was after the fact, if I have my timeline correct. Or maybe it was before. I don't even remember. But it was interesting because it matches up with her description. Because this sketch here, this sketch looks like this guy might be able to fit in a Native American reservation. What's also kind of curious, though, is... Hold on a second here. I don't want to spend hours on the Gannon rabbit hole, but I don't know, man. Maybe. Alright, anyway, let's continue here. Just check the chat. Here, Blake Starry says, I think his face would have changed more than that. Blake Starry says, speaking of appearance, people think Kutcher is Gosch. No. People think... Here's another comparison of Johnny and Gannon. Pretty close, whether it's him or not. Now, people think Eugene Martin could be Kutcher. This is Eugene Martin. Kutcher also coincidentally from Iowa, but... yeah. Eugene Martin doesn't really look like Gosch, but... I mean, maybe from a distance, but...
all. Has Noreen's grief deluded her about the truth surrounding her son's disappearance? It seems that way until one day in 2008, when Noreen receives an anonymous letter containing a chilling set of pictures.
I pulled out this picture of Johnny bound and gagged, and I literally could not get my breath. There were 2 other pictures in the packet. One had 3 boys laying on a bed, all bound and gagged.
Are the pictures real? The boys in the photos bear no sign of the Rocking X brand, nor do they resemble the 2 missing Des Moines boys, Mark Allen and Eugene Martin. But one of them does bear a strong likeness to Johnny.
Wait a second. How would you see the brand, though? I mean, their shoulders and legs are covered, so, and their back, depending on... Some people say there were different spots they could have been branded, but how would they have... Oh, in one of the other photos... And this also could have been before they were taken to the ranch to be branded.
Rocking X brand, nor do they resemble the 2 missing Des Moines boys, Mark Allen and Eugene Martin. But one of them does bear a strong likeness to Johnny. Noreen is convinced it's him.
I took my photos to the police department, and when I opened up the folder and they saw the pictures, they kept saying, "Oh my God, it's Johnny, it's Johnny, it's Johnny."
However, authorities will not publicly confirm the boy in the photo is Johnny, and many people familiar with the case, including Johnny's father, doubt their authenticity.
I could tell it wasn't him.
What does that mean? I can tell. How can he tell? I mean, it's kind of weird. I mean, that's just kind of weird. I mean, I don't know. If you look up compromised in the dictionary with this, and you saw this guy's face there, would you doubt it? Again, I'm not saying anything is true or untrue, but if you just looked up compromised in the dictionary and you saw this guy's face, would that be incongruous? Yeah, ducking felonies, it's actually sicker than that, because they were pretending that those photos were some kind of a prank and they weren't even of a real abduction. And then eventually, and the coincidence theorist ate that up for years, until finally the investigator who claimed they were fake, I think it was in Florida, he eventually admitted he never really did an investigation. I mean, you will not believe the goofery and incompetence in this case. And of course, all of the coincidence theorist goofs, they just lapped it all up as if, oh yeah, some guy said they were fake. That must mean it was fake because some guy said they were fake, whether it's Johnny or not. Like, it's just so crazy, just the level of goofery.
And didn't have to go any further. Something to do with his shape of his ankles and his legs. I know he had long legs, but it just, something wasn't right. He was 5'7", and looking at that kid, I would probably put him in at about 5'4". It just wasn't him.
Wait, so all of a sudden, Leonard Gosch is an expert at identifying height in bound children with bent legs. All of a sudden, Leonard, I mean, why even have police? Why don't they just hire Leonard to do all these IDs? Clearly, he's such an expert with so much experience in identifying individuals in photos. I mean, this guy he's putting exact metrics to the inch of bound individuals in grainy photographs. I mean, why has the FBI not snatched this expert up? I mean, they should be paying him the big bucks. He can tell how tall people with bent legs in random grainy photographs are. I mean, it's one thing to doubt that it's him, that's fine. But to start giving exact measurements? This is really bizarre. Like, of course you could say, oh, it doesn't look like him, the shape, but to start giving exact measurements? What? Does anybody... This is so weird. This is very consistent with deception, where you start making up exact details to justify the deception. This is weird. I've never seen a missing persons case where a father hires an imposter to pretend to be his wife. I've never seen a case where a father finishes delivering newspapers or finishes whatever instead of looking for their child. I've never seen a case where the parent of a missing child starts giving exact measurements of people in photographs. Like in the Tara Calico case where there's a photograph, none of the parents were like, oh no, she's this foot, this many inches, and the person in the photograph is clearly this much and this many inches. Like, how would you even determine the exact inch? It's so weird. I mean, why have law enforcement agencies not snatched up this absolute photo analyst expert in height? Dynamo Art says he's stonewalling and obfuscating as much as the cops, all bound by fear into this horror. I mean, you can kind of see it in his eyes, too. Like, there's something not right with everything he's saying. Blake Starr, he says, this is the plot of some kind of deranged film. Yeah, it actually gets much worse, because in the background of the photograph, there's some kind of a poster with the wrong year, because the investigator that said that this was faked, he said he investigated some other case, but the year doesn't match in the poster. The case that he investigated was a different year, so it couldn't have been. And eventually the investigator admitted it, but for years the coincidence theorists believed that these photos were all of a random prank.
Whether the photos are real or not, one fact remains. Nearly 30 years have passed since Johnny Gosch disappeared on his Sunday morning paper route. And in the decades since Johnny first appeared on the now legendary milk carton, a lot has changed. Both in the way sexual predators network with each other, and in the way law enforcement hunts them down.
The interesting thing about that is on the computer, no matter when you punch that key, somebody can follow it.
What do you hope for your future, Noreen?
I hope I live long enough to bring some resolution to these cases, to help these young boys so they can be free one day and just live a normal life.
We can find terrorists in, unbelievable parts of this world, but we can't find a kidnapper in West Des Moines, Iowa?
I always still think of Johnny as a 12-year-old instead of 41 years old, what he would be today.
Check out this guy constantly licking and wetting his lips on that statement. All clear signs of deception. I wonder exactly what they said before, because he clearly got really nervous at that point.
Walking down the streets, I'm looking at faces and trying to think, what do you... But down deep, I'm still looking at a 12-year-old.
And that's a hard thing.
Johnny Gosch was last seen in West Des Moines, Iowa in September of 1982. He has light brown hair, blue eyes, and a birthmark on his chest. He may also bear the Rocking X brand. Today, Johnny would be 42 and may resemble the man depicted in this age progression photo. Mark Allen has brown hair and blue eyes. He would be 39 years old. Eugene Martin would be 40. He has brown hair and brown eyes. If you have about Johnny Gosch, Eugene Martin, or Mark Allen, please go to My Lifetime. If you have information about Johnny Gosch, Eugene Martin, or Mark Allen, please go to mylifetime.com/vanished and click on the tips button.
What is the Johnny Gosch law, Noreen?
Johnny Gosch law was created to ensure immediate investigation on a missing child rather than waiting 72 hours.
And how many states to date have adopted?
7 that I know of, and there may be more that have added throughout the country, but at the time, that's what our push was, is to get at least the states throughout the Midwest on it.
Wow, that's kind of disgusting that not all states have adopted that. I wonder why. In the chat here, Blake Star says, I've never looked into body language. Is there a definitive guide? Yes, there is. I actually go over it in the Jeff Gannon episode in this very same Johnny Gosch series, so check that out. I go over the body language expert guide, and then I analyze Gannon's interview, and it's all there, so you can check that out step by step. Dynamo Art says, someone has identified Leonard as a big nasty perv frequenting traffic center bars. Yeah, more than one individual. For some reason, I'm remembering that Bonacci actually, for some reason, I think Bonacci, somebody might have asked Bonacci about it, whether he had seen Leonard or knew about Leonard visiting those bars. Clark Rice says, most definitely body language experts are key to interpreting interrogations where there are a lot of deception, clues, stress indicators, emphasis ticks, phrasing, and breathing pauses. Yeah, there's a lot to it. It's not 100% like anything because it's kind of dependent on the individual. But there's a lot there because micro expressions in particular, you can't control them. So even if you're trying to lie, now if you're a complete sociopath, I mean, and you're just a stone cold killer with a poker face, then maybe there's not a lot there, but most people don't fall into that category. That's very rare. So for most people, there are a lot of clues that, I mean, it's just biological responses. So, okay, let's go over some clips here from the actual America's Most Wanted video. And does anybody else think it's very telling that they tried to scrub this entire video from the internet? So this is all that remains.
But Johnny's never been found. 2 years but Johnny's never been found. 2 years ago, a convicted child molester surfaced and said he helped kidnap Johnny. Bonacci claims that an organized ring of pedophiles abducts children and forces them into a life of child pornography and prostitution, and that it happened to him.
America's Most Wanted was focused on missing children because our host, John, had had his son abducted and killed. And so we did a lot of stories about missing children, and as the anniversary approached of Johnny's abduction, it was one of those stories we wanted to look at.
Nobody had found Johnny, so any excuse is a good excuse to keep it in the light.
We didn't know who we were going after, and we had a missing child who'd been missing for 10 years. And the FBI was waving us off right from the very beginning saying these are not credible witnesses, we don't believe this information is valid. So we went into it pretty skeptically. Particularly when you have a character like Paul Bonacci, who was clearly suffering from multiple personality disorder, who had huge credibility issues.
You know what's kind of crazy? The coincidence theorist Cope here, if he has multiple personality disorder, that's clearly consistent with somebody who's been under psychological operations, MK Ultra programming, is experienced severe trauma. That's all consistent. How would that be a point against him? Wouldn't that be a point for his authenticity? I mean, just the level of cope from coincidence theorist bootleggers here. Also, the FBI saying he's not credible. Why are they saying he's not credible? Are they trying to do damage control and divert away from their operations? Or certain individuals within the FBI? These same scum that allowed Epstein to operate with impunity, these same scum, like after, I mean, how many hundreds of victims came forward in the Epstein case and nothing was ever done? These investigators are the same ones saying Bonacci's not credible? I mean, this is weird.
And who had been in prison.
These people, when they get a hold of young kids and stuff, you know, they force you to do things, and they photograph it, they film it, and the whole purpose for that is to either blackmail you into staying with them or to split your mind up so that you don't even remember who you are.
Paul Bonacci's a tough read. There were so many facts that he seemed to know that lots of people didn't know. And the Gosches were convinced that the only way Paul knew those facts was if he had talked to Johnny.
Paul claims to have seen Johnny in 1986 on a trip to Colorado, where Johnny was being kept by a man called the Colonel.
I guess he tried to run away from it one time and they branded him.
We gave some airtime to Paul Bonacci's story. He talked about the branding. He talked about what were pretty amazing accusations. And then these kids started calling us. This one kid came forward named Jimmy who had the brand and was telling these stories and confirming what Bonacci was talking about. We went to Colorado with Bonacci. You know, he said, I'll show you the house where they used to keep us. And he described this house with this secret underground chamber where they would hide the kids when the police would come.
Okay, let's take another pause for the coincidence theorist. Are the coincidence theorists still in conniptions? Are they still in conniptions? So what are the chances, because from the street, does this look like a house that has a random underground chamber? Like if you were just driving around, would you randomly pick out this house? And apparently this house was owned by an Air Force officer. So for the people saying, well, maybe Bonacci had been there before, even though he wasn't trafficked, how would he have randomly known an Air Force officer while he's spending time in prison across the country? I mean, how do the coincidence theorists explain this? Blake Starry, were you here from the beginning? There's way more than 2,000 a year. And there's another 500,000 a year that are never reported to law enforcement in the first place. Watch this from the beginning. I put all the receipts on the screen from the Department of Justice, all from government sources.
And there it was. So what happened there?
God. I remember this house being where they brought us. They kept us here and made sure that we couldn't leave, and I almost couldn't do it to even go near the house because I got up there and I the memories flooded back of the last time I was here. Before we went in the building, I described it. And there was a little grate. We pulled the grate off stuff, and they looked under and they're like, oh no. Here's the hole.
It's abandoned. We go underneath it, and sure enough, there's this chamber dug out under the house.
So, once again, how do the coincidence theorists explain Bonacci simply being able to go to this gate, open the gate, and there's an underground chamber in this random house in Colorado? I mean, this is kind of crazy. It's almost like Bonacci knew exactly where everything was. How is that possible if he's lying about everything? And why was this scrubbed from the internet? And why was this episode never aired again? Do any coincidence theorists have any explanations here? Blake Starry, that's from the reported abductions. There's an additional 500,000 that are apparently reported but not to law enforcement. So are there any coincidence theorists in the chat right now? Because how did they explain Bonacci randomly picking out this house in Colorado, knowing exactly where the grate was that reveals this underground chamber? Because it's not like this was a basement with a regular door inside. With all says, the guy looks like he hasn't slept in a good while. That is true. That's definitely true.
With kids' initials carved in the wood.
Here's the hole.
It's abandoned. We go underneath it, and chamber dug out under the house with kids' initials carved in the wood.
Okay, so they're just initials, but out of all possible initials, like what are the statistically, what are the chances here that they drive Bonacci randomly on Colorado roads, he randomly picks a house, and then knows exactly where to go to this weird looking, I mean, look at this grate. It's like, I wouldn't guess that there's a huge underground chamber behind that grate there. I mean, let's see what the grate looks like before. So, I mean, it almost looks like a tiny little storage area, right? Like an under porch storage area. It doesn't look like it's going to open to this giant cavern. And there happens to, and look, it's dug out. Like, it's not like a finished basement or anything. It's like, I mean, this looks so weird. I mean, and ominous. And there just so happen to be JG initials in this house that Bonacci randomly picks out. Like, what is the coincidence theorist explanation for this? I mean, I would just like to know. I haven't heard, I mean, I've heard a lot of people say Bonacci's lying. But what are the coincidence theorist explanation on how Bonacci was randomly able to pick out a random house, just so happened to know which grate went to this huge underground chamber that he said was there, and just so happened to have Johnny Gosch's initials carved in the wood? I mean, what possible coincidence theorist cope can explain this? So this is a low-res video, so I can't see the exact carving here, but this America's Most Wanted producer is saying that Johnny Gosch's initials were there. And from what I saw before, I actually went over handwriting from Johnny Gosch in earlier episodes from letters that supposedly he wrote to Noreen. Again, check out the early episodes. This is the most comprehensive Johnny Gosch podcast on the interwebs. Blake Starry says, so the unsolved number is unsolvable, especially when you factor in things like orphans after they turn 18 and unreported cases, if I understand correctly. Yes, again, Blake Starry, watch this from the beginning. I go over a lot. I mean, it's potentially hundreds of thousands. So outside of the 800,000 number, there's an additional 500,000 that are never reported to law enforcement in the first place, but they know about them. So apparently, they're either reported to independent organizations or just not to law enforcement. And so then there's an additional number of the ones that nobody knows about because they're never reported to anybody, not law enforcement, not anybody else. So you're looking at potentially hundreds of thousands. I mean, it's a staggering number. But yeah, so there's no coincidence theorist in the chat that has an explanation for this. I mean, I'd like to hear one. I'm not claiming anything is true or untrue. I want is there any explanation on how Bonacci can know this? Or is he just the luckiest guy in the world? That he's able to pick out a house that has this crazy underground chamber that has Johnny Gosch's initials.
This is where they kept some of the kids hidden away out underneath the here so that if anyone ever tried to come looking for them, they could run them underneath the house here.
And so that there was this sense that we're really close, something is going on here. But every time we found a clue, we ran into a brick wall. The owner of the house, which had been abandoned, was a former prison guard who disappeared. The people who had composite drawings never became real people. We never could go after them as individuals. We couldn't expose them and get them brought in for questioning.
So this was 1992, but since then, all of these names have been made public, and a lot of them do have criminal records. I go over it on previous episodes. I'm not going to go over all of it now. But back in 92, I guess they didn't have the matching names.
There's the things you think are true. There's the things you know are true, and then there are the things you can prove in court. And the only thing that matters is what can you prove in court. And we didn't have anything that we could prove in court. The Johnny Gosch case has haunted me, in a way that nothing else that I encountered on America's Most Wanted has. And we encountered horrific crimes.
Wow. I mean, wow. You have the producer of America's Most Wanted saying the Johnny Gosch case has haunted him like no other case? I mean, this is insane. I mean, I can't imagine being at that house with that basement and in the presence of Bonacci and his energy as all of that's going on. Can you imagine being this producer? Like, let's say, Bonacci, because before Bonacci takes you to the house, I don't know what the opinion is. Maybe they think he's crazy. What are you going to be feeling when you show up at the house? Okay, he doesn't feel good. Maybe he's crazy. Then he points you to the exact entrance to this ominous, I've never seen any basement look dug out like that. On some kind of intentionally dug out basement, and then you see the JG initials on the wood in a post, on a wooden post, just like Bonacci said. Can you imagine how haunting that would be for anybody? Even for a producer of America's Most Wanted, who's covered dozens, if not hundreds, of these cases. Can you imagine how haunting that would have been? Would you doubt anything Bonacci says after that? And look at this guy's face. This guy does not appear to be lying. Like, this is the complete opposite of Leonard Gosch. This guy looks like just an absolute picture of authenticity here. This guy looks like he stared into that abyss you're not supposed to be staring into. I mean, this guy looks absolutely haunted by the events of this case. He does not look at the genuine nature written all over his face. Out of all of the dozens or hundreds of cases covered on America's Most Wanted, if not thousands, I don't know how many years it ran, this guy saying the Johnny Gosch case has haunted him unlike any other. Is that because of this trafficking network? Mayor McCheese in the chat says, in my personal opinion, it is so hard to disprove Paul. Everything he's said has been backed up. I believe he led Noreen to so much. Respect to Paul and Noreen, both true advocates for children. Yes, Clark writes in the chat saying, but they threw Paul Bonacci in prison and labeled him a sex offender for life and used that conviction to discredit him. They did, but when you look at the big picture, all of this information, his multiple personalities, the crimes he says he was forced to commit, it actually doesn't it make him more credible? Because if his story is true, that's exactly what would be happening. Dynamo Art says, Kirby Summers is right up there with Dave McGowan and Bruce Mindshock. She's studied it all. Epstein, Dutroux, Franklin, etc. It's international and constant. We need a new system. Yes. There's so much evil going on out there. And again, I can't reiterate enough how disgusting coincidence theorists are to deny that all of this evil exists because they're just allowing it to continue. Clark Rice says, I know of a program where select high-achieving high school kids from across the country were given overnight trips to visit Strategic Air Command. Oh, wow. Clark Rice, now that you brought that up, I have to call up a friend of mine. I vaguely remember an overnight trip. I believe it was elementary school. Like there was some kind of, in the 90s, they had gifted programs. And I don't know if this, I don't remember if it was it elementary or middle school? I vaguely remember some overnight trip also to some kind of military base. You just reminded me about that. I hadn't thought about it in a long time. I don't know if anybody, I'm trying to remember if anybody actually went. Because I think some of the parents were like, that's kind of weird. But I wonder if anybody actually went. I don't remember that in high school. You're saying high achieving, so would that only be in like specialized high schools or public, random public high schools? Margaret Lee Reed in the chat saying, another problem, fear, is what happens to them when they age out. Ever released, never found alive or remains. If released or escaped, do they never tell because of all those who are involved? Power. Yeah, I mean, who knows? They have different, maybe they have different identities and continue in some kind of adjacent adult industry or something like that. Clark Rice says, to military bases, my brother did. Wait, you're saying your brother went on these overnight trips to military bases? Do we want to be going down this rabbit hole, Clark? Wow, Blake Starry with an interesting point here. When he says haunted, I wonder if this case ever made him question his coworkers or superiors, or if he ever received threats. Look in this man's eyes right here. This is like the complete opposite of Leonard. You see some kind of genuine horrified nature here. That's a good point, because if John Walsh himself was compromised, which some people believe he was, yeah, that's a great question. I wonder what this guy thought of the other producers in America's Most Wanted, or network heads or whatever. Is that the reason he's saying it haunted him more than any other? Because it opens the door to, Epstein-related upper echelon rings? Wow, Clark saying public high school students in leadership feeder programs. My brother went from Washington to Colorado. Did he ever tell you what happened? I don't really know more than that. The program existed. My brother went. Huh. Mayor McCheese says they allow this level of evil to happen because they are simply so uncomfortable with it that they have to block it out. No, I could understand the people that block it out, like the normies that just refuse to discuss it and don't look at it. I'm talking about the coincidence theorist goofs who are constantly engaging in social media and pretending it's all fake and verbalizing it's all fake and just spending countless hours on all this. It's totally understandable that some of these mentally weak normies, they're not going to want anything to do with it. They just kind of pretend it's fake and they just don't give it any attention. That's understandable to a certain extent. But yeah, no, there's so many goofs all over social media that are actively out there saying, oh, this is all fake. South to West says, goof's gonna goof. That is true. That is true. Fire Pixie says, the GATE program for advanced students. Yeah, that's ominous. Wow. Yeah, I think, yeah, there's a couple seconds left in this clip.
If America matters is what can you prove in court? And we didn't have anything that we could prove in court. The Johnny Gosch case has haunted me, in a way that nothing else that I encountered on America's Most Wanted has. And we encountered her, in a way that nothing else that we could prove in court. The Johnny Gosch case has haunted me, in a way that nothing else that I encountered on America's Most Wanted has. And we encountered horrific crimes. If America's Most Wanted, with all of our resources, couldn't solve this case, then chances are no one would. And as I looked around, no one else was trying to solve the case. And as I looked around, no one else was trying to solve the case. I looked around, no one else was trying to solve the case.
Yeah, I don't think this guy's compromised here. If he were compromised, would he be saying nobody's even trying to solve the case? Like the FBI, none of these law enforcement agencies are trying to solve it. Why are they not trying to solve it? Does he know why? Or does he suspect why? And that's why this case has haunted him more than any other case. And that tells you all you need to know about the West Des Moines police. Yeah, they never even interviewed Bonacci. That's a good point. They just assumed he wasn't credible without even interviewing him. Without even wanting to find out if anything he said could be corroborated. I mean, maybe everything he's saying is fake, but they never even interviewed him to find that out. I wonder why. I wonder why. Mayor McCheese says, is there anywhere or any way we can see this clip and or source? I've never seen it in full or been able to find it. I will clip it from this. I'll make it full screen and clip it from here. And I'll upload it as a clip. This is all I can find. I don't know if anybody has made the full episode public. Noreen Gosch personally requested, so Noreen told me. She emailed me and she told, because I asked her about this episode. She said that she personally has been requesting this full episode from America's Most Wanted, and America's Most Wanted has refused to give her the full episode. Can you imagine? I mean, that's just insanity. For years, for decades now, they refuse to give her the full episode. I wonder what else is in the episode, but I believe this was the most damning clip. I think this clip right here is why they don't want it out. Oh, okay. Clark is bringing up... Are you bringing up... Yeah, I talk about this in the earlier episodes. Everything that... Yeah, let me bring up what you're talking about. Are you talking about Caradori? All the evidence that he had? Are you talking about Gary Caradori or a different investigator? Yeah, apparently he had a lot of damning information on many different cases connected to the Franklin scandal and DC and all of this stuff. Is that who you're talking about? Or are you talking about a different investigator who was killed? But here are some more receipts from letters from just correspondence. I mean, some of this stuff is really hard to read. So, yeah, there were supposedly some of these individuals were all in contact with each other. And DeCamp documented all this. They used code words, code names, and also referenced, here we go, Mike Emilio died of AIDS. The Colonel is coming to Mexico. I mean, just a lot of weird stuff in these correspondences. Supposedly Johnny Gosch had face surgery or something. And just a lot of code words here. Used for snuff. Some are not killed, just faked. Yeah, I mean, this is crazy stuff, but the receipts are all there. The receipts are all there. All part of the Franklin investigation. DeCamp exposed a lot of this. Aquino just implicated in so many of these different cases, but all very, very tragic. Duck and Felony says, OMG, look at the writing, the spelling, still a child. Yeah, really sad. Really sad. Obviously, their mental maturation would be stunted as well. Yeah, the Lawrence King. Yeah, we go over that in the previous episodes, Fire Pixie. I go over all of that. I just never found these clips from America's Most Wanted before, and everybody was asking about them. So I found them. I played what I found here, just from what was licensed on the Holloway documentary, and then also directly from the 92 episode. So yeah, I mean, I've never seen a coincidence theorist adequately explain away this part of the episode with Bonacci just somehow knowing a house with this underground chamber that somehow has Johnny Gosch's initials. That's wild. Like, how did the... Yeah, Clark says Caradori was following the Bonacci info. Yeah. I mean, this is crazy stuff. I mean, this is just absolutely mind-shocking. I've never seen coincidence theorists able to explain any of this. They just keep calling the so-called conspiracy theorists the corruption-aware crazy. That's their only cope. Appeal to incredulity fallacies and ad hominem logical fallacies. Clark says, it's not one op, it's several interrelated, very much the way the intelligence community operates, or at least similar methods, interconnected, compromised people. Appears to be so. I mean, pre-Epstein, I mean, not really, but I guess you could maybe say some coincidence theorists were just naive and not just, you know, absolutely obtuse and borderline mentally disabled. But post-Epstein, I mean, it's kind of crazy. The deniers post-Epstein don't really make a lot of sense. Yeah, I mean, if there's no other questions here, I'll round this episode out here. I mean, there's actually plenty more in this case and a lot of other cases. But, yeah. Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of specific trafficking and snuff rings in the Des Moines area as well. I went over all of them in the previous episodes as well. Yeah, Clark? Wow, Clark, you've done a lot of research here. Yeah, Gacy, Norman. Yeah, I mean, yeah, Clark has done a lot of, Clark knows a lot of stuff here. So your brother never gave you any information on what happened on that overnight trip to the base? Yeah, Fire Pixie, North Fox Island and the Rolodex. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. I mean, the fact that a lot of these cases, even the JonBenet Ramsey case, they are all connected. In a way, so, okay. Maybe I'm the only one that's going to point this out. In a way, that gives me more hope for mankind, right? Because people aren't inherently evil. If all of these cases are interconnected by the few evil people, so there really aren't that many random crimes going on. Because if these corrupt scum at the top in these government positions, they're doing all of these infamous cases, that means there's really not a lot of common people actually doing this evil stuff. So that's actually, I mean, at least there's that kind of positive, right? That's a positive takeaway. Not too many but here, but so maybe you don't necessarily need to suspect your neighbor all the time, but you still gotta be vigilant, because, I mean, a lot of scum out there. So yeah, we'll wrap this one up. Thanks again, everybody, for joining us. The next true crime, I'll probably try to... I have another episode coming up in the Panama Hikers case, which is another one where coincidence theorists are just... Oh, man. I mean, just logic has gone out the window in the true crime community in so many of these cases. If you want to help support the Mindshock podcast, help keep up awareness in a lot of these unsolved cases, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, like and share, Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.